3. Days, and then I'll be going through the ECMA standard for JavaScript, TypeScript, whatever it's called. Yeah, 3 days. Definitely. 3 days. It's plenty of time. So I'm gonna boot up the other computer. And yeah. It's actually working on first boot. That's just wonderful. I'm doing so my first goal is to say nothing and just I have to find an entry point to place a function call. I want to speed test some stupid code without getting distracted. This whole JavaScript Engine thing, it's a really big program, and I'm trying to digest it in pieces, and as I'm looking through it, I keep being distracted. I'm trying to piece together what goes where and what does what, because it's really complicated. And I wrote the whole thing a specific way so the compiler can grab parts of the code and optimize it. So when it takes 2 minutes to build, the compiler might complain. It's because the compiler is actually kind of optimizing. The compiler sucks at optimizing, but it's doing okay, I guess. I'd expect more, but it's okay. It's missing tons of optimization techniques. But technically, I guess they can't do certain optimizations because things will have side effects and they don't know. I won't get into it, whatever. I'm gonna get Siri reading the ECMA standard.
One nine one 3 nan. The value of nan is nan. C6 1. Configurable. Force.
I think everything started.
C6 1 1. This property has the attributes false, false, false. 9.2 function properties of the global object. 9 2 1 eval x. This function is the %eval %intrinsic.
Almost good.
Performs the following steps when called. Return Perform eval. X. False. False 1 9 2 1 1.
YouTube has
The direct. The
you upload a thumbnail. For like a live stream, whatever, and you can't turn it off. So then you need like a thumbnail. The thumbnail from the last time will stick from the last time. I always just grab that default thumbnail. And I can't find a way to turn that off. I want like the stream to run and then set a thumbnail after. But if I do in the streaming software, it'll not do, I don't know, whatever.
X. Direct. Let in function be false. Let in method be false. Let in derive.
Get these things open.
If direct is true, then a let the CNV rec be get this environment. B if the CNV rec is a function environment record, then I let F be the CNV rec. 2. Set in function to true. 3. Set in method to set in derived constructor to true. V let class field initializer name be F. V. If class field initializer name is not empty, set in class field initializer to true. 1. Perform the following sub-steps in an implementation defined order, possibly interleaving parsing and error detection. A let script be parse text, string to code points, X. Script. B if script is a list of errors, throw a syntax error exception. C if script contains script body is false, return undefined. D let body be the script body of script. E if in function is false and body contains new target, throw a syntax error exception. Contains super property.
When Windows boots up, I would think that it would pick Virtual Desktop 1, but it doesn't. It just picks whatever Virtual Desktop it wants.
Strict caller is true. Let strict eval be true. 3. Else. Let strict eval be as strict of script. 4. Let running context be the running execution context. 06. ECMA International 2024. 15. Note. If direct is true, running context will be the execution context that performed the direct eval. If direct is false, running context will be the execution context for the invocation of the eval function. 6. If direct is true, the n a let lexenv be new declarative environment, running context's lexical environment. B let var-env be running context's variable environment. C let private env be running context's private environment. 7. Else.
So that's what I said. I had like, there's like 70 of these, whatever. This. I think I hard coded it because the compiler was merging ifs that were common or something. Like it was like actually like quote optimizing, and I hit build and it only seemed to optimize like that when I would type the literal number in. I need to drink some water, I can't talk. Literal. When I type the literal number in, the compiler would optimize. But if I put like a macro definition, whatever, it seemed to not optimize because I ran one, I ran the other, and then the one where I put literals, the compile time when it made it to executable, it was like faster by like 30% or something. Like a noticeable difference. And noticeable difference also by like the timer, because getting the time that something takes to complete on Windows or the computer, whatever, is painful. It's not accurate or whatever to an extent. I guess anything's possible, but without really digging into it, it's kind of iffy. So I don't know. Most of this stupid JavaScript Engine was written so the compiler would, quote, optimize things. And it's really funky. I need to like, the compiler breaks things down to a graph, like a common graph. I can't remember what the name is. I'll look it up later. But when you write stuff a certain way, it gets graphed differently, and certain things. The compiler basically sucks. It just does like a generic transform on everything, and when they optimize things, they optimize only at the top, the entry of the function, and as they go through the function, it slowly stops optimizing because they don't want to waste the time, memory, and space on optimizing the entire function. And that's why smaller functions are faster than larger functions, and at the top of the function it's more performant or whatever. That holds true for lots of compilers, possibly not all, and maybe they updated it, and sometimes if you set the compilation option higher, maybe it'll compile the entire function. But if you have a very large function, I don't know, everything's circumstantial and based on context. So I'm gonna stop stalling. I have to. I don't know, there's a graph thing. I'll go over it later, whatever, maybe, if we can find what the name is. I got this thing, whatever. Right now, whatever. When I test my JavaScript engine, I test like, well, so far, I've tested like sane code, like how you would like normally write code and access things. And this isn't sane code. Nobody uses the module operator. Well, I guess that's kind of like go-to, like how people avoid go-to. It's not even highlighting it. Oh, this is JavaScript syntax. I don't know. If you use the module operator, good for you. If you use go-to, good for you. I don't know. Lots of people avoid module though, because it is slower. So like normally, if I make a test loop, it would be like I don't know, something like this maybe. Does this just like destroy pixel magma every iteration? It does. This whole loop is pointless. So if I want to like preserve pixel magma, not destroy it every iteration, put it outside, hoist it, I guess, outside the loop. Alright, there's like missing variables and stuff. But this would be like, I don't know, this doesn't look as icky. Now, but this other one up here has ifs in it, and a whole lot of assignments, and there's assignments between two ifs here. So there's like a branch here, and a branch here, and you can I don't know. This is like slop code basically. It could be rewritten if it was actually doing something. I know it's not. It's supposed to be IS chatbot to make like a stress test quote to test like the more inefficient things. So I think it put or set up this to make an object at the top and then destroyed every loop, because object creation is not the most efficient in JavaScript and stuff, whatever. So if I were to clean it up, not really, I don't know. I don't think there's a way to clean it. I don't even know what this would even do, technically. It's just a made up thing that does stuff to test stuff, like the speed it takes to get done. So like, let's say that this were a more sane function, test function, and it's like a larger one. This is more sane, smaller test function.
Fo 3. Else perform var env set mutable binding. Fn fo false 18. For each string vn of declared var names, do if var env is a global environment record. Then I
don't know what keeps making this screenshot
vn
shortcut. So I'm clicking something on the keyboard and it keeps doing it.
Note: the following invocation cannot return an abrupt completion because of the validation preceding step 14. Perform var env create mutable binding. Vn true. Perform var env initialize binding. Vn undefined. 9. Return unused. Note: an alternative version of this algorithm is described in B 3.492. 2 is finite number. This function.
So if I call this a small, hardcore type mash, that's what chatbot called it. I don't know. To like stress test the efficiency, whatever. I have a pixel magma, an object that's created outside of the loop, so it won't make it every single iteration, so it doesn't incur the overhead of making an object every loop. I would do that outside the loop if possible, because there's overhead with making an object inside the loop every time. But in this crap variant, whatever, it's making an object inside the loop every iteration. So I think it's like 1 with the exponent 6, whatever iterations. So it's going to do that, make that many objects, and it's going to destroy them each time at the bottom of the loop, because it makes a new one at the top. And then it assigns random stuff to it in here, and then it just gets lost again every iteration. So that's why this is like a crap function, whatever. But in the larger, whatever, example, I'm doing more stuff. I still like make the object outside, whatever. I'm assigning it inside. Technically, I would have to like add something to this so it doesn't just assign to the same thing each iteration. I guess it does here maybe. This is just like this example. So this would be more efficient. It does like more operations than just a simple thing. This would be like an example of like a larger test. So I've tested stuff like this and like this. And my JavaScript engine is always faster. But I have never I have never tested something like this, because this is abysmal. This is horrible. Like, I would never, like, I'm trying to, like, I made a JavaScript engine, I'm testing it. I would never think of making an object and every iteration just to destroy it, because that's just ridiculous. Why would anyone ever do that? But people do that, and I kind of forgot that. So when Chatbot made this, I was like, what the hell? I'm like, oh. So if my JavaScript engine can optimize scene code, where like everything has a reason, then I'm hoping that crap code, because people are gonna do stuff like this. They're gonna make an object inside the loop every iteration, even if it's not needed, when they could possibly make it outside the loop out here, and maybe make another one in here, and reuse an object out here to assign to one in here. I don't know, there's lots of different ways to write code, and the compiler is limited. It can only do so many things because other things have side effects, and it doesn't know what you're thinking. You're limited to a syntax that sucks, and I don't know. So overall, I'm done stalling. I'm gonna actually do this now. So yesterday I dug into the engine. I can't find if macros for the control flow, so I'm gonna use a ternary. So I'll rewrite this loop once I get a version of mine running to compare the two, and I'll use like a normal C loop for mine, because I can't find an if or while. They were grouped up together with control flow things. So the while, I'll use like a normal loop, but inside the thing, whatever, I'll put an extra counter that increments every iteration, so I get the overhead of just like one of my types or whatever being incremented. So it should be like comparable, because I'm doing the same number of operations as the JavaScript engine and the browser.
Code and decode are intended to work.
So I got like distracted yesterday digging through trying to find the if control flow macro or whatever. So today I'm not going to get distracted. My goal is to find an entry point where I can call one of the functions to run a little test and speed test it.
In which each escape sequence and UTF-8 encoding of the source.
And then I'm going to get to the types in 64-bit.
Represents.
It's important to like have a goal when you're programming and only do that one thing. Otherwise, you're doing everything else. It might be ADHD too, but I don't know. So, my next goal after this is only get the sign types, whatever, unsigned types renamed. I'm not going to dig into the engine or figure out what goes where. And after that, I'm only going to convert places that have 32-bit operations or numbers and stuff, and update them to 64-bit.
Component string. Preserve escape set. Note 1 the set of reserve.
And then there's something wrong with this compiler. Not compiler. Text editor. I'm not going to bother with it till later. But that's why it takes programmers so long to write some code. Because we have to deal with stuff that doesn't have anything to do with programming. I'm sure everybody does. Like if you own a farm and your chickens lay eggs, and if animal, like raccoons or whatever, they eat your chickens on your farm, you're like, oh shit, I got no chickens. And then your chickens can't lay eggs, so you have no eggs. And then you like, oh, I gotta figure out how to get rid of the raccoons. And then you have a shortage of chickens, you gotta get more chickens. So that's kind of like programming. And when you're using a text editor, you update to version version 4 of the text editor, and you're like, oh, what the hell is this bug? Why is it doing this? And you have to like, because this is version 4, I used 3. I thought 4 would be the same, but something's wrong. So like when I do Control F to like find my text or chickens, it doesn't always find the right characters, chickens. And I'm like, what the hell is going on with these chickens? It's not even the right chickens. What's this program doing? So I gotta figure out whatever this program's doing later. So realistically, I guess programmers deal with the same chicken shit that other people in other jobs have to deal with. You would think, though, I don't know, maybe if you got like spiked collars for the chickens, so like raccoons couldn't eat them because they get poked, and maybe if I like only used Sublime Text 3 and I didn't bother to use the newest version, I guess there's ways to prevent things from happening, but everything isn't always preventable. I'm done stalling. I'm gonna work on this now. Stop talking about chickens. I know a couple of chickens though. Bunch of big ass chickens. Alright, I'll be.
Is true. Throw a URI error exception. 3. Set k to k plus cp. I've let octets be the list of octets resulting by applying the UTF-8 transformation to CP v for each element octet of octets. Do return R. 2. Let hex be the string representation of octet, formatted as an uppercase hexadecimal number. Set R to the string concatenation of R, percent, and string pad, hex, 2, 0, start, 412, ECMA International 2024. Note, because percent encoding is used to represent individual octets, a single code point may be expressed as multiple consecutive escape sequences, one for each of its 8-bit UTF-8 code units. 192660 code string, preserve escape set. The abstract operation decode takes argument string, a string, and preserve escape set, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a string or a throw completion. It performs URI unescaping and decoding, preserving any escape sequences that correspond to basic Latin characters in preserve escape set. It performs the following steps when called. Let len be the length of string. Let r be the empty string. Let 0 repeat. While k, len abc. Let c be the code unit at index k within string. Let s be e if c is the code unit 0 times 0025, %. Then if k plus 3, len, throw a URI error exception. 2. Let escape be the substring of string fro mk to k plus 3. 3. Let b be parse hex octet, string, k plus 1. If b is not an integer, throw a URI error exception. V set k to k plus 2. V. Let n be the number of leading 1 bits in b. 7. If n equals 0, then let a char be the code unit whose numeric value is b. If preserve escape set contains a char, set s to escape. Otherwise, set s to a char 8. Else, if n equals 1 or n, 4. Throw a URI error exception. Let octets be b. Let j be 1. Repeat. While j, N, A set K to K plus 1, B of K plus 3, len. Throw a URI error exception. See if the code unit at index K within string is not the code unit 0 times 0025. %. Throw a URI error exception. D let continuation byte be parse hex octet. String. K plus 1. E if continuation byte is not an integer. Throw a URI error exception. F append continuation byte to octets. G set K to K plus 2. H set J to J plus 1. Assert. The length of octets is n. If octets does not contain a valid UTF-8 encoding of a Unicode code point, throw URI error exception. Let V be the code point obtained by applying the UTF-8 transformation to octets. That is, from a list of octets into a 21-bit value. Set STUTF-16 encode code point. V. Set R to the string concatenation of R and S. D. E. Return R. Set K to K plus 1. Note RFC 3629 prohibits the decoding of invalid UTF-8 octet sequences. For example, the invalid sequence 0xC00 times 80 must not decode into the code unit 0 times 0000. Implementations of the decode algorithm are required to throw a URI error when encountering such invalid sequences. ECMA International 2024 413 1926 7 parse hex octet. String. Position. The abstract operation parse hex octet takes argument string, a string, and position, a non-negative integer, and returns either a non-negative integer or a non-empty list of syntax error objects. It parses a sequence of 2 hexadecimal characters at the specified position in string into an unsigned 8-bit integer. It performs the following steps when called. Let len be the length of string. Assert. Position plus 2 len. Let hex digits be the substring of string from position to position plus 2. Let parse result be parse text. String to code points. Hex digits. Hex digits. Sep. If parse result is not a parse node, return parse result. Let n be the MV of parse result. Assert. N is in the inclusive interval from 0 to 255. Return n. 9.3 Constructor properties of the global object 193. 1 aggregate error C20 5 7 1 193 2 array C23 1 1 9 3 3 array buffer C25 1 4 9 3 4 begint C21 2 1 9 3 5 begint 64 array C23 2 5 9 3 6 begint 64 array C23 2 5 9 3 7 boolean C20 3 1 9 3 8 data view C25 3 2 9 3 9 8 C21 4 2 14 copyright sign ECMA.
I'm not I'm not here. I'm not it's counting down. I'm not here.
5 1 the 9th of March 2012 finalization registry C26 2 1 3.13 float 32 array C23 2 5
Water.
2015 function C20 2 1
Why would I set the countdown if I'm here, you know? So I'm not here. I need to like edit the video description. I got 3 minutes. Such work. The YouTube website sucks. I'll hit save changes and then it just stalls. It doesn't even save and I gotta freaking refresh and save changes. And then sometimes it stalls and then let's do that then.
5 5 2 the 9th of March 2025 reference error C20 5 5 3 the 9th of March 2026 Regi XP C22 2 4 the 19th of March 2027 set, C24, 2, 1, the 9th of March 2028 shared array buffer, C25, 2, 3, the 9th of March 2029 string, C22, 1, 1, the 9th of March 1930 symbol, C20, 4, 1, the 9th of March 1931 syntax error, C20, 5, 5, 4, the 9th of March 1932 type error, C20, 5, 5, 5, the 9th of March 1933 int 8 array, C23, 2, 5, the 9th of March 1934 runt 8 clamped array, C23, 2, 5, the 9th of March 1935 int 16 array, C23, 2, 5, 16, copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, the 19th of March 1936 int 32 array, C23, 2, 5, the 9th of March 1937 URI error, C20, 5, 5, 6, the 9th of March 1938 weak map, C24, 3, 1, the 9th of March 1939 weak ref, C26, 1, 1, the 9th of March 1940 weak set, C24.4, 9.4 other properties of the global object, 9, 4, 1 atomics, C25.4, 19, 4, 2 JSON, C25.5, 19, 4, 3 math, C21.3, 19, 4, 4 reflect, C28.1, 0 fundamental objects, 0.1 objects, 0, 1, 1 the object constructor. The object constructor is %object%, is the initial value of the object property of the global object, creates a new, ordinary object when called as a constructor, performs a type conversion when called as a function rather than as a constructor, may be used as the value of an extends clause of a class definition. ECMA International 2024 417 20 1 1 1 object value. This function performs the following steps when called. If new target is neither undefined nor the active function object, then return ordinary create from constructor new target %object prototype %. If value is either undefined or null, return ordinary object create %object prototype %. Return to object value 0 1 2 properties of the object constructor. The object constructor has an internal slot whose value is %function prototype %, has a length property whose value is 1, has the following additional properties 0, 1, 2, 1 object assign, target, sources. This function copies the values of all of the enumerable own properties.
Is 120 FPS the new standard for video games? Is it still 60? Does it even matter anymore? As long as it's like above 2 frames per second. Does anything matter anymore? I gotta finish editing video description. It sucks.
Set to next key proper value true. Return to the length property of this function is 2 0 1 2 2 object create properties. The specified prototype. It performs the following steps when called. If O is not an object and O is not null, throw a type error exception. Let obj be ordinary object create O if properties is not undefined. obj properties 4. Return obj 0 1. Adds own properties and or
Okay, so first there's like a main.
Performs the following steps when called. 18. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024 1. If O is not an object.
Unsigned long is like the stupidest. It's so annoying to type that.
1 object defined properties. Properties. The abstract operation object defined properties takes argument so an object.
What is its main thing? something, then argv char pointer.
To or throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let props be. To object. Properties. Let keys be props. Let
Or it's something like that. It's like int, then char pointer argv array. I think that's the main, usually. All it has to always return 0. Otherwise it's the end of the world.
let desk be.
Do people care if it's return 0 or return 0? Because people like shit their pants over things like this if you don't do it the right way. I think this is a more common one, even though this one would be more correct, depending on context.
With an object. It performs the following steps when called. If O is not an object.
So this is like a main function in C. There's like init stuff. And then there's like other stuff, and then other stuff. I want to like find an entry point. So like maybe like here.
Object. Return no. Let status be. Set in.
There's like cleanup stuff.
No. 0, 1, 2, 7 object from entries.
So maybe it's like a API.
Iterable. Let obj be ordinary object create. Object prototype. Assert. OBJ is an extensible ordinary object with no own properties.
API part 1, whatever that random text means.
Let closure be a new abstract closure with parameters, key, value, that captures OBJ and performs the following steps when.
I think it's ECT or etc. by do etc on purpose because nobody does it etc unless I'm mixing it up. I don't know. I just kind of got started. I'm still booting up. So that when I like do control find, it's usually what I'm looking for in my whatever. Sometimes I spell things wrong and it's not on purpose. It's because I don't give a single fuck on how it's spelled. Judge me. Bitches. Okay, so. Bro, narcissists. Oh, I did love to pick on spelling. I won't even get into it. It's like everyone that's highly narcissistic, they're like this spelling god. They're like the god of spelling. And they will smite you, trying to make you feel little. They'll like take a sentence you have and they'll send it to everyone like, I can't believe you spelled this wrong. Like literally. Okay, most narcissists are like that. I hate spelling. Okay, anyways. Like I can't even like when I say that, it literally means like anyone. I'm not like trying to trigger anyone. Cause like I know so many people like that, or I've met so many people like that I can't even think of one person specifically that would apply to. But if that triggers you, you got something to work on. I'm gonna spell everything else wrong on purpose from now on. Or I'm not. I I'm just spelling it wrong because I don't care. I'm not gonna be whatever. So I'm gonna find an entry point. It has to be between the initializing stuff and the cleanup stuff, because at the end I have it close the file. I have it print like 3, 2, 1 countdown, which means it's done. So I have to call this abysmal stress test quote. It's not really stress test, but it's a thought that counts. Wherever it was in here. I have to figure out where to call this.
Function perform.
It has to be before and after these points. Here, and here, whatever. But then there's other macros that are placed at the top and the bottom of the function calls. So I have to like find those macros and make sure they're in place, because if they're not, everything's not going to be there to call the function, and the compiler will throw an error because the counters aren't in place, the values aren't in place. So I'm going to try to figure that out. Once I get the entry point found, where to put it. I'm going to call this test function. Make whatever have a loop. Make these into ternaries.
Is frozen. Oh, this function performs the following.
And
Is not an object. Return true. Return
I feel like there's something else. But
international.
then I'll speed test it compared to the browser.
1.
And then I will know if my JavaScript engine, well, it should be faster for sure.
Return true. Return.
But I've only tested like scene code, like this and this. I haven't tested like in scene code where I make an object like here, or they do in this function, chatbot, its output. I've never tested making an object every single loop iteration. I probably have, but I didn't like do it on purpose to see how fast it would be to make an object on every loop iteration. I do, but it's grouped. I have like a test call that tests all the operations, like make an object, but it's like isolated, and all it does is make an object every iteration. I haven't made a test loop that makes an object and then assigns it. So I guess I didn't technically test every single combination, because I didn't think of that until recently. So now I'm gonna, I guess, find out. It should still be faster. If it's still faster when doing this kind of a thing inside of a loop. I don't know, I think that explains everything. I'm installing now. I'm gonna find a entry point. This sucks. It's so fucking complicated. Like, I'm gonna just do what I said and stop stalling. I'm trying to get oxygen into my brain. Well, actually, I think that gets oxygen out of my brain. I should be breathing in. Oh, I'm gonna choke. I can't do that. That does actually, I feel like I got more oxygen into my bloodstream. That actually might be helpful to breathe in and inhale to get the air to fill my lungs. So that, what's it called? Not the veins, the arteries. Whatever, in the back of the lungs that collects the oxygen from the lungs as they expand to circulate that oxygen back to the heart, get it to the bloodstream. So I think that did help, inhaling. Oh my god, I'm thinking so much more clearly. I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm done talking. This sucks. I have example code, but I can't find it. I don't want to pull an old backup, because then I gotta find the hard drive. I'm just gonna get going and shut up. Right, and like, I guess, one last inhale for good luck. I'm literally gonna choke if I do that again.
Additions of this specification for the case where v is not an object and that this value is undefined or null. Copyrights.
Maybe I should get like an oxygen machine. I don't know. I don't really need one. I should just like stop sighing. That's no fun. And how's like anyone gonna know that I'm like annoyed if I don't sigh? I guess it's a little bit dramatic. Maybe I should. I don't know, being dramatic's fun. Everyone else gets to be dramatic, so I'm gonna be dramatic too.
Support must not use those parameter positions for other purposes. Note 2 ECMA 402 intentionally does not provide an alternative to this default implementation. 0, 1, 3, 6 object prototype to string. This method performs the following steps when called. If the this value is...
I think there's people that like, I gotta stop stalling.
Return object null.
So I'm gonna do this now, like actually do this. I'm gonna try to get this done in a couple hours. I don't know. I have to find macros, but I'm gonna find only what I'm looking for and not get dug up and focus on trying to figure out the whole thing and save that for later.
Else if O has an internal slot, let Dalton tag the number.
Because if I start trying to like figure out stuff, that's a rabbit hole. I'm not going to be able to like focus on actually doing stuff. And by the time I figure it out, I'll be like, I don't want to do this anymore. This is too much work. So if I just follow my list and I stop getting ahead of myself, I do these two things and I get this done. That's all I have to do. And then I'm like locked in. I'll be like, well, now I'm stuck. Now I have to go through this whole fucking standard. But if I bail and I don't finish all this stuff, then I'm not gonna get to this point. Because I'll be like, oh, this is so much fucking work. So I'm gonna try to fucking focus on only this, and only this, and then only this, and then I'll be so invested that I can't not follow through with this. That's my logic. It'll work though, because that's how my brain works, so I know it'll work. I just have to try to stay on track. I'll be back.
Proto, object prototype. Proto is an accessor property with attributes. False, true. The attributes are defined as follows: 0, 1, 3, 8. 1 get object prototype. Proto, the value of the let O be. To object this value, return O, 0, 1, 3, 8. To set object prototype. Proto, the value of the let O be. Require object coercible. This value, if proto is not an object and proto is not null, return undefined. If O is not an object, return undefined. Let status be O proto. If status is false, throw a type error exception, return undefined. Normative optional. Legacy 0, 1, 3. 9 legacy object prototype accessor methods 0, 1, 3, 9. 1 object prototype. Define getter p. Getter. This method performs the following steps when called. Let O be. To object this value, if is callable, getter, is false. Throw a type error exception. Let desk be property descriptor. True, true. Let key be. To property key, p. Perform. Define property or throw O. Key. Desk. Return undefined. ECMA International 2024 425 20 1 3 9. To object prototype. Define setter p. Setter. This method performs the following steps when called. Let O be. To object this value, if is callable, setter, is false. Throw a type error exception. Let desk be property descriptor. True, true. Let key be. To property key, p. Perform. Define property or throw O. Key. Desk. Return undefined. 0, 1, 3, 9. 3 object prototype. Lookup getter p. This method performs the following steps when called. Let O be. To object this value, let key be. To property key, p. Repeat. Let desk be. O. Key be. If desk is not undefined, then if is accessor descriptor. Desk is true. Return desk 2. Return undefined. C set O2. O. D. If O is null, return undefined. 0, 1, 3, 9. 4 object prototype. Lookup setter p. This method performs the following steps when called. Let O be. To object this value, let key be. To property key, p. Repeat. Let desk be. O. Key be. If desk is not undefined, then if is accessor descriptor. Desk is true. Return desk 2. Return undefined. C set O2. O. D. If O is null, return undefined. 0, 1. 4 properties of object instances. Object instances have no special properties beyond those inherited from the object prototype object. 0.2 function objects. 0, 2. 1. The function constructor. The function constructor is %function is the initial value of the function property of the global object. Creates and initializes a new function object when called as a function rather than as a constructor. Thus the function call function is equivalent to the object creation expression new function with the same arguments. 26. ECMA International 2024. Comma may be used as the value of an extends clause of a class definition. Subclass constructors that intend to inherit the specified function behavior must include a supercall to the function constructor to create and initialize a subclass instance with the internal slots necessary for built-in function behavior. All ECMAScript syntactic forms for defining function objects create instances of function. There is no syntactic means to create instances of function subclasses except for the built-in generator function, async function, and async generator function subclasses. 0, 2, 1. 1 function, parameter args, body arg. The last argument, if any, specifies the body executable code of a function. Any preceding arguments specify formal parameters. This function performs the following steps when called. Let C be the active function object. If body arg is not present, set body arg to the empty string. Return. Create dynamic function. C. New target. Normal. Parameter args. body arg 0, 2, 1, 1, 1 create dynamic function, constructor, new target, kind, parameter args, body arg. The abstract operation create dynamic function takes arguments constructor, a constructor, new target, a constructor, kind normal, generator, async, or async generator, parameter args, a list of ECMAScript language values, and body arg, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript function object or a throw completion constructor as the constructor function that is performing this action. New target is the constructor that new was initially applied to. Parameter args and body arg reflect the argument values that were passed to constructor. It performs the following steps when called. If new target is undefined, set new target to constructor. If kind is normal, then a let prefix be function, b let exp sim be the grammar symbol function expression, c let body sim be the grammar symbol function body, yield, await, d let parameter sim be the grammar symbol formal parameters, yield, await, e let fallback proto be percent function prototype percent, else if kind is generator, then a let prefix be function, b let exp sim be the grammar symbol generator expression, c let body sim be the grammar symbol generator body, d let parameter sim be the grammar symbol formal parameters, plus yield, await, e let fallback proto be percent generator function prototype percent, else if kind is async, then a let prefix be async function, b let exp sim be the grammar symbol async function expression, c let body sim be the grammar symbol async function body, d let parameter sim be the grammar symbol formal parameters, yield, plus await, e let fallback proto be percent async function prototype percent, else a assert, kind is async generator, b let prefix be async function, c let exp sim be the grammar symbol async generator expression. Note it is permissible but not necessary to have one argument for each formal parameter to be specified. For example, all three of the following expressions produce the same result. New function, a, b, c, return a plus b plus c. New function, a, b, c, return a plus b plus c. New function, a, B, C, return a plus B plus C. ECMA International 2024 427. D let body sim be the grammar symbol async generator body. E let parameter sim be the grammar symbol formal parameters, plus yield, plus await. F let fallback proto be percent async generator function prototype percent. Let arg count be the number of elements in parameter args. Let parameter strings be a new empty list. For each element arg of parameter args, do append to string arg to parameter strings. Let body string be to string body arg 0. Let current realm be the current realm record 1. Perform host ensure can compile strings current realm parameter strings body string false 2. Let p be the empty string 3. If arg count 0, then a set p to parameter strings 0 b let k be 1 c repeat while k arg count. I let next arg string be parameter strings k 2. Set p to the string concatenation of p, a comma, and next arg string 3. Set k to k plus 1 4. Let body parse string be the string concatenation of 0 times 0 0 0 a line feed body string and 0 times 0 0 0 a line feed 5. Let source string be the string concatenation of prefix anonymous p 0 times 0 0 0 a line feed body parse string and 6. Let source text be string to code points source string 7. Let parameters be parse text string to code points p parameter sim 8. If parameters is a list of errors, throw a syntax error exception 9. Let body be parse text string to code points body parse string body sim 0. If body is a list of errors, throw a syntax error exception 1. Note, the parameters and body are parsed separately to ensure that each is valid alone. For example, new function, comma comma does not evaluate to a function 2. Note, if this step is reached, source text must have the syntax of exp sim, although the reverse implication does not hold. The purpose of the next two steps is to enforce any early error rules which apply to ECMAScript directly. 3. Let ECMA be parse text, source text, ECMAScript. 4. If ECMA is a list of errors, throw a syntax error exception. 5. Let proto be get prototype from constructor, new target, fallback proto. 6. Let env be current realm. 7. Let private env be null. 8. Let f be ordinary function create, proto, source text, parameters, body, non-lexical. This env private env. 9. Perform set function name, f, anonymous. 0. If kind is generator, then let prototype be ordinary object create, %generator function prototype %be perform. Define property or throw, f, prototype, property descriptor, prototype true, false, false. 1. Else if kind is a sync generator, then let prototype be ordinary object create, %async generator function prototype %be perform. Define property or throw, f, prototype, property descriptor, prototype true, false, false. 2. Else if kind is normal, then perform make constructor, f. 3. Note: functions whose kind is async are not constructible and do not have an internal method or a prototype property. 4. Return f. 428. ECMA International 2024. Note: create dynamic function defines a prototype property on any function it creates whose kind is not async to provide for the possibility that the function will be used as a constructor. 2. Two properties of the function constructor. The function constructor is itself a built-in function object, has an internal slot whose value is %function prototype %, has a length property whose value is 1, has the following properties: 0, 2, 1 function prototype. The value of function prototype is the function prototype object. This property has the attributes false, false, false. 0, 2, 3 properties of the function prototype object. The function prototype object is %function prototype is itself a built-in function object, accepts any arguments and returns undefined when invoked, does not have an internal method. It cannot be used as a constructor with the new operator, has an internal slot whose value is %object prototype does not have a prototype property, has a length property whose value is +0, has a name property whose value is the empty string. 0, 2, 3, 1 function prototype apply. This array. This method performs the following steps when called. Let func be this value if is callable. Func is false. Throw a type error exception if array is either undefined or null. Then perform prepare for tail call be return. Call func this arg. Let list be. Create list from array like array. Perform prepare for tail call return. Call func this arg list. Note: the function prototype object is specified to be a function object to ensure compatibility with ECMAScript code that was created prior to the ECMAScript 2015 specification. Note: 1. That this arg value is passed without modification as this value. This is a change from addition. 3. Where an undefined or null this arg is replaced with the global object and to object is applied to all other values and that result is passed as this value. Even though this arg is passed without modification, non-strict functions still perform these transformations upon entry to the function. Note: 2. If func is either an arrow function or a bound function exotic object, then this arg will be ignored by the function in step 6. ECMA International 2024 429. 2. 3. 2 function prototype bind. This args. This method performs the following steps when called. Let target be this value if is callable. Target is false. Throw a type error exception. Let f be. Bound function create. Target this args. Let l be 0. Let target has length be. Has own property. Target length. If target has length is true, then let target len be. Get target length be. If target len is a number, then if target len is plus, then 1. Set l to +2. Else if target len is, then 1. Set l to 0. 3. else. Let target len as int be to an integer or infinity. Target len assert. Target len as int is finite. Let arg count be the number of elements in args. Set L to max. Target len as int. Arg count 0. Perform set function length f L. Let target name be get target name. If target name is not a string, set target name to the empty string 0. Perform set function name f target name bound 1. Return f 0 2 3 3 function prototype call. This args. This method performs the following steps when called. Let func be the this value if this cal label func is false. Throw a type error exception. Perform prepare for tail call. Return call func this args. Note 1 function objects created using function prototype binder exotic objects. They also do not have a prototype property. Note 2 if target is either an arrow function or a bound function exotic object, then the this arg passed to this method will not be used by subsequent calls to f. Note 1 that this arg value is passed without modification as the this value. This is a change from edition 3, where an undefined or null this arg is replaced with the global object and to object is applied to all other values and that result is passed as the this value. Even though the this arg is passed without modification, non-strict functions still perform these transformations upon entry to the function. Note 2 if func is either an arrow function or a bound function exotic object, then the this arg will be ignored by the function in step 4. 0, 2, 3, 4 function prototype constructor. The initial value of function prototype constructor is %function %30, copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. 5 function prototype to string. This method performs the following steps when called. Let func be the this value. If func is an object, func has an internal slot. Func is a sequence of Unicode code points, and host has source text available. Func is true, then a return code points to string func. If func is a built-in function object, return an implementation-defined string source code representation of func. The representation must have the syntax of a native function. Additionally, if func has an internal slot and func is a string, the portion of the return string that would be matched by native function accessor opt property name must be the value of func. If func is an object and is callable, func is true. Return an implementation-defined string source code representation of func. The representation must have the syntax of a native function. Throw a type error exception. Native function native function accessor opt property name, yield, await opt, formal parameters, yield, await, native code, native function accessor, get, set, 0, 2, 3, 6 function prototype, at has instance, v. This method performs the following steps when called. Let f be the this value. Return ordinary has instance f v. This property has the attributes false, false, false. This is the default implementation of at has instance that most functions inherit. At has instance note is called by the instancia operator to determine whether a value is an instance of a specific constructor. An expression such as v instancia of f evaluates as f at has instance v. A constructor function can control which objects are recognized as its instances by instancia by exposing a different at has instance method on the function. This property is non-writable and non-configurable to prevent tampering that could be used to globally expose the target function of a bound function. The value of the name property of this method is symbol his instance 202. 4 function instances. Every function instance is an ECMAScript function object and has the internal slots listed in table 30. Function objects created using the function prototype bind method 20232 have the internal slots listed in table 31. Function instances have the following properties. ECMA International 2024 431 2024 1 length. The value of the length property is an integral number that indicates the typical number of arguments expected by the function. However, the language permits the function to be invoked with some other number of arguments. The behavior of a function when invoked on a number of arguments other than the number specified by its length property depends on the function. This property has the attributes false, false, true, 0, 2, 4. To name, the value of the name property is a string that is descriptive of the function. The name has no semantic significance but is typically a variable or property name that is used to refer to the function at its point of definition in ECMAScript source text. This property has the attributes false, false, true, anonymous functions. Objects that do not have a contextual name associated with them by the specification use the empty string as the value of the name property. 0, 2, 4, 3. Prototype function instances that can be used as a constructor have a prototype property. Whenever such a function instance is created, another ordinary object is also created and is the initial value of the function's prototype property. Unless otherwise specified, the value of the prototype property is used to initialize the internal slot of the object created when that function is invoked as a constructor. This property has the attributes true, false, false, 0, 2, 5. Host has source text available. Func, the host-defined abstract operation host has source text available, takes argument func, a function object, and returns a boolean. It allows host environments to prevent the source text from being provided for func. An implementation of host has source text available must conform to the following requirements. It must be deterministic with respect to its parameters. Each time it is called with a specific func as its argument, it must return the same result. The default implementation of host has source text available is to return true. 0.3 Boolean objects 0, 3, 1. The Boolean constructor. The Boolean constructor is %Boolean is the initial value of the Boolean property of the global object, creates and initializes a new Boolean object when called as a constructor, performs a type conversion when called as a function rather than as a constructor, may be used as the value of an extends clause of a class definition. Subclass constructors that intend to inherit the specified Boolean behavior must include a supercall to the Boolean constructor to create and initialize the subclass instance with the internal slot. Function objects created using function prototype bind, or by evaluating a method definition. Note, that is not a generator method or a sync generator method, or an arrow function do not have a prototype property. 32. ECMA International 2024 203 1. 1 Boolean value. This function performs the following steps when called. Let b be to Boolean value. If new target is undefined, return b. Let o be ordinary. Create from constructor new target %Boolean prototype set o to b. Return o. 0, 3. 2 Properties of the Boolean constructor. The Boolean constructor has an internal slot whose value is %function prototype has the following properties. 0, 3, 2, 1 Boolean prototype. The initial value of Boolean prototype is the Boolean prototype object. This property has the attributes false, 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 0, 3. 3 Properties of the Boolean prototype object. The Boolean prototype object is %Boolean prototype is an ordinary object, is itself a Boolean object. It has an internal slot with the value false, has an internal slot whose value is %object prototype 0, 3, 3, 1 Boolean prototype constructor. The initial value of Boolean prototype constructor is %Boolean 0, 3, 3, 2 Boolean prototype to string. This method performs the following steps when called. Let b be this Boolean value, this value. If b is true, return true, else return false. 0, 3, 3, 3 Boolean prototype value of. This method performs the following steps when called. 1. Return this Boolean value, this value. 0, 3, 3, 3, 1 This Boolean value, value. The abstract operation this Boolean value takes argument value, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a Boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If value is a Boolean, return value. If value is an object and value has an internal slot, then ECMA International 2024 433. A let b be value. B assert. B is a Boolean. C return B. Throw type error exception. 0, 3, 4 properties of Boolean instances. Boolean instances are ordinary objects that inherit properties from the Boolean prototype object. Boolean instances have an internal slot. The internal slot is the Boolean value represented by this Boolean object. 0.4 symbol objects. 0, 4, 1. The symbol constructor. The symbol constructor is %symbol % is the initial value of the symbol property of the global object. Returns a new symbol value when called as a function. Is not intended to be used with the new operator. Is not intended to be subclassed. May be used as the value of an extends clause of a class definition, but a supercall to it will cause an exception. 0, 4, 1. 1 symbol. Description. This function performs the following steps when called. If new target is not undefined, throw a type error exception. If description is undefined, let desc string be undefined. Else, let desc string be. To string. Description. Return a new symbol whose is desc string. 0, 4. 2 properties of the symbol constructor. The symbol constructor has an internal slot whose value is %function prototype % has the following properties. 0, 4, 2. 1 symbol async iterator. The initial value of symbol async iterator is the well-known symbol at async iterator. Table 1. This property has the attributes false, false, false. 0, 4, 2. 2 symbol 4. Key. This function performs the following steps when called. Let string key be. To string key for each element of the global symbol registry list. Do if same value assert global symbol registry does not currently contain an entry for string key. Let new symbol be a new symbol whose is string key. 34. ECMA International 2024. 5. Append the record new symbol to the global symbol registry list. Return new symbol. The global symbol registry is an append-only list that is globally available. It is shared by all realms. Prior to the evaluation of any ECMAScript code, it is initialized as a new empty list. Elements of the global symbol registry are records with the structure defined in Table 60. Table 60. Global symbol registry record fields. 0, 4, 2. 3 symbol has instance. The initial value of symbol has instance is the well-known symbol at has instance. Table 1. This property has the attributes false, false, false. 0, 4, 2. 4 symbol is concat spreadable. The initial value of symbol is concat spreadable is the well-known symbol at is concat spreadable. Table 1. This property has the attributes false, false, false. 0, 4, 2. 5 symbol iterator. The initial value of symbol iterator is the well-known symbol at iterator. Table 1. This property has the attributes false, false, false. 0, 4, 2. 6 symbol key 4. Sim. This function performs the following steps when called. If sim is not a symbol, throw a type error exception. Return key for symbol. Sim. 0, 4, 2. 7 symbol match. The initial value of symbol match is the well-known symbol at match. Table 1. This property has the attributes false, false, label, false. 0, 4, 2. 8 symbol match all. The initial value of symbol match all is the well-known symbol at match all. Table 1. This property has the attributes false, false, false. Field name, value, usage, key, a string key used to globally identify a symbol, a symbol that can be retrieved from any realm. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024 435 20 4 2. 9 symbol prototype. The initial value of symbol prototype is the symbol prototype object. This property has the attributes false, false, false. 0, 4, 2. 1 0 symbol replace. The initial value of symbol replace is the well-known symbol at replace. Table 1. This property has the attributes false, false, false. 0, 4, 2. 1 1 symbol search. The initial value of symbol search is the well-known symbol at search. Table 1. This property has the attributes false, false, false. 0, 4, 2. 1 2 symbol species. The initial value of symbol species is the well-known symbol at species. Table 1. This property has the attributes false, 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 0, 4, 2, 1, 3 symbol split. The initial value of symbol split is the well-known symbol at split. Table 1. This property has the attributes false, 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 0, 4, 2, 1 for symbol to primitive. The initial value of symbol to primitive is the well-known symbol at to primitive. Table 1. This property has the attributes false, 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 0, 4, 2, 1 5 symbol to string tag. The initial value of symbol to string tag is the well-known symbol at to string tag. Table 1. This property has the attributes false, 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 0, 4, 2, 1 6 symbol unscoppables. The initial value of symbol unscoppables is the well-known symbol at unscoppables. Table 1. This property has the attributes false, 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 0, 4, 3 properties of the symbol prototype object. The symbol prototype object is %symbol prototype % is an ordinary object, is not a symbol instance and does not have an internal slot, has an internal slot whose value is %object prototype %. 36. ECMA International 2024 2043 1 symbol prototype constructor. The initial value of symbol prototype constructor is %symbol %2043 to get symbol prototype description. Symbol prototype description is an accessor property whose set accessor function is undefined. Its getAccessor function performs the following steps when called. Let S be this value. Let sim be this symbol value. S return sim 0, 4, 3. 3 symbol prototype to string. This method performs the following steps when let sim be this symbol value, this value, return symbol descriptive string, sim 0, 4, 3, 3, 1 symbol descriptive string, sim. The abstract operation symbol descriptive string takes argument sim, a symbol, and returns a string. It performs the following steps when called. Let desc be sim's value. If desc is undefined, set desc to the empty string. Assert desc is a string. Return the string concatenation of symbol desc and 0, 4, 3, 4 symbol prototype value of. This method performs the following steps when called. 1. Return this symbol value, this value 0, 4, 3, 4, 1 this symbol value, value. The abstract operation this symbol value takes argument value, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a symbol or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If value is a symbol, return value. If value is an object and value has an internal slot, then a let S be value. B assert S is a symbol. C return S. Throw a type error exception. 0, 4, 3, 5 symbol prototype. Add to primitive. Hint. This method is called by ECMAScript language operators to convert a symbol object to a primitive value. It performs the following steps when called. Return this symbol value, this value. ECMA International 2024 437. Note the argument is ignored. This property has the attributes false, false, true. The value of the name property of this method is symbol to primitive 0, 4, 3, 6 symbol prototype. Add to string tag. The initial value of the add to string tag property is the string value symbol. This property has the attributes false, false, true, 0, 4. 4 properties of symbol instances. Symbol instances are ordinary objects that inherit properties from the symbol prototype object. Symbol instances have an internal slot. The internal slot is the symbol value represented by the symbol object. 0, 4, 5 abstract operations for symbols 2, 0, 4, 5, 1 key for symbol, sim. The abstract operation key for symbol takes argument sim, a symbol, and returns a string or undefined. If sim is in the global symbol registry, C2, 0, 4, 2, 2, the string used to register sim will be returned. It performs the following steps when called. For each element E of the global symbol registry list, do if same value, E, sim, is true, return E. Assert Global symbol registry does not currently contain an entry for sim. Return undefined. 0.5 error objects. Instances of error objects are thrown as exceptions when runtime errors occur. The error objects may also serve as base objects for user-defined exception classes. When an ECMAScript implementation detects a runtime error, it throws a new instance of one of the native error objects defined in 2.0.5 or a new instance of aggregate error object defined in 2.0.5.7. Each of these objects has the structure described below, differing only in the name used as the constructor name instead of native error, in the name property of the prototype object, in the implementation defined message property of the prototype object, and in the presence of the %aggregate error %specific errors property. 0.5.1 The error constructor. The error constructor is %error is the initial value of the error property of the global object, creates and initializes a new error object when called as a function rather than as a constructor. Thus the function call error is equivalent to the object creation expression new error, with the same arguments, may be used as the value of an extends clause of a class definition. Subclass constructors that intend to inherit the specified error behavior must include a supercall to the error constructor to create and initialize subclass instances with an internal slot. 38. ECMA International 2024. 2.0.5.1. 1 error message. Options. This function performs the following steps when called. If new target is undefined, let new target be the active function object, else let new target be new target. Let O be ordinary create from constructor, new target, %error prototype %. If message is not undefined, then a let message be. To string, message, be perform, capital C, R, E, A, T, E, capital N, O, N, capital E, N, U, M, E, R, A, B, L, E, capital D, A, T, A, capital P, R, O, P, E, R, T, O, message, perform. Install error cause, O. Options. Return O. 0.5. 2 properties of the error constructor. The error constructor has an internal slot whose value is %function prototype has the following properties. 0.5.2. 1 error prototype. The initial value of error prototype is the error prototype object. This property has the attributes false, false, false. 0.5. 3 properties of the error prototype object. The error prototype object is %error prototype is an ordinary object, is not an error instance and does not have an internal slot, has an internal slot whose value is %object prototype 0.5.3. 1 error prototype constructor. The initial value of error prototype constructor is %error 2.0.5.3. 2 error prototype message. The initial value of error prototype message is the empty string 2.0.5.3. 3 error prototype name. The initial value of error prototype name is error 0.5.3. 4 error prototype to string. This method performs the following steps when called. Let O be this value. If O is not an object, throw a type error exception. Let name be get O name. If name is undefined, set name to error, otherwise set name to string name. Let message be get O message. If message is undefined, set message to the empty string, otherwise set message to string MSG. If name is the empty string, return message. ECMA International 2024 439 8. If MSG is the empty string, return name. Return the string concatenation of name, the code unit 0 times 0038, the code unit 0 times 0020, space, and message. 0.5. 4 properties of error instances. Error instances are ordinary objects that inherit properties from the error prototype object and have an internal slot whose value is undefined. The only specified uses of is to identify error, aggregate error, and native error instances as error objects within object prototype to string. 0.5. 5 native error types used in this standard. A new instance of one of the native error objects below or of the aggregate error object is thrown when a runtime error is detected. All native error objects share the same structure, as described in 2.0.5.6.0.5.5.1 eval error. The eval error constructor is %eval error %. This exception is not currently used within this specification. This object remains for compatibility with previous editions of this specification. 0.5.5 to range error. The range error constructor is %range error indicates a value that is not in the set or range of allowable values. 0.5.5.3 reference error. The reference error constructor is %reference error indicate that an invalid reference has been detected. 0.5.5.4 syntax error. The syntax error constructor is %syntax error indicates that a parsing error has occurred. 0.5.5.5 type error. The type error constructor is %type error Type error is used to indicate an unsuccessful operation when none of the other native error objects are in appropriate indication of the failure cause. 0.5.5.6 URI error. The URI error constructor is %URI error indicates that one of the global URI handling functions was used in a way that is incompatible with its definition. 40. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. 2.0.5.6 native error object structure. When an ECMAScript implementation detects a runtime error, it throws a new instance of one of the native error objects defined in 2.0.5.5. Each of these objects has the structure described below, differing only in the name used as the constructor name instead of native error, in the name property of the prototype object, and in the implementation defined message property of the prototype object. For each error object, references to native error in the definition should be replaced with the appropriate error object name from 2.0.5.5.0.5.6. 1. The native error constructors. Each native error constructor creates and initializes a new native error object when called as a function rather than as a constructor. A call of the object as a function is equivalent to calling it as a constructor with the same arguments. Thus, the function call native error is equivalent to the object creation expression new native error with the same arguments, may be used as the value of an extends clause of a class definition. Subclass constructors that intend to inherit the specified native error behavior must include a supercall to the native error constructor to create and initialize subclass instances with an internal slot. 0.5.6.1. 1 native error message. Options. Each native error function performs the following steps when called. If new target is undefined, let new target be the active function object. Else let new target be new target. Let O be ordinary create from constructor. New target. %native error prototype %error data. If message is not undefined, then a let message be. To string message be perform capital C R E A T E capital N O N capital E N U M E R A B L E capital D A T A capital P R O P E R T O message perform install error cause O. Options. Return O. The actual value of the string passed in step 2 is either %eval error prototype %range error prototype %reference error prototype %syntax error prototype %type error prototype or %URI raw prototype corresponding to which native error constructor is being defined. 0.5.6. 2 properties of the native error constructors. Each native error constructor has an internal slot whose value is %error has a name property whose value is the string value. Native error has the following properties. 0.5.6.2. 1 native error prototype. The initial value of native error prototype is a native error prototype object. 2.0.5.6.3. Each native error constructor has a distinct prototype object. This property has the attributes false, 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 0, 5, 6. 3 properties of the native error prototype objects. Each native error prototype object, ECMA International 2024 441, is an ordinary object, is not an error instance and does not have an internal slot, has an internal slot whose value is %error prototype %0, 5, 6, 3. 1 native error prototype constructor. The initial value of the constructor property of the prototype for a given native error constructor is the constructor itself. 0, 5, 6, 3, 2 native error prototype message. The initial value of the message property of the prototype for a given native error constructor is the empty string 20, 5, 6, 3. 3 native error prototype name. The initial value of the name property of the prototype for a given native error constructor is the string value consisting of the name of the constructor, the name used instead of native error. 0, 5, 6, 4 properties of native error instances. Native error instances are ordinary objects that inherit properties from their native error prototype object and have an internal slot whose value is undefined. The only specified use of is by object prototype to string 20, 1, 3, 6 to identify error, aggregate error, or native error instances. 0, 5, 7 aggregate error objects. 0, 5, 7, 1 the aggregate error constructor. The aggregate error constructor is %aggregate error is the initial value of the aggregate error property of the global object, creates and initializes a new aggregate error object when called as a function rather than as a constructor. Thus the function call aggregate error is equivalent to the object creation expression new aggregate error with the same arguments may be used as the value of an extends clause of a class definition. Subclass constructors that intend to inherit the specified aggregate error behavior must include a supercall to the aggregate error constructor to create and initialize subclass instances with an internal slot. 0, 5, 7, 1. 1 aggregate error. Errors. Message. Options. This function performs the following steps when called. If new target is undefined, let new target be the active function object. Else let new target be new target. Let O be ordinary.
I have like a mini mode where it does it tests all the possible whatever combinations in JavaScript and my JavaScript engine, so I could like get like an overall whatever how much faster it is for like all the operations and to like check that they all work, because I saved like the outcome and then I compare the result of the outcome. There's no point in finding code, so I just can't really show you it, so just steal it if you want to steal it. So if I don't show it, it doesn't matter if you can steal it, because you can't see it. It means you can't unpixelate the screen, because there's so many possible combinations of characters that could create the pixelization on the display that you're seeing. And whatever. Can't even get close because I don't know, whatever. I don't want to even hit. Okay. So basically it just
false, false, 0, 5, 7. 3 properties of the aggregate error prototype object. The aggregate error prototype object is %aggregate error prototype is an ordinary object, is not an error instance or an aggregate error instance, and does not have an internal slot. Has an internal slot whose value is %error prototype 0, 5, 7, 3. 1 aggregate error prototype constructor. The initial value of aggregate error prototype constructor is %aggregate error %20, 5, 7, 3, 2 aggregate error prototype message. The initial value of aggregate error prototype message is the empty string 20, 5, 7, 3. 3. Aggregate error prototype name. The initial value of aggregate error prototype name is aggregate error 2057. 4 properties of aggregate error instances. Aggregate error instances are ordinary objects that inherit properties from their aggregate error prototype object and have an internal slot whose value is undefined. The only specified use of is by object prototype to string 20136 to identify error, aggregate error, or native error instances. 058 abstract operations for error objects 2058 1 install error cause. Options. The abstract operation install error.
It's supposed to open the file, and it didn't, so...
A script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a THR completion. It is used to create a cause property on O when a cause property is present on options. It performs the following steps when called. If options is an object and has property options cause is true, then let cause be get options cause be perform. Capital C R E A T E capital N O N capital E N U M E R A B L E.
I have this defined.
Capital P R O. ECMA International 2024 443 21 numbers and dates 1.1 number objects 1 the number constructor. The number constructor.
And it controls like global override mini toggle.
Constructors that intend to inherit the specified number behavior must include.
And it picks if it does a mini test, it says if this is off or no. I don't know. It just overrides and forces the original number crunching, I'll call it, that it used to do like a mini test where it does
0.
like if this is like
ordinary create from constructor, new target, percent number prototype percent, set O to N, return O, 1, 2 properties of the number constructor. The number constructor has an internal slot whose value is percent function prototype percent, has the following properties. 1, 2. 1 number epsilon. The value of number epsilon is the number value for the magnitude of the difference between 1 and the smallest value greater than 1 that is representable as a number value, which is approximately 2204460492503130808472633361816 times 1016. This property has the attributes.
I feel like simplicity sake, I don't know. I save what the result is of this whatever.
Otherwise, return true. 44. ECMA International 2024 21 1 2 3 number as integer number. This function performs the following steps when called. Return is integral number 1 2.
Like beforehand.
Following steps when called. If number is not a number, return false. If number is nan, return true. Otherwise, return false. 1 2. 5 number is.
I don't think JavaScript does that anymore. I don't know. I don't remember.
1. If is integral number.
Is this undefined? Man.
False. 1
I don't remember what this.
The value of number max safe integer is 90071.
Assuming these were the results. Oh no.
3 1. This property has the attributes. False.
I think that's what it'd be. I can't remember. So I like save. It's not computer lag, it's laggy. And the result save whatever. So I call test number string, but this is actually longer because there's positive numbers, negative numbers, there's subtraction, there's multiplication, there's division, there's module, there's the in operator, there's every combination of left side negative, right side negative, positive, just so like I changed this to what it is, whatever, more specifically.
As number.
So it's kind of like that, whatever. It runs a whole bunch of these. It's a mini test, so I could like tweak it and then know that nothing's broken.
Two ECMA International 2024 445 2112 8 number min safe integer. The value of number min safe integer is -90071992547409991 253 1. This property has the attributes false, 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 1, 1, 2. 9 number min value. The value which is approximately 5 times 10 324. In the IEEE 754-2019 double precision.
So I don't know, every possible combination. It's annoying to come up with figuring out how that works, but it's possible. Okay, so it runs through a possible combination, and well, here's a good example. I'll just keep going. I'm stalling. I need to like find the entry point.
1.
So like this is like the numbers, whatever. A test, whatever, like test what's in here, then I have the result for it. But the result's different when it's subtraction, it's addition. So these would be different. So whatever they were or are.
The value of number positive infinity is plus. This property has the attributes false, false, false.
So whatever they are, that's, yeah. So this would be the numbers, whatever. And then I do negative numbers, and then I also do like negative on the right side. So there's left side positive, left side positive, right side positive, with subtraction instead. Left side negative, right side positive, left side negative, like all whatever possible combinations. And then that's the numbers. And do the same with the strings, or I'll just get a string.
Both -90071992547409992 and -90071992547409993 evaluate to the number value -90071992547409992 46. Copyright sign ECMA International 2024 211. 3 properties of the number prototype object. The number prototype object is %number prototype is an ordinary object, is itself a number object. It has an internal slot with the value +0, has an internal slot whose value is %object prototype.
Okay, so kind of makes sense. If it is whatever, like left side number, and then I do assign to it. And then the left side with the string, and I do assign to it. This isn't the correct result of potato plus ABC. That's clearly a potato ABC.
Passed as the argument 1, 1, 3, 1 number prototype constructor.
So whatever the result is, yeah.
%2 1, 1, 3, 2
So I can like edit the engine, I can run the mini test, the global mini test, which is this stuff. And I know if something broke or not. So I can like optimize it, or I was optimizing it, and then I go back to the real mode. Because I was running the program that it does, number crunching, I'll call it. And then if I mess something up, I'd be like, oh fuck. And then like I didn't know where it was or what it was. So if I do this, or whatever, I can run it between, test every possible fucking combination. And if it's good, then it means that the number crunching program will be perfecto. But if not, then it means I optimized something and it broke. And I could change it or put it back or unoptimize, whatever. So this toggle controls that. So I'm going to turn this toggle off now, because when this toggle's on, it's not calling the JavaScript engine, it's calling parts of the engine in pieces and testing various things. I don't know where to put an entry point. So turn this off, it's going to build the original whatever number crunching thing. And I'm hoping that it's going to build. If it doesn't build, I'm gonna have to take a break. I'll be having a little like panic attack, because I'm gonna have to like figure out why it's not building, and I'm gonna have to get it to build. And when I get it to build, I'm not gonna trust it until I check that it's building correctly. And I organize files and move them out of the folders for find and replace, because there's way too many files. If any folders are missing, I'm gonna have to put them back, and I'll have to figure out, I'll have to like parse more files. So I'm terrified of turning this toggle off. But I have to, because I don't have time to figure out the macros and pick an entry point, because it's not even, right now it's not calling the JavaScript engine. So I have to like set a bunch of stuff so it'll be ready to run the engine for me to put an entry point there. I don't have time to dig through all the macros and figure that out. So if I toggle this on, it's going to build, but I have this at top of all the files. So when it builds, it's going to throw this error. This file has not yet been updated to support a flat address space, 32 and 64-bit support. Use size C 60, 32-bit won't need to be tested for. Only use size C defines memory model is currently set up for 32-bit. Using this for the target build must update it to use the correct size C and separate the common size T register size things from the address space IST and the address arithmetic also before running this file. But it will work as 32-bit. It only needs to be renamed. It only needs to be renamed the size C and defines to support size C in a generic sense. So that's the message that will be thrown. It's very lengthy, but when I read this warning that I wrote just here, I know exactly what the warning is, and it's very clear and precise. There's no confusion, because right now I'm reading through the program, I'm like, the fuck does this mean? So I should have made things like this originally, just really long and spelled out and stuff. It doesn't matter if it's spelled correctly too. to, only that it can be deciphered as meaning something in the English language. So when I turn this toggle to off, it's going to stop running any test, and it's going to run the full JavaScript engine, and then I can figure out where to put the enter point, because I don't know which files are being included until I set this toggle off, because it's really difficult to read. There's a whole bunch of stuff. So when it builds whatever and I set this toggle, this stuff won't be included. I'm gonna have to like comment out these files, but I have to comment them out different. So like maybe like, I don't know, I gotta tag them. Like maybe like mini test. So I'll find all the ones like this, whatever currently. I'll replace them with mini test in front of it. And all the new ones that pop up when I set this toggle, I'll replace them with like full test.
402 support must not use those parameter positions for anything else.
And then I'll know which files are in the mini test and the full test, so I can go like Control-Shift-F to find in all files and find all the files related to the full test and the files related to the mini test. And to find the files related to both, I can do Control-F and find this part without this tag in front of it.
Steps when
So that's my plan. So I'm going to set this toggle and I'm going to hit build. And I'm really hoping it's gonna build and everything's gonna work. I'm gonna take a break and be back.
S to the code unit 0 times 002D hyphen minus b set x to x. If x equals 0, then let n be the string value consisting of p occurrences of the code unit 0 times 0030 digit 0, b let e 0 0, else let d and n be integers such that 10p1n 10pn for which n10e p plus 1 x is as close to 0 as possible. If there are two such sets of e and n, pick the e and n for which n10e p plus 1 is larger. B let n be the string value consisting of the digits of the decimal representation of n in order, with no leading zeros. See if e minus 6 or ep, then I assert e0 2. If p1, then let a be the first code unit of m. Let b be the other p1 code units of m. Set m to the string concatenation of a and b 3. If e 0, then let c be the code unit 0 times 002b plus sign. Note too, the output of to fixed may be more precise than to string for some values, because to string only prints enough significant digits to distinguish the number from adjacent number values. For example, ECMA International 2024 449 I've else assert E0 let C be the code unit 0 times 002D hyphen minus set E to E. V let D be the string value consisting of the digits of the decimal representation of E in order, with no leading zeros. V return the string concatenation of S M, the code unit 0 times 0065 Latin small letter e, c, and e1. If e equals p1, return the string concatenation of s and m2. If e0, then a set m to the string concatenation of the first e plus 1 code units of m, the code unit 0 times 002 e, full s top, and the remaining p, e plus 1, code units of m3. Else, a set m to the string concatenation of the code unit 0 times 0030, digit 0, the code unit 0 times 002 e, full stop, e plus 1, occurrences of the code unit 0 times 0030, digit 0, and the string m14. Return the string concatenation of s and m 1, 1, 3, 6 number prototype to string radix. This method performs the following steps when called. Let x be this number value, this value. If radix is undefined, let radix mv be 10, else let radix mv be to an integer or infinity. Radix. If radix mv is not in the inclusive interval from 2 to 36, throw a range error exception. Return number to string x radix mv. This method is not generic. It throws a type error exception if this value is not a number or a number object. Therefore, it cannot be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. The length property of this method is 1, 2, 1, 1, 3, 7 number prototype value of return. This number value, this value to 1, 1, 3, 7, 1 this number value, value. The abstract operation this number value takes argument value, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a number or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If value is a number, return value. If value is an object and value has an internal slot, then a let n be value. B assert n is a number. C return n. Throw a type error exception. 1, 1. 4 properties of number instances. Number instances are ordinary objects that inherit properties from the number prototype object. Number instances also have an internal slot. The internal slot is the number value represented by this number object. Note the optional radix should be an integral number value in the inclusive interval from 2 to 36. If radix is undefined, then 10 is used as the value of radix. 50. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. 21.2 Big Int objects. 1, 2, 1. The big int constructor. The big int constructor is %big int % is the initial value of the big int property of the global object. Performs a type conversion when called as a function rather than as a constructor. Is not intended to be used with the new operator or to be subclassed. It may be used as the value of an extends clause of a class definition, but a supercall to the big int constructor will cause an exception. 1, 2, 1. 1 big int value. This function performs the following steps when called. If new target is not undefined, throw a type error exception. Let prim be to primitive value number. If prim is a number, return number to big int prim. Otherwise, return to big int prim 1, 2, 1, 1. 1 number to big int number. The abstract operation number to big int takes argument number, a number, and returns either a normal completion containing a big int or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If this integral number is false, throw a range error exception. Return z, r, number. 1, 2. 2 properties of the big int constructor. The big int constructor has an internal slot whose value is %function prototype % has the following properties. 1, 2, 2. 1 big int is int bits bigint. This function performs the following steps when called. Set bits to int x bits. Set bigint to big int bigint. Let mod be r bigint modulo 2 bits. If mod 2 bits 1, return z mod 2 bits. Otherwise, return z mod 1, 2, 2. 2 big int is int bits bigint. This function performs the following steps when called. Set bits to int x bits. Set bigint to big int bigint. Return z r bigint modulo 2 bits. ECMA International 2024 451 21 2 2 3 big int prototype. The initial value of big int prototype is the big int prototype object. This property has the attributes false, false, false. 1, 2, 3 properties of the big int prototype object. The big int prototype object is %big int prototype % is an ordinary object. Is not a big int object. It does not have an internal slot. Has an internal slot whose value is %object prototype %. The phrase this big int value within the specification of a method refers to the result returned by calling the abstract operation this big int value with this value of the method invocation passed as the argument. 1, 2, 3. 1 big int prototype constructor. The initial value of big int prototype constructor is %big int %2 1, 2, 3. 2 big int prototype to locale string Reserved 1, Reserved 2, an ECMAScript implementation that includes the ECMA 402 internationalization API must implement this method as specified in the ECMA 402 specification. If an ECMAScript implementation does not include the ECMA 402 API, the following specification of this method is used. This method produces a string value that represents this big int value formatted according to the conventions of the host environment's current locale. This method is implementation defined, and it is permissible, but not encouraged, for it to return the same thing as to string. The meanings of the optional parameters to this method are defined in the ECMA 402 specification. Implementations that do not include ECMA 402 support must not use those parameter positions for anything else. 1, 2, 3. Begin prototype to string radix. This method performs the following steps when called. Let x be this begin value, this value. If radix is undefined, let radix mv be 10, else let radix mv be to integer or infinity, radix. If radix mv is not in the inclusive interval from 2 to 36, throw a range error exception. Return begint to string x, radix mv. This method is not generic. It throws a type error exception if this value is not a begint or a begint object. Therefore, it cannot be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. Begint prototype value of 1. Return this begin value, this value, 452. ECMA International 2024. Note the optional radix should be an integral number value in the inclusive interval from 2 to 36. If radix is undefined, then 10 is used as the value of radix. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. This big int value. The abstract operation this big int value takes argument value, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a big int or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If a value is a big int, return value. If value is an object and value has an internal slot, then A assert value is a big int. B return value. Throw a type error exception. 1, 2, 3, 5. Big int prototype. Add to string tag. The initial value of the add to string tag property is the string value begint. This property has the attributes false, true, 1, 2, 4 properties of begint instances. Begint instances are ordinary objects that inherit properties from the begint prototype object. Begint instances also have an internal slot. The internal slot is the begint value represented by this begint object. 1.3 The math object. The math object is %math%, is the initial value of the math property of the global object, is an ordinary object, has an internal slot whose value is %object prototype is not a function object, does not have an internal method. It cannot be used as a constructor with the new operator, does not have an internal method. It cannot be invoked as a function. Note in this specification, the phrase the number value for x has a technical meaning defined in 6, 1, 6, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1 value properties of the math object. 1, 3, 1, 1 math e, the number value for e, the base of the natural logarithms, which is approximately 2, 71828284590452354. This property has the attributes false, 1, 3, 1, 2 math ln 10, the number value for the natural logarithm of 10, which is approximately 2.302585092994046. This property has the attributes false, copyright sign, ECMA International 2024 453 21, 3, 1, 3 math ln 2, the number value for the natural logarithm of 2, which is approximately 0.69314718055999453.
This is a whole lot of work to like live stream this and have it all go potentially wrong. I'm really betting on the fact that
of the natural logarithms. This value is approximately 1.4426950408888963.
all in my small and large
The value for b, the ratio
test functions that I have right now. These aren't them, it's just an example. So like
false 1.
I have small and large test functions that I can run that are inside of when I set this toggle. They're not in the mini test mode. I have the numbers from them, so I know it's faster, like a lot faster. It's not just me remembering I have the numbers. Because I saved the log out. The comparison between two. So I also have these mini test functions.
1 3 1 9 math add to string tag. The initial value of the add to string tag property is the string value math. This property has the attributes false, false, true. Note the value of
So I have these speed tests.
value of math log 2e is approximately the reciprocal of the value of math ln2. Note the value of
And then I have these mini tests,
math sqrt2 54. Copyright sign.
which just validates that the outcome's correct.
Atten 2.
These ones, as they're talking about whatever go.
E x1 hippert log.
It takes a minute to run all these. There's a whole lot of combinations. It takes a lot longer, way longer than 1 minute for the browser to run these combinations. It takes the browser so long that I save the output from the browser once for the results that has to be, or like create, because I had to compare it to like the original. Like I ran the browser, I have a list of all the results, I had to cut paste for all to compare to make sure like my engine equates to the exact same thing. And it took so long for the browser to do this. And mine only takes a minute. That I'm not gonna ever run the browser. I'm gonna have to though. When I add the new types like big int and freaking symbols and there's another type. I don't know what it was. When I add the new types that were added to JavaScript, I'm gonna have to freaking remake this mini test. It's probably gonna take like 4 minutes to complete. It's probably gonna be like 4 times the outcomes with all the new types I gotta compare against. Because it's like, I have to add like a test for like big int type.
Estimated number value representing the result of the inverse cosine of var. N 1 3 2 3
I have to add a test for
the inverse
symbols or whatever.
called let n be to number.
So I have to add that for all the current types. But then I also have to make
Return an implementation
a test where it has big int symbols on the left hand side.
International 2024 455 21 3.
I think big N was like a number by N.
It is expressed in radians and is in the inclusive interval from BV
And I don't remember what symbol it was. Maybe it was like symbol.
called let n be to number x
Probably a string maybe.
0 or
I don't know. But
return an implementation approximated number value representing the result of the inverse sine of r, n, 1, 3, 2, 5 matheson, x. This function returns.
I'm going to be adding twice the number on the right hand side. I'm also going to be adding, I'm going to have to make new many tests for the left hand side is the new types. So this test might take like 4 minutes to complete. So this is faster in my JavaScript engine than the browser. I have a little speed test, whatever. They're faster too in the browser. I have the number crunching thing that's done when I flip the toggle. That's faster in the browser. So like, if all these happen to be faster, like a lot faster, then I am betting that
Estimated number value representing the result of the inverse tangent of r, n, 1, 3, 2, 7 matheson, x. This function returns.
I'm betting that if I run
Steps when called.
a crap code test,
0 or minus 0, return n if n, 1 or
where it does something like create an object in every iteration
return and implement.
and then assign to that object on every iteration,
Tangent of r.
and then do something like push nuts to the results. I guess it does save some of these every certain number of iterations. So what it should do though is it should
Two argument inverse tangent function that the argument named y be first and the argument named x be second.
pixel magma should be created outside and inside when it saves it.
Steps when called. Let an I be to number y, let an x be to number x if n is nan or an x is n, and
It should make an object only when it enters a loop to do a deep copy of a pixel magma.
return an implementation approximated number value representing 3
But then again, some of these keys, they won't be the same every time because it doesn't matter. This whole thing could be optimized. I don't even know what it does. It doesn't matter what it does, it's just to test it. But when I run a test like this, like crap code, I haven't run crap code, but if I run crap code, all this is true, that it's always faster, and the actual number crunching. So it should, like, certifiably, I know it's going to be faster, but it's impossible for, if I run this kind of code, for it to not be faster. But I don't know how much faster. Like, the difference. So I'm literally worried about nothing, because it's gonna be faster. There's no way it's not gonna be. I don't know why I'm so worried. I just don't want to, this is so much work. But once I run this, some crap code, I'll make some more crap code tests, some crappy code tests. And then I'll probably have to like optimize, not now, but after I add all new stuff to account for code that looks like this. If there's a drop in speed, because like it handles these things quickly, but they're very simple and they're written better, more precisely. So I don't know if this like has the same performance difference, and even if it's a crappy code, it doesn't seem to like make my engine run slower. It's like somewhat as performant as like code that's written precisely. Then I don't need to change anything. I don't know, that's what I want to find out. So first I'm gonna
Steps when called.
find all these. I'm gonna replace them with mini test. Drink some water. So I'm gonna find all these, whatever. Replace them with the mini test build in front of it. And I'm going to set the toggle to the opposite of whatever it is right now. And all the files that pop up as an error. Oh my god, it's going to take like 2 minutes to build each time. I need to start now how to stop stalling. So, this will take a while. So whenever these files pop up, I'm going to replace them with full test build. And then I'm going to build until I get all the files. And this no longer pops up because I'll be replacing it with this so it doesn't pop up as warning. And I can find the full test build files from the main test files. And then I'm going to have to hope that it's going to build correctly and run. And there's no files missing. If that's the case, I'm going to be extremely happy. And I was worried about nothing. And then I'll find the entry point. And then I can convert this whatever crap code and run a little speed test, and now I'm going to get back to making sure all the unsigned in, signed in, and have been replaced with the new size C type. And then this stuff will be done. I'm on day 3. And then 2 days, hopefully, I'm gonna convert all these files that are tagged in use, either the full test ones or the mini test, because now I'm going to be building this mode, so I have to update those files too. All these files, I'll update them from 32-bit to 64-bit. I don't want to deal with text editor ever. I'm going to have to at some point, so I'll put that off. But then I want to make a little demo with OpenGL to show that my engine is faster. I might just have to skip that because I don't have if statements. I can't find them. If I can find them, which I might be able to, because when I run the full test mode, there has to be an if somewhere, which is why I think that files are missing. But I don't know until I turn it on, so I'm going to turn it on. I'm going to figure stuff out, and hopefully I'll find out that everything's okay, and I'm not worried. for any reason over anything, and it was all just a waste of time to work. But I feel like I don't know. I think I like removed files from the folder and I should have kept them. So I'm gonna have to go to like an old backup. And it's not gonna be like up to date, so I'm gonna have to update it. And it's like a lot of work. So I'm gonna find that out right now, I guess. I'm gonna stop stalling. But then, after that, I'll be going through this beautiful standard. It's an amazing standard. So I'm gonna just whatever. So I'll get these first. I'll get the mini test. Then I'll get the full test by setting this toggle. And yeah.
32. If product 231, return product 232. Otherwise return product 13220 mathlog x. This function returns the natural logarithm of x. It performs the following steps when called. Let n be to number x. If n is either nan or plus, return n. If n is 1, return plus 0. If n is either plus 0 or minus 0, return. If n minus 0, return nan. Return an implementation approximated number value representing the result of the natural logarithm of r n 1 3 2 2 1 mathlog x. This function returns the natural logarithm of 1 plus.
So I'm gonna do.
Even when the value of x is close to 0, it performs the following steps when called. Note implementations should
Copy this. Control Shift.
Eve implementations when this
Paste.
Copyright sign ECMA International 2024 1. Let n be to number x. If n is one of nan plus 0 minus 0 or plus, return n. If n is minus 1, return. If n minus 1, return nan. Return an implementation approximated number value representing the result of the natural logarithm of 1 plus r n 1 3 2 2 2 mathlog 10 x. This function returns the base 10 logarithm of x. It performs the following steps when called. Let n be to number x. If n is either nan or plus.
No, place it with what I just pasted.
Return. If n minus 0, return nan. Return an implementation approximated number value representing the result of the base 10 logarithm of r.
But I'm gonna put just build in front of it.
To number x. If n is either nan or plus, return n. If n is 1, return plus 0. If n is either plus 0 or minus 0, return. If n minus 0, return nan. Return an implementation approximated number value representing the result O. F the base 2 logarithm of r n.
And then replace with some water.
Calls to number on each of
Water. Whisper, whisper. Cringe. Okay, it's across 125 files. And it's doing its thing. Save all.
highest. Set highest to number. Return highest. The length property of this function is 2. ECMA International 2024 461. Note the comparison of values to determine the largest value is done using the is less than algorithm, except that plus 0 is considered to be larger than minus 0. 2, 1, 3.
This computer is very slow. In modern software, isn't very optimal.
Args. Do a let n be. To number. Arg. Be append n to coerced. Let lowest be plus. For each element number of coerced. Do if number is nan. Return nan. Be if number is -0 and lowest is +0. Set lowest to -0. See if number. Lowest. Set lowest to number. Return lowest. The length property of this function is 2, 1, 3, 2, to 6 math pow. Base. Exponent. This function performs the following steps when called. Set base 2. To number. Base.
I'm gonna save it back up, just so I don't have to do that again. Well, that's great. I should have closed Visual Studio, dang it.
This function returns a number value with positive sign.
I'm really hoping that not closing Visual Studio didn't just fuck up a file.
Three, 2, 2, 8 math round. X. This function returns the number value that is closest to x and is integral. If
I'm gonna search for what I just replaced. It should say 125 found. Okay, it says 125 found, so I think it's okay.
following steps when called.
Save it back up.
0.5 and n plus 0, return +0. If n -0 and n -0.5, return.
These computers are really laggy now that I just saved a bunch of files, whatever.
Note 1 math round. 3.5 returns 4, but math round -3.5 returns -3. 462. ECMA International 2024. Note the comparison.
I'm gonna set that toggle on or off or whatever it is. I think off.
Note 2 the value of math round.
So I'll set the toggle off and then
X is -0 or X is less than +0.
all the files that
0.5 math round. X returns -0.
are like included now, unless they all have been.
Round. X.
We'll throw the warning message
X plus 0.
and then I'll replace them to not throw a warning.
5, 1, 3, 2, 29 math sign. X. This function returns the sign of X, indicating whether X is positive, negative, or 0. It performs the following steps when called. Let n be to number X if n is one of nan plus 0.
Oh, I'm really hoping it's gonna work.
Return -1. Return 1, 1, 3, 2, 3, 0 math. Radians. It performs the following.
I took stuff out of the code, like the assembly, I think a month or so ago, and some other things like to prepare, and I just assumed I'm well, if the mini test mode works, the full mode will be okay. With a little bit of doubt, I'm something could be broken, and I kind of worked my way up to right now, and I hope everything's good build. It's not good to procrastinate or not just do something that you should do because I don't know, I can't preach anything. It's impossible to not make a mistake, but I may have made a few. I'm really hoping that this will just fucking work. I'm tired of I just want to be done as fast as possible. This will just keep dragging out. So I should change the global toggle and click play, build, and run. and see what happens.
N plus 0 or minus 0, return n if n is either plus or. Return n, return an implementation approximated number value representing the result of the tangent of r. N 1, 3, 2, 3 for math tan h, x. This function returns the hyperbolic tangent of x. It performs the following steps when called. Let n be the number x if n is one of nan.
Found it. So I'm gonna... Oh my gosh, anxiety. Fuck. This doesn't work.
R N 1.
I'm gonna see the backup of maybe this titles that so you can find it easier.
Null digits. If x is already integral, the result is x. It performs the following steps when called. Let n be the number x if n is not finite or n is either plus 0 or minus.
And I will set it to 0. Please just work. Please work. Please fucking work. Alright, now I'm gonna click build. I'm gonna clean the solution first.
Abstract operations. The following abstract operations operate on time values, defined into 1, 4, 1, 1. Note that
I've been waiting months. It's like... Ah, my god. I'll be back.
is analogous to time measurement in POSIX, in particular sharing definition in terms of the proleptic Gregorian calendar, an epoch of midnight at the beginning of the 1st of January, 1970, UTC, and an accounting of every day as comprising exactly 86,400 seconds, each of which is 1,000 milliseconds long. An ECMAScript time value is a number, either a finite integral number representing an instant in time to millisecond precision or nan representing no specific instant. A time value that is a multiple of 24 times 60 times 1000 equals 86,400,000, that is 86,400,000 d for some integer d, represents the instant at the start of the UTC day that the value of math tan h, x, is the same as the value of, note, mathy xp, x, mathy xp, x, comma mathy xp, x plus mathy xp, x, 64. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, follows the epoch by d whole UTC days, preceding the epoch for negative d. Every other finite time value t is defined relative to the greatest preceding time value s that is such a multiple, and represents the instant that occurs within the same UTC day as s but follows it by t, s, milliseconds. Time values do not account for UTC leap seconds. There are no time values representing instants within positive leap seconds, and there are time values representing instants removed from the UTC timeline by negative leap seconds. However, the definition of time values nonetheless yields piecewise alignment with UTC, with discontinuities only at leap second boundaries and zero difference outside of leap seconds. A number can exactly represent all integers from -9, 007, 199, 254, 740, 992 to 9, 007, 199, 254, 740, 992, to 1, 1, 2, 8 and 2 1, 1, 2, 6. A time value supports a slightly smaller range of -8, 640, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000 to 8, 640, 000, 000, 000, 000 milliseconds. This yields a supported time value range of
I need to make a backup of the logout folder. Because if it screws up the folder, then I have to figure out what files to make to put in it. Because it uses the files from the folder as like the source, whatever stuff it runs. Okay, I thought about it. If I click build and it fucks up, I do have everything backed up now. So I feel like I can click build and whatever happens, I'll survive. Oh, I forgot to click build. Clean. Click this button now. I'm done installing. That's a lie though, where it says clean unsucceeded. It doesn't always work. It's bullshit. So
Time within day. T.
now I'm gonna click build. Build. Why do they?
The number of milliseconds since the start of the day in which T falls.
I don't know what the point is of having under build. They have build and they have rebuild. What's the point? What's the difference between build and then rebuild? Is there a difference? I don't know. I click rebuild when I click on the menu, but if I'm not clicking the menu, I click the shortcut. They don't have a shortcut for like build is Control Shift B, and then rebuild is there's no shortcut. So is just rebuild this redundant option that does the same thing. This is just to make people like feel better, like psychologically, like, oh, I'm rebuilding it, even though it's just building it. Like, what's the point in that button? I'll just pick this one, I guess. Not overthink it. And it's building, so let's see what it says. Oh, so far so good.
100B floor.
So far. Oh my god. It's gonna take like 2 minutes.
65 num years 1 plus num years 4. Num years 100 plus num years 400. 1. 4. 1. Y. Operation Y. An earns a time value. The time value of the following steps when called. 1. Return ms per day from year. Y. 1. 4. 1. 8 year from time. T. The abstract operation year from time takes argument t, a finite time value, and returns an integral number. It returns the year in which t falls. It performs the following steps when called. Return the largest integral number y, closest to plus, such that time from year, y, t, 1, 4, 1, 9 day within year. T. The abstract operation day within year takes argument t, a finite time value, and
I hate programming in C. can't really do anything till this is done. I can't really work ahead, and if I did, I can't hit save because it'll screw up the compiler. So I wait. And I wait. And I wait. And I wait. Oh, let's go further. Oh, it has errors, great. Oh, wait, maybe it doesn't. Sometimes it gets stuck, and then I can't type and log out because then they get stuck. I guess all the files were there. I was expecting it to like throw a warning. These files are missing.
4 specifies May, 5 specifies June, 6 specifies July, 7 specifies August, 8
Wait, why is it? Is there an issue with it?
corresponding to Thursday, the 1st of January, 1970. It performs the following steps when called. Let in leap year be in leap year. T. Let day within year be day within year. T. If day within year, 31, return +0. If day within year, 59 plus in leap year, return 1. If day within year,
Inside of one of the files it says
120 plus in leap year, return.
warning contains similar application. I might have to check that right now. And maybe it said that all the other builds, but I haven't ignored yet. Because I assumed it was okay. I'm gonna check that really quick.
Day within year, 304 plus in leap year, return 9. 3. If day within year, 334 plus in leap year, return 10. 4. Assert. Day within year, 365 plus in leap year. 5. Return 11. 1. 4. 1. 1 2 date from time. T. The abstract operation date from time takes argument T, a finite time value, and returns an integral number in the inclusive interval from 1 to 31. It returns the day of the month in which T falls. It performs the following steps when called. Let in leap year be in leap year. T. Let day within year be day within year. T. Let month be month from time. T. If a month is +0, return day within year +1. If a month is
12599.
return day within year 58. In leap year, if a month is 3, return day within year 89. In leap year, if a month is 4, return day within year 119. In leap year, if a month is 5, return day within year 150. In leap year, 0. If a month is 6, return day within year 180. In leap year, 1. If a month is 7, return day within year 211. In leap year, 2. If a month
There's a shortcut in Sublime to do this. I remember.
If a month is 9, return day within year 272. In leap year, 4. If a month is 10, return day within year 303. In leap year, 5. Assert. Month is 11. 6. Return day within year 333. In leap year, 1. 4. 1. 1 3-week day. T. The abstract operation weekday takes argument T, a finite time value, and returns an integral number in T, the inclusive interval from +0 to 6. Specifies Tuesday. 3 specifies Wednesday. 4 specifies Thursday. 5 specifies Friday. And 6 specifies Saturday. Note that weekday +0 equals 4, corresponding to Thursday.
What? Oh, here. See? This is why this compiler is absolute shit. Okay? I'm gonna rant. I'm gonna get back to what I was doing. I'm gonna ramble. I'm gonna rant. I'm gonna complain. This compiler is a piece of fucking shit.
It performs the following steps when called. Return.
It says here. Blah 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 blah. Warning. Single line comment contains line continuation character, which means there is a backslash at the end of the single line comment. And it says that is at line 2599. So now I can click on this, right? Because it's a visual, interactive development environment, an IDE. Okay, so it goes to there, but it's on the zoom tool, so, but it went to there. Because if I go up here, I click here, so I clicked on this line, whatever, I'm gonna click here, now it goes to 2599, right? So the problem is that the line continuation character and a single line comment here's, oh, it also highlights it here, 2599, this line, 2599, see here, it says there is a single line continuation. It says that this line, single line comment, contains line continuation. So a single line comment on this line here contains a single line continuation character. So where is the comment? Here's a single line comment on this line right here. But this, is that right there a continuation character? No. There is no continuation character on line 2599. The continuation character is on line 2598 and is after this single line comment. So the single line comment on 2598 contains a line continuation character. On line 2598, a single line comment contains a single, I'm so mixed up with my words, contains a line continuation comment on line 2598, not on line 2599. I hate this. So I will fix that, I guess. This compiler, this piece of shit. Seriously, it's just so bad. Okay, so like here, let's say like this, right? This is the issue, right? They're gonna give me, right, the fucking line number. It's not the correct line number. Technically speaking, you could say, well, technically, the new line continues after it because it's a continuation and it's not an error until it has occurred or whatever after that line. But technically speaking, it says on this line. Okay, technically, you could say that it's all the same line, that the line 2598 is the same as 2599 because this is a line continuation. Therefore, if the line continues, line 2598 is 2599 because line 2598 continues to 2599. But technically, that's still not true because that would mean 2599 is 2598. It wouldn't collapse to the last line. It would. I don't know why I'm just stalling. Okay, so this gives you like a line number of an error, but it's not accurate, but they give you a line number. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put an if inside of here. This is what I mean, like, the compiler, like, this has to be intentional. So I put if1, a preprocessor, f1, okay? I'm gonna hit save. So save, okay. So now, what it should do is say, oh, on line 2599, or it might say 260, or it might say 2603, it might say 2596. What it should do, I just created an error. This has no ending.
Zone database are still recommended to use YANA time zone database names as identifiers to represent time zones. 1, 4, 1, 2, 0, capital G, E, T, capital N, A, M, E.
Man, freaking. Where did it go? The window.
Capital E, P, O, C, H.
Okay, so. This is legit, whatever, it'll build. But without this ending here, it's an error because it doesn't have a closing. So when I run it, I'll save it again. Right? It's an error. It has no ending. So when it throws the error message in this log, it should be helpful and say, somewhere, one of these lines up here, it may not be accurate because we're dumb. We're fucking stupid. But somewhere in this fucking area, there's an issue. They should give me the line number, okay? So when I hit build, let's see what they do. This might take a minute or two to get to that point because it's building. I'm not really gonna care at this point. I'm kind of like all worked up and annoyed, but by 2 minutes I'm not gonna give a fuck. I'm already starting to not care about the point I was trying to make. This is stupid. Why am I wasting time on this point? Everyone knows Microsoft sucks. I shouldn't have to point it out. I don't know why I am.
Presents a number of nanoseconds since the epoch that corresponds to the given ISO 8600. Input represents a local time occurring more than once because of a negative time zone transition, for example when daylight saving time ends.
I'll wrap up my point after this. I have to like I'm just wasting time. I'm just wasting time. I can't cancel. It's been at least a minute. I can't bail out after it's built for a minute. It's like halfway there.
G, E.
Maybe I should stop complaining. It might be a problem. I can make no forward progress as I complain. Well, there we go. Okay, so it has an error. And, oh, look at this, watch. This is why. This is what I was bitching about. Okay, so you see how everything disappears, right? So first off, it failed to build right. But since it's a preprocessor if, they're like, you can't copy the logout. That's why I grabbed this logout earlier. I was like, oh shit, it might disappear. But it didn't. But this time it did. So I lost the whole build log. If I want to get it again, I'm gonna have to wait 2 minutes. But here's the error. Ready? Mismatched, if else, whatever, if and if pair. Okay. And it says continuation here, so it still found those two. So let's say, but these two, whatever, gave a line number, where is that? No, it doesn't. But look at how they treat this error. Okay, so I'm gonna click here, right? They should tell me it's on this line, it's on this line, it's somewhere over here, but instead they do this. I'm gonna double click. See how it's selected right here? Just like right here, whatever. So I'm gonna double click here to see where this error's at. Oh, it's on line 40,041. Huh. All the way at the end of the file. That is so useful. Instead of giving me, oh, the error is at somewhere around, or even between 259.94 to 2605. Okay? Instead of giving me some like heads up as to here's the potential issue, so you can fix the problem and get back to coding. Right? Instead of saying that they dump the log, I lost all the build log. They like compress it to like these unuseful messages, and then when I click on them, when I click here, they still find the line, even though it's wrong. They find the line close to it. When I click on this one, now it's not doing it.
0, 0, 0 would return an empty list. 1, 4, 1, 2, 1.
Did it find where there's at?
Capital.
It didn't find it. When I click on it. Okay, so it's not even. I hate this shit. It's not even predictable if it's gonna do it. But it's supposed to jump down to the bottom, like it did earlier the first time I clicked it. That's not helpful. How the fuck do I find where this error is at if they give you no clue? So, in summary, this compiler is a piece of shit. Alright, I'm done complaining for now. I'm gonna get rid of the line continuation character, whatever, and line kind of needs to be there. Doing like an escape sequence, whatever. I don't think it's an issue. I'll just do something to deal with it. After I undo the if.
N-O-S.
I should have clicked build. Why the fuck did I not build it? I gotta wait 2 minutes. Fuck. I should have hit build like 4 minutes ago. After it was done, I should have clicked build anyways.
That values may be positive or negative. 1, 4, 1, 2 time zone identifier record. A time zone identifier record is a record used to describe an available named time zone identifier and its corresponding primary time zone identifier. Time zone identifier records have the fields listed in Table 61. Table 61. Time zone identifier record fields. Note if is a primary time zone identifier. Then is field name, value, meaning, identifier, a string, an available named time zone identifier that is supported by the implementation. Primary identifier, a string, the primary time zone identifier that resolves to 470. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, 214123, capital A, V, A, I, L, A, B, L, E, capital N, A, M, E, D, capital T, I, M, E, capital Z, O.
I'm confused. Is it brace a line continuation character? Because there's like, oh my god, I hate
I, D, E, N, T, I, F, I, takes no arguments and returns a list of time zone identifier records. Its result describes all available named time zone identifiers in this implementation, as well as the primary time zone identifier corresponding to each available named time zone identifier. The list is ordered according to the field of each time zone identifier record. Time zone aware implementations, including all implementations that implement the ECMA 402 internationalization API, must implement the capital A, V, A, I, L, A, B, L, E, capital N, A, M, E, D, capital T, I, M, E, capital Z, O, N, E, capital I, D, E, N, T, I, F, I. Abstract operation is specified in the ECMA 402 specification. For implementations that are not time zone aware, capital A, V, A, I, L, A, B, L, E, capital N, A, M, E, D, capital T, I, M, E, capital Z, O, N, E, capital I, D, E, N, T, I, F, I, performs the following steps when called. If the implementation does not include local political rules for any time zones, then return the time zone identifier record. UTC, UTC. Let identifiers be the list of unique available named time zone identifiers. Sort identifiers into the same order as if an array of the same values had been sorted using array prototype sort % with undefined as compare F and let result be a new empty list. For each element identifier of identifiers, do a let primary be identifier, b if identifier is a non-primary time zone identifier in this implementation and identifier is not UTC, then I set primary to the primary time zone identifier associated.
Oh my god, is it not possible to...
May need to resolve identifier iteratively to obtain the primary time zone identifier. See let record be the time zone identifier. ChatGPT, JS Fiddle. Code Playground. Do any JS func run automatically? Google's, you're right to wonder. It's just a comment. So why does MSVC complain? The issue is that in C, not C++, the preprocessor runs before comments are stripped, and line continuation, at the end of a line, is processed before comments are removed. That means as long as there's anything even a space or character, After the backslash, it's not treated as a line continuation.
Okay, never mind. I'll just put a space after it. I thought it might still throw a warning because you treat the single line comments differently than macros. I don't know, the whole syntax is stupid.
Six. Let time be make time, hour from time, t, min from time, t.
So I'll put a space after it. Those two spots, whatever.
Four. 3-2 date prototype set UTC minutes, min, sec, is. This method performs the following steps when called. Let date object be this value. Perform. Require internal slot. Date object. Let t be date object. Let m be to number, min if sec is present. Let s be to number, sec if ms is present. Let milli be to number, ms if t is nan. Return nan if sec is not present. Let s be sec from time. T if ms is not present. Let milli be ms from time. T 0. Let date be make date. Day. T. Make time. Hour from time. T. M. S. Milli. 1. Let v be time clip. Date. 2. Set date object to v. 3.
Let's put a space after all of them.
Month. Date. This method performs the following steps when called. Let date object be this value. Perform. Require internal slot. Date object. Let t be date object. Let m be to number, month if date is present. Let dt be to number, date if t is nan. Return nan if date is not present. Let dt be date from time. T. Let new date be make date. Make day. Year from time. T. M. dt. Time within day. T. Let v be time clip. New date. 0. Set date object to v. 1. Return v. The length property of this method is 2, 1, 4.
And now I should go ahead and build. And it should build.
Steps when called. Let
I feel like something's missing. I don't know. Might not even. Maybe if I was supposed to include it's like not even there. So it won't even like run what it's supposed to. I don't know, something's off.
you return by get UTC millis.
At least now there won't be any errors. I hope it wasn't.
If date is not present, this method behaves as if date was present with the value get.
Just treating the other thing. It all ran before. I don't know. Maybe grab the next line as a comment, but it didn't seem to. I don't think the old compiler threw that warning. 2019 or 2015.
T.
Oh, 2 minutes is a long time to build.
Typed isostring. This method performs the following steps when called. Let date object be this value. Perform. Require internal slot. Date object. Let TV be date object if TV is not finite. Throw a range error exception if TV corresponds with year that cannot be represented in the date time string format. Throw a range error exception. Return a string representation of TV in the date time string format on the UTC timescale, including all format elements in the UTC offset representation Z14437 date prototype to JSON key. This method provides a string representation of a date for use by JSON string if I2552. It performs the following steps when called. Let O be to object this value. Let TV be to primitive O number. If TV is a number and TV is not finite, return null. Return invoke O to isostring. Note 1. The argument is ignored. Note if ms is not present. This method behaves as if ms was present with the value get UTC milliseconds. Note 2. This method is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a date. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. However, it does require that any such object have a toIsoString method. ECMA International 2024 489 2144438 date prototype to locale date string. Reserved 1. Reserved 2. An ECMAScript implementation that includes the ECMA 402 internationalization API must implement this method as specified in the ECMA 402 specification. If an ECMAScript implementation does not include the ECMA 402 API, the following specification of this method is used. This method returns a string value. The contents of the string are implementation defined, but are intended to represent the date portion of the date in the current time zone in a convenient, human, readable form that corresponds to the conventions of the host.
When there's no error, it doesn't say run building project. At the end here. So I don't know why you would show that only when there's an error present. But it looks the same. I hope that wasn't a bug that was happening and I never noticed it. That's what I hope.
The contents of the string are implementation defined, but are intended to represent the date in the current time zone.
This is like when you log out and just copy it again. Save copy.
Method are defined in the ECMA 402 specification. Implementations that do not include ECMA 402 support must not use those parameter positions for anything else. 14440 date prototype to locale time string. Reserved 1. Reserved 2. An ECMAScript implementation that includes the ECMA 402 internationalization API must implement this method as specified in the ECMA 402 specification. If an ECMAScript implementation does not include the ECMA 402 API, the following specification of this method is used. This method returns.
I have a note of that I did that. I fixed that. As if I make a bug by fixing a bug. If that was a bug, I could see it possibly being a bug. But I don't know. Until I look at it. I could put it back to what it was already. To make the bug again. Whatever.
Support must.
Should I build? Run.
Object. Let TV be date object. Return to date string.
I think it's doing something.
1 for any date d such that d is evenly divisible by 1000. The result of date parse d to string equals d value of C21 4 3.
This fucking zoom tool, for fuck's sake. I think it's computing. But there's no logout. Oh, it started.
Takes argument TV, a number, but not nan, and returns a string. It performs the following steps when called. Let hour be to 0 padded decimal string r. Hour from time, TV. 2. Let minute be to 0 padded decimal string.
I think there's another test mode on. This isn't the right build. I'm gonna have to like check the rest of the headers. I'll just let it finish whatever it's doing. I think I took the file out that's supposed to be running. I'm gonna have to go to backup from Windows 7.
Names of days of the week. Number, name, 0, sun, mon, Tuesday. JAL copyright sign. ECMA International 2024, 91. Table 64. Names of months of the year. Continued. Number, name, August.
I think it's just logging random things while it's running what it's supposed to be doing. Because I have a debug toggles on, so it's a debugging.
Capital N, A, I, M, E.
It's taking a while.
S, E, T, capital N, A, N, O, S, E, C, O, System Time Zone Identifier, Z, R, TV, 106. Let offset be truncate. Offset ends 106. If offset is +0 or offset +0, then a let offset sign be plus. B let abs offset be offset. Else A B let the let offset sign be dart. Let abs offset be offset. Offset min be to 0 padded decimal string R. Min from time. Abs offset. 2. Offset hour be to 0 padded decimal string R. Hour from time. Abs offset. 2. TZ name be an implementation defined string that is either the empty string or the string concatenation of code unit 0 times 0020 space the code unit 0 times 0028 left parenthesis an implementation defined times own name and the code unit 0 times 0029 right parenthesis 0 return the string concatenation of offset sign offset hour offset min and TZ name 1 4 4 4 1 4 to date string TV. The abstract operation to date string takes argument TV, an integral number or nan, and returns a string. It performs the following steps when called. If TV is nan, return invalid date. Let T be local time. TV, return the string concatenation of date string T, the code unit 0 times 0020 space time string T and time zone string TV 1 4 4 for to date prototype to time string. This method performs the following steps when called. Let date object be the this value. Perform. Require internal slot. Date object. Let TV be date object. If TV is nan, return invalid date. Let T be local time. TV, return the string concatenation of time string, T, and time.
Shit. I may have had a bug. And how long is this going to take to finish?
When called, let date object be the this value. Perform. Require internal slot. Date object. Let TV be date object. If TV is nan, return invalid date. Let weekday be the name of the entry in table 63 with the number weekday. TV. Let month be the name of the entry in table 64 with the number month from time. TV. Let day be to 0 padded decimal string. R. Date from time. TV. 2. Let it be year from time. TV, if is plus 0 or if plus 0.
I don't think I had a bug though, because I was using these as like I was populating the table, a table of characters beforehand, so they existed. So if they're found later, they don't have to be put to the table. So I picked like all the most common whatever, like the letters, numbers, and whatever, put them in there so that I could like access them by the name I gave it, like char/lb/slb_. I didn't use char/slb_ by that name. So, because if I did, it wouldn't show up in the table, and the compiler would have caught it. When it was running. But the program would be undefined. If it's undefined, it would have caught it though, because so I wasn't using the / or the backslash.
Type object. Date instance is also the time value represents.
So they weren't part of the table. So I don't think it was an issue. It just means that whenever it encountered a backslash, or actually a line after it, brace, and backslash, it means that they weren't it's water. It means they weren't in the table. So I'd make a character in the table if it's stored as het, but it just wouldn't have that name that I picked for it. I have whatever name it has when it's internally saved. It's taking way too long. I need to set more toggles to enable the optimized code. I think this is with paging, but the disk activity is like 1%. It's doing disk activity, but it's very, very slow.
Number of arguments which form the rest parameter code points. It performs the following steps when called. National 2024. A let next CPB. To number, next, B if is integral number. Next CP is false. Throw a range error exception. CFR. Next CP 0 or R. Next CP 0 times 10FF. Throw a range error exception. D set result to the string concatenation of result and UTF-16 encode code point. R. Next CP assert. If code points is empty, then result is the empty string. Return result. The length property of this function is 1, 2, 1, 2, 3 string prototype. The initial value of string prototype is the string prototype object. This property has the attributes false, 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 2, 1, 2, for string raw, template, substitutions. This function may be called with a variable number of arguments. The first argument is template and the remainder of the arguments form the list substitutions. It performs the following steps when called. Let substitution count be the number of elements in substitutions. Let cooks be to object, template. Let literals be to object, get, cooked, raw. Let literal count be length of array like literals. If literal count 0, return the empty string. Let R be the empty string. Let next index be 0. Repeat. Let next literal val be get literals to string next index b. Let next literal be to string next literal val. C set R to the string concatenation of R and next literal. D if next index plus 1 equals literal count, return R. E if next int x substitution count, then I let next sub val be substitutions next index 2. Let next sub be to string next sub val 3. Set R to the string concatenation of R and next sub f. Set next index to next index plus 1, 2, 1. 3 properties of the string prototype object. The string prototype object is %string pro.
I'm pretty sure it's running test code, not what it's supposed to be, or I thought it would, because inside the logout I have this is another thing, test string, and I'm so tired of having to program and this stupid ass shit. So this showing up in the logout as it builds. I'm pretty sure that this is a test build. It's not what I thought I was supposed to be doing. So I think I'm gonna cancel it. And I will, oh my god, freaking lag, so lag. So since it's some kind of test build,
Okay len, return undefined. Return the substring of s from k to k plus 1, 2, 1, 3, 2 string prototype chart. Pose. This method performs the following steps when called. Let O be require object coercible. This value. Let s be to string O. Let position be to an integer or infinity. Pose. Let size be the position 0 or position size. Return the empty string. Return the substring of s from position to position plus 1, 2, 1, 3, 3 string prototype char code it. Pose. This method performs the following steps when called. Let O be Require object coercible. This value let s be. To string o, let position be. To an integer or infinity. Pose let size be the length of s. If position 0 or position size. Return none. Return the number value for the numeric value of the code unit at index position within the string s. Note 1. This method returns a single element string containing the code unit at index pose within the string value resulting from converting this object to a string. If there is no element at that index, the result is the empty string. The result is a string value, not a string object. If pose is an integral number, then the result of x
13 plus 1107 does not equal 21. This is object 13 plus object. I don't know. It's not math though.
code unit at index pose with
I'm not sure what it's logging. It's something related to debug. I'm gonna have to like decipher all this shit. I can't wait for this to build. I'm gonna like save the log out.
require object coercible. This value let position be to an integer or infinity. Pose let size be the length of s. If position 0 or position size. Return undefined. Let CP be code point at s. Position return CP 2 1 3 5 string prototype concat args. This method performs the following steps when called. Let o be. Require object coercible. This value let s be. To string o let r be each for each element next of args. Do a let next string be. To string next be set after the string concatenation of r and next string. Return r. The length property of this method is 1 2 1 3 6 string prototype constructor. The initial value of string prototype constructor is %string %2 1 3 7 string prototype ends with search string end position. This method performs the following steps when called. Let o be. Require object coercible. This value let s be. To string o let is regexp be. Is regexp search string. If is regexp is true, throw a type error exception. Note 1. This method returns a non-negative integral number less than or equal to 0 times 10ff. That is the numeric value of the UTF-16 encoded code point 6 1 4. Starting at the string element at index pose within the string resulting from converting this object to a string. If there is no element at that index, the result is undefined. If a valid UTF-16 surrogate pair does not begin at pose, the result is the code unit at pose. Note 2. This method is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. Note 1. When this method is called, it returns the string value consisting of the code units of this value, converted to a string, followed by the code units of each of the arguments converted to a string. The result is a string value, not a string object. Note 2. This method is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. ECMA International 2024 497 5. Let search str be. To string search string. Let len be the length of s. If end position is undefined, let pose be len, else let pose be. To an integer or infinity, end position. Let n be the result of clamping pose between 0 and len. Let search length be the length of search str 0. If search length equals 0, return true 1. Let start be end search length 2. If start 0, return false 3. Let substring be the substring of s from start to end 4. If substring is search str, return true 5. Return false Note 1. This method returns true if the sequence of code units of search string converted to a string is the same as the corresponding code units of this object, converted to a string, starting at end position, length. Otherwise it returns false. Note 2. Throwing an exception if the first argument is a regexp is specified in order to allow future additions to define extensions th. Allow such argument values. Note 3. This method is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. 2, 1, 3, 8 string prototype includes search string, position. This method performs the following steps when called. Let O be. Require object coercible. This value. Let S be. To string.
I have a PROLOGUE mode, paging mode, paging outburst, page I use myself, page all, page and cache.
Search str.
I need to figure out what debug stuff is on and which build mode, whatever. Because I think I have it set up to use all the new stuff with debug on and paging. So I need to read through this stuff and figure it out.
Let start be the result of clamping pose.
I'm gonna have to get it back up and compare it.
String prototype is well formed. This method performs the following steps when called. Let O be. Require object coercible. This value. Let S be. To string. O. Return is string well formed Unicode. S. 2, 1, 3. 1 string prototype last index of search string position. This method performs the following steps when called. Let O be. Require object coercible. This value. Let S be. To string. O. Let search str be. To string. Search string. Let numpose be. To number. Position. Assert. If position is undefined, then numpose is nan. If numpose is nan, let pose be plus. Otherwise, let pose be to an integer or infinity. Numpose. Let len be the length of s. Let search len be the length of search str. Let start be the result of clamping pose between 0 and len.
I'm gonna double check.
String. Return. Start. 1. For each integer I such that 0 I start.
Possible things that could have been omitted because of line ending that didn't make an issue. Hit Control F.
Object to a string.
Search for that string.
Then the smallest such index is returned. Otherwise, -1 is returned. If position is undefined, plus.
So it only exists in this file, whatever. Well, the one file where it's defined. Then later on it's defined to this.
description is undefined. The length of the string value is assumed, so as to search all of the string. Note 2: this method is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. ECMA International.
Nothing is defined to, it's defined to, and then it's defined again to something else. Oh my god, I really hope nothing is this.
Nationalization API must implement this method as specified in the ECMA 402 specification. If an
Nothing's defined to that. Okay, good.
rather than nan represent
So the other one is this one.
this value, converted to a string s, with that, can correspond with a sort order of string values according to conventions of the host environment's current locale, and will be negative when s is ordered before that value, positive when s is ordered after that value, and 0 in of ordering between s and that value. Before performing the comparisons, this method performs the following steps to prepare the strings. Let O be. Require object coercible. This value. Let S be.
Nothing's defined to that either. Okay, so nothing. I wasn't using the things that potentially have been omitted from the build because of the line ending. So I fixed it, and it shouldn't have made any bugs because they weren't being used. Now that they're used and they exist in the table, there still shouldn't be any bugs. It just means they're in the table later if they happen to be added to the table.
Type sort because the latter requires a function of 2 arguments. 00, copyright sign, ECMA International 2000.
So I'm going to save it back up. I'm going to think, because I think it's because it's logging debug stuff,
The host environment's currently
but it shouldn't be stalling that long between log and printing.
canonical equivalence according to the Unicode standard. For example, the following comparisons must all return +0.
Og Angstrom Sing versus
A ring Latin capital letter A plus combining ring above U212B dot local compare. A U
Somewhere in the notes here it said
sign versus Greek letter omega.
Kefale Omega.
Greek capital letter omega U2126 dot local compare.
house over here.
Dot below and dot above versus Latin small letter s plus combining dot above plus combining dot below U1E69 dot local compare. SU030.
Okay, even with paging, it should have taken it should have been completed. In a reasonable time while I was sitting there waiting for it to complete. I don't want to say how long, but not that long. With paging on, which it has on right now. That was way too long. Something's like an equal. This should be off.
.org /tr10 / recommend should not on compatibility equivalence or compatibility decompositions as defined in the object. Other kinds of objects. 2. Type match.
I need to make a new file and move define grids that control the build, like this movie toggle. I need to move all those to a new file that's separate. Make a copy of it, include that file, and then only change that file so I can go back and forth between what was set and what I'm trying to set to adjust the build. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna try to figure out what's enabled, why it's not the right build mode, or what I thought it would be. So say the backup, close everything, it's just a compiler. Now I'll try to do this out. Because what was it doing, whatever, it has to complete that to get down to the end. So we can do this test function. I just need to find the entry point. But if it's gonna build with debug stuff, it's not gonna be at the right speed. It's gonna be very slow. So I really have to turn off the debug stuff so it builds, because otherwise I'm testing with debug, which is clearly very slow. So I have to turn off debug, get it building without that, so then when I run out, crap code test thing, the debug will be off, so it's like the speed that it is, or I'll know how fast it is, which is the whole point of doing this. I'm gonna go think I have to possibly find another hard drive. I just want to do one thing. I'm not gonna like mess with the build. So I'll be back.
String end 02 ECMA International 2024. Note 1: this method is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use.
This is real time programming. This is what it's like to program. It's very, very exciting. So much fun. It's really not. I kind of want to die. Not really though. So I don't know, I'm gonna save it back up. I gotta think. I have to find another hard drive too. Plug that in and copy stuff. So I'll get to that in the bag.
Either a normal completion containing a string or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let S be to string O. Let int max length be R. To length max length. Let string length be the length of S. If int max length string length Return S if fill string is undefined. Set fill string to the string value cons. I think solely of the code unit 0 times 0020 space else. Set fill string to string. Fill string. Return string pad. S. Int max length. Fill string. Placement. 2, 1, 3, 1, 7. 2 string pad. S. Max length. Fill string. Placement. The abstract operation string pad takes arguments s, a string, max length, a non-negative integer, fill string, a string, and placement, start or end, and returns a string. It performs the following steps when called. Let string length be the length of s if max length string length. Return s if fill string is the empty string. Return s. Let fill len be max length. String length. Let truncated string filler be the string value consisting of repeated concatenations of fill string truncated to length fill len. If placement is start, return the string concatenation of truncated string filler and s. Else, return the string concatenation of s and truncated string filler. Note 1. The argument max length will be clamped such that it can be no smaller than the length of s. Note 2. The argument fill string defaults to the string value consisting of the code unit 0 times 0020 space 22, 1, 3, 1, 7, 3 to 0 padded decimal string, n, min length. The abstract operation to 0 padded decimal string takes arguments n, a non-negative integer, and min length, a non-negative integer, and returns a string. It performs the following steps when called. Let s be the string representation of n, formatted as a decimal number. Return string pad, s, min length, 0, start, 2, 1, 3, 1, 8 string prototype repeat. Count. This method performs the following steps when called. Let o be. Require object coercible. This value. Let s be. To string. O. Let n be. To integer or infinity. Count. If n, 0 or n equals plus. Throw a range error exception. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024 503. 5. If n equals 0, return the empty string. Return the string value that is made from n copies of s appended together. 2, 1, 3, 1, 9 string prototype replace. Search value. Replace value. This method performs the following steps when called. Let o be. Require object coercible. This value. If search value is neither undefined nor null, then a let replace be. Get method. Search value. Add at replace b if replacer is not undefined. Then I return. Call. Replacer. Search value. O. Replace value. Let string be. To string. O. Let search string be. To string. Search value. Let functional replace be as callable. Replace value. If functional replace is false, then a set replace value to string. Replace value. Let search length be the length of search string. Let position be string index of string. Search string 0. If position equals -1, return string 0. Let preceding be the substring of string from 0 to position 1. Let following be the substring of string from position plus search length 2. If functional replace is true, then a let replacement be to string. Call. Replace value. Undefined. Search string. Position. String 3. Else a assert replace value is a string. B let captures be a new empty list. C let replacement be. Get substitution. Search string. String. Position. Captures. Undefined. Replace value 4. Return the string concatenation of preceding, replacement, and following. 2, 1, 3, 1, 9, 1 get substitution, matched, str, position, captures, named captures, replacement template. The abstract operation get substitution takes arguments matched, a string, str, a string, position, a non-negative integer, captures, a list of either strings or undefined, named captures, an object or undefined, and replacement template, a string, and returns either a normal completion containing a string or a throw completion. For the purposes of this abstract operation, a decimal digit is a code unit in the inclusive interval from 0 times 0030, digit 0, to 0 times 0039, digit 9. It performs the following steps when called. Let string length be the length of str. Assert. Position string length. Let result be the empty string. Let template remainder be replacement template. Repeat. Whilst template remainder is not the empty string. 504 ECMA International 2024. Note 1. This method creates the string value consisting of the code units of the this value, converted to string, repeated count times. Note 2. This method is intentionally generic. It does not require that its this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. Note this method is intentionally generic. It does not require that its this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. AB. Note, the following steps isolate ref, a prefix of template remainder, determine ref replacement, its replacement, and then append that replacement to result. If template remainder starts with $$, then I let ref be $2. Let ref replacement be $, see else if template remainder starts with $, then I let ref be $2. Let ref replacement be the substring of str from 0 to position, else if template remainder starts with $, and then I let ref be $, and 2. Let ref replacement be matched, else if template remainder starts with $, 0 times 0024, $, followed by 0 times 0027, apostrophe, then I let ref be $2. Let match length be the length of matched. 3. Let tail pose be position plus match length. 5. Let ref replacement be the substring of str from min, tail pose, string length. V-note. Tail pose can exceed string length only if this abstract operation was invoked by a call to the intrinsic at replace method of %regexp prototype % on an object whose exec property is not the intrinsic %regexp prototype exec %. If else if template remainder starts with $, followed by one or more decimal digits. Then, if template remainder starts with $, followed by 2 or more decimal digits. Let digit count be 2. Otherwise, let digit count be 1, 2. Let digits be the substring of template remainder from 1 to 1 plus digit count. 3. Let index be r, string to number, digits. 5. Assert. 0 index 99. V. Let capture len be the number of elements in captures. V. If int x, capture len and digit count equals 2, then 3, 4, 7. Let 8. If 1, 1. Note, when a 2-digit replacement pattern specifies an index exceeding the count of capturing groups, it is treated as a 1-digit replacement pattern followed by a literal digit. Set digit count to 1. Set digits to the substring of digits from 0 to 1. Set index to r, string to number, digits. Ref be the substring of template remainder from 0 to 1 plus digit count index capture len. Then, let capture be captures, index 1. If capture is undefined, then a let ref replacement be the empty string. Else a let ref replacement be capture 9. Else let ref replacement be ref g. Else if template remainder starts with $, then I let gt pose be string index of template remainder 0, 2. If gt pose equals -1 or named captures is undefined, then let ref be $, let ref replacement be ref 3. Else, let ref be the substring of template remainder from 0 to gt pose plus 1. Let group name be the substring of template remainder from 2 to gt pose. Assert. Named captures as an object. Let capture be get named captures group name. If capture is undefined, then a let ref replacement be the empty string 6. Else I let a let ref replacement be to string capture. Ref be the substring of template remainder from 0 to 1. Ref replacement be ref. K set result to the string concatenation of result and ref replacement. Return result. 2. Let ref length be the length of ref. J set template remainder to the substring of template remainder from ref length. ECMA International 2024 505 22 1 3 20 string prototype replace all search value replace value. This method performs the following steps when called. Let ob require object coercible. This value, if search value is neither undefined nor null, then a let is regexpb. is regexp, search value b. If is regexp is true, then I let flags be. Get search value flags 2. Perform require object coercible flags 3. If toString flags does not contain G, throw a type error exception. C. Let replace B. Get method search value at replace D. If replacer is not undefined, then I return call replacer search value O. Replace value let string B. toString O. Let search string B. toString search value let functional replace B is callable. Replace value if functional replace is false, then A. Set replace value 2. toString replace value let search length be the length of search string. Let advance by B max 1. Search length let match positions be a new empty list 0. Let position be string index of string search string 0 1. Repeat while position -1 A. Append position to match positions. B. Set position to string index of string search string position plus advance by 2. Let end of last match be 0 3. Let result be the empty string 4. For each element P of matched positions, do a let preserve be the substring of string from end of last match to P. B. If functional replace is true, then I let replacement be toString call replace value undefined search string P string C. Else I assert replace value is a string 2. Let captures be a new empty list 3. Let replacement be get substitution search string P captures undefined replace value D. Set result to the string concatenation of result preserved and replacement E. Set end of last match to P plus search length 5. If end of last match the length of string, then a set result to the string concatenation of result in the substring of string from end of last match 6. Return result 2 1 3 2 1 string prototype search rejects. This method performs the following steps when called. Let O be require object coercible this value. If rejects is neither undefined nor null, then a let searcher be get method rejects at search B. If searcher is not undefined, then I return call searcher rejects O. Let string B toString O. Let rx be regexp create rejects undefined return invoke rx at search string 506 ECMA International 2024. Note this method is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. 221322 string prototype slice start end. This method returns a substring of the result of converting this object to a string, starting from index start and running to, but not including, index end, or through the end of the string if end is undefined. If start is negative, it is treated as source length plus start where source length is the length of the string. If end is negative, it is treated as source length plus end where source length is the length of the string. The result is a string value, not a string object. It performs the following steps when called. Let O be require object coercible this value. Let S be toString O. Let len be the length of S. Let int start be to an integer or infinity start. If int start equals, let from B 0, else if int start 0, let from B max, len plus int start 0, else let from B min, int start len. If end is undefined, let int end be len, else let int end be to an integer or infinity end. If int end equals, let to be 0, 0, else if int end 0, let to be max, len plus int end 0, 1, else let to be min, int end len 2. If from 2, return the empty string 3. Return the substring of s from to 2, 2, 1, 3, 2 3 string prototype split separator limit. This method returns an array into which substrings of the result of converting this object to a string have been stored. The substrings are determined by searching from left to right for occurrences of separator. These occurrences are not part of any string in the returned array, y, but serve to divide up the string value. The value of separator may be a string of any length, or it may be an object, such as a regexp, that has a @split method. It performs the following steps when called. Let O be. Require object coercible. This value, if separator is neither undefined nor null, then a let split be. Get method. Separator. @split b. If splitter is not undefined, then I return. Call. Splitter. Separator. O. Limit. Let S be. To string. O. If limit is undefined, let lim be 232.1, else let lim be R. 232. Limit. Let R be. To string. Separator. If lim equals 0, then a return create array from list 7. If separator is undefined, then a return create array from list S. Let separator length be the length of R. If separator length equals 0, then a let head be the substring of S from 0 to lim. B. Let code units be a list consisting of the sequence of code units that are the elements of head. C. Return create array from list code units 0. If S is the empty string, return create array from list S1. Let substrings be a new empty list 2. Let I be 0. 3. Let J be string index of S R 0. 4. Repeat. While J-1, a let T be the substring of S from I to J. Note this method is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. ECMA International 2024 507. B. Append T to substrings. See if the number of elements in substrings is lim. Return create array from list substrings D. Set I to J plus separator length. E. Set J to string index of S R I 5. Let T be the substring of S from I 6. Append T to substrings 7. Return create array from list substrings. Note 1. The value of separator may be an empty string. In this case, separator does not match the empty substring at the beginning or end of the input string, nor does it match the empty substring at the end of the previous separator match. If separator is the empty string, the string is split up into individual code unit elements. The length of the result array equals the length of the string, and each substring contains one code unit. If this value is, or converts to, the empty string, the result depends on whether separator can match the empty string. If it can, the result array contains no elements. Otherwise, the result array contains one element, which is the empty string. If separator is undefined, then the result array contains just one string, which is this value, converted to a string. If limit is not undefined, then the output array is truncated so that it contains no more than limit elements. Note 2. This method is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. 2. 1. 3. 2. 4. String prototype starts with search string position. This method performs the following steps when called. Let O be. Require object coercible. This value. Let S be. To string O. Let is regexp be. Is regexp search string. If is regexp is true, throw a type error exception. Let search str be. To string search string. Let len be the length of S. If position is undefined, let pose be 0, else let pose be to an integer or infinity. Position. Let start be the result of clamping pose between 0 and len. Let search length be the length of search str 0. If search length equals 0, return true 1. Let end be start plus search length 2. If end len, return false 3. Let substring be the substring of S from start to end 4. If substring is search str, return true 5. Return false. Note 1. This method returns true if the sequence of code units of search string converted to a string is the same as the corresponding code units of this object, converted to a string, starting at index position. Otherwise it returns false. 508. ECMA International 2024. Note 2. Throwing an exception if the first argument is a regexp is specified in order to allow future additions to define extensions that allow such argument values. Note 3. This method is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. 2.2.1.3.2.5 string prototype substring start end. This method returns a substring of the result of converting this object to a string, starting from index start and running to, but not including, index end of the string, or through the end of the string if end is undefined. The result is a string value, not a string object. If either argument is none or negative, it is replaced with 0. If either argument is strictly greater than the length of the string, it is replaced with the length of the string. If start is strictly greater than end, they are swapped. It performs the following steps when called. Let O be. Require object coercible. This value. Let S be. To string O. Let len be the length of S. Let in start be. To an integer or infinity. Start. If end is undefined, let int end be len, else let int end be. To an integer or infinity. End. Let final start be the result of clamping int start between 0 and len. Let final end be the result of clamping int end between 0 and len. Let from be min. Final start. Final end. Let to be max. Final start. Final end. 0. Return the substring of s from to 2, 1, 3, to 6 string prototype to local lowercase. Reserved 1, reserved 2. An ECMAScript implementation that includes the ECMA 402 internationalization API must implement this method as specified in the ECMA 402 specification. If an ECMAScript implementation does not include the ECMA 402 API, the following specification of this method is used. This method interprets a string value as a sequence of UTF-16 encoded code points, as described in 6.1. 4. It works exactly the same as to lowercase except that it is int ended to yield a locale sensitive result corresponding with conventions of the host environment's current locale. There will only be a difference in the few cases, such as Turkish, where the rules for that language conflict with the regular Unicode case mappings. The meaning of the optional parameters to this method are defined in the ECMA 402 specification. Implementations that do not include ECMA 402 support must not use those parameter positions for anything else. 2, 1, 3, 2, 7 string prototype to local uppercase. Reserved 1, reserved 2. An ECMAScript implementation that includes the ECMA 402 internationalization API must implement this method as specified in the ECMA 402 specification. If an ECMAScript implementation does not include the ECMA 402 API, the following specification of this method is used. This method interprets a string value as a sequence of UTF-16 encoded code points, as described in 6.1. 4. It works exactly the same as to uppercase except that it is intended to yield a locale sensitive result corresponding with conventions of the host environment's current locale. There will only be a difference in the few cases, such as Turkish, where the rules for that language conflict with the regular Unicode case mappings. Note this method is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. Note this method is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. ECMA International 2024 509. The meaning of the optional parameters to this method are defined in the ECMA 402 specification. Implementations that do not include ECMA 402 support must not use those parameter positions for anything else. 2, 1, 3, 2, 8 string prototype to lowercase. This method interprets a string value as a sequence of UTF-16 encoded code points, as described in 6.1. 4. It performs the following steps when called. Let O be. Require object coercible. This value. Let S be. To string O. Let S text be string to code points. S. Let lower text be the result of to lowercase S text. According to the Unicode default case conversion algorithm, let L be code points to string, lower text, return L. The result must be derived according to the locale and sensitive case mappings in the Unicode character database. This explicitly includes not only the file Unicode data.txt, https://unicode.org/public/latest/ucd/unicode data.txt, but also all locale and sensitive mappings in the file special casing txt, https://unicode.org/public/ucd/latest/ucd special casing txt that accompanies it. Note this method is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. Note 1. The case mapping of some code points may produce multiple code points. In this case, the result string may not be the same length as the source string. Because both to uppercase and to lowercase have context-sensitive behavior, the methods are not symmetrical. In other words, s to uppercase dot to lowercase is not necessarily equal to s to lowercase. Note 2. This method is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. 2. 1. 3. 2 9 string prototype to string. This method performs the following steps when called. 1. Return this string value, this value. 2. 1. 3. 30 string prototype to uppercase. This method interprets a string value as a sequence of UTF-16 encoded code points, as described in 6. 1. 4. It behaves in exactly the same way as string prototype to lowercase, except that the string is mapped using the to uppercase algorithm of the Unicode default case conversion. Note, for a string object, this method happens to return the same thing as the value of method. Note this method is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. 10. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. 22. 1. 3. 1 string prototype to well-formed. This method returns a string representation of this object with all leading surrogates and trailing surrogates that are not part of a surrogate pair replaced with U plus FFFD. Replacement character. It performs the following steps when called. Let O be. Require object coercible. This value. Let S be. To string. O. Let strlen be the length of S. Let 0. Let result be the empty string. Repeat. While K. strlen. Let CP be code point at S. K. B if CP is true. Then, I set result to the string concatenation of result in 0xFFFD. Replacement character C else. I set result to the string concatenation of result and UTF-16 encode code point. CPD set K to K plus CP. Return result. 2. 1. 3. 2 string prototype trim. This method interprets a string value as a sequence of UTF-16 encoded code points, as described in 6. 1. 4. It performs the following steps when called. Let S be this value. Return trim string S start plus end. 2. 1. 3. 2. 1 trim string where the abstract operation trim string takes argument string, an ECMAScript language value, and where start, end, or start plus end, and returns either a normal completion containing a string or a throw completion. It interprets string as a sequence of UTF-16 encoded code points, as described in 6. 1. 4. It performs the following steps when called. Let str be. Require object coercible. String. Let S be. To string. str if where is start. Then, let T be the string value that is a copy of S with leading white space removed. Else if where is end. Then, let T be the string value that is a copy of SW. Ith trailing white space removed. Else, assert. Where is start plus end. B let T be the string value that is a copy of S with both leading and trailing white space removed. Return T. The definition of white space is the union of white space and line terminator. When determining whether a Unicode code point is in the Unicode general category space separator, Zs, Code unit sequences are interpreted as UTF-16 encoded code point sequences as specified in 6.1.4. Note this method is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. ECMA International 2024 511 221333 string prototype tremend. This method interprets a string value as a sequence of UTF-16 encoded code points, as described in 6.1.4. It performs the following steps when called. Let s be this value. Return trim string s end 2 1 3 3 4 string prototype trim start. This method interprets a string value as a sequence of UTF-16 encoded code points, as described in 6.1.4. It performs the following steps when called. Let s be this value. Return trim string s start 2 1 3 3 5 string prototype value of. This method performs the following steps when called. 1. Return this string value, this value. 2 1 3 3 5 1 this string value, value. The abstract operation this string value takes argument value, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a string or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If value is a string, return value. If value is an object and value has an internal slot, then a let s be value. B assert s is a string. C return s. Throw a type error exception. 2 1 3 3 6 string prototype at iterator. This method returns an iterator object 2 7 1 1 2 that iterates over the code points of a string value, returning each code point as a string value. It performs the following steps when called. Let o be require object coercible. This value. Let s be to string o. Let closure be a new abstract closure with no parameters that captures s and performs the following steps when called. 512. ECMA International 2024. Note this method is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. Note this method is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. ABC. Let len be the length of s. Let position be 0. Repeat. While position, len, I let CP be code point at s. Position 2. Let next index be position plus CP 3. Let result string be the substring of s from position to next index. I've set position to next index. V perform. Generate a yield. Cray. Ti to result object. Result string. False. D return undefined. Return create iterator from closure. Closure. Percent string iterator prototype percent. Percent string iterator prototype percent. The value of the name property of this method is symbol iterator. 2 1 4 properties of string instances. String instances are string exotic objects and have the internal methods specified for string.
I'm in a pickle, so I'm gonna have to eat that pickle and figure this out.
And a set of enumerable properties with integer index names. 2.
It's time to eat it. It's a pickle.
Represented by this string object. Once
I have to grab these define guards, blocks, whatever, of define guards, and make 2 new files, one called original, or it doesn't matter what it's called, original, and second one called current, I don't know. And in the current file, I'm gonna have to change define guards to just build, turn off, debug, and that's about it. but it's complicated.
Objects. A regexp object contains a
So I'm going to do that. I'm going to make 2 new files. Save whatever the current setup is, and include the other file. I have to give myself this pickle.
sets mode named capture groups. Alternative Unicode mode Unicode sets mode named capture groups. Disjunction Unicode mode Unicode sets mode named capture groups. Alternative Unicode mode Unicode sets mode named capture groups. Empty. Alternative Unicode mode Unicode sets mode named
Once it's building like it's supposed to build, because something's off, then I can run the speed test or find the entry point that I'm the only thing that I want to do. But now I gotta deal with this. So I'm gonna figure this out, I guess.
B question mark equals disjunction Unicode mode Unicode sets mode named capture groups. Disjunction Unicode mode Unicode sets mode named capture groups equals disjunction Unicode mode Unicode sets mode named capture groups. Disjunction Unicode mode Unicode sets mode named capture groups. Quantifier. Quantifier prefix. Quantifier prefix. 14. ECMA International 2024. Note the form and functionality of regular expressions is modeled after the regular expression facility in the Perl 5 programming language. Quantifier prefix. Decimal digits. SEP decimal digits. SEP decimal digits. SEP decimal digits. SEP atom. Unicode mode. Unicode sets mode. Named capture groups. Pattern character. Atom escape Unicode mode named capture groups. Character class Unicode mode Unicode sets mode. Group specifier Unicode mode opt. Disjunction Unicode mode Unicode sets mode named capture groups. Disjunction Unicode mode Unicode sets mode named capture groups. Syntax character. One of $sign plus pattern character. Source character but not syntax character. Atom escape. Unicode mode. Named capture groups. Decimal escape. Character class escape Unicode mode.
This is how programming, I need some water, normally goes. So, this could look worse than it looks. But it's really not that bad. Oh, it looks terrible. But I'll figure it out. Literally, I couldn't have planned in advance all this stuff to go about. It could go bad, whatever. But it does, so just gotta work through it. I'm stalling. Sucks.
Identify part. Mode. Char. Reg. Code escapes. Plus Unicode mode.
I really wish it would have just worked and everything was set up. But it's not. All I want is an entry point. Speed tested. It's already not running in the right mode. So I gotta figure out all the things I gotta turn off so it's actually building correctly Because even if I run a speed test, that's not how fast it is, because it's logging to a file, a physical file, which is very slow. So I'm gonna whatever, just keep going.
Otherwise have no corresponding U-hex trail surrogate. Capital H, X lead surrogate. Hex 4 digits, but only if the NV of hex 4 digits is in the inclusive interval from 0xd800 to 0xdbff. Hex trail surrogate. Hex 4 digits, but only if the NV of hex 4 digits is in the inclusive interval from 0xdc00 to 0xdfff. Hex non-surrogate. Hex 4 digits, but only if the NV of hex 4 digits is not in the inclusive interval from 0xd800 to 0xdfff. Identity escape. Unicode mode plus Unicode mode. Syntax character plus Unicode mode. Unicode mode. Source character but not Unicode ID continue. 16. ECMA International 2024. Decimal escape. Non-zero digit decimal digits. Sepopt. Character class escape. Unicode mode. D. Look ahead decimal digit. Capital D S capital S W capital W plus Unicode mode. P. Unicode property value expression plus Unicode mode. P. Unicode property value expression. Unicode property value expression. Unicode property name equals Unicode property value lone Unicode property name or value. Unicode property name. Unicode property name characters. Unicode property name characters. Unicode property name character. Capital U N I C O D E capital P R O P E R T Y capital N A M E capital C H A R A C T E R S O Unicode property value. Unicode property value characters. Lone Unicode property name or value. Unicode property value characters. Unicode property value characters. Unicode property value character. Capital U N I C O D E capital P R O P E R T Y capital V A L U E capital C H A R A C T E R S Unicode property value character. Unicode property name character. Decimal digit. Unicode property name character. SCI letter. Character class. Unicode mode. Unicode sets mode. Look ahead. Class contents Unicode mode. Unicode sets mode. Class contents Unicode mode. Unicode sets mode. Class contents. Unicode mode. Unicode sets mode. Empty. Unicode sets mode. Non-empty class ranges Unicode mode. Plus Unicode sets mode. Class set expression. Non-empty class ranges. Unicode mode. Class atom Unicode mode. Class atom Unicode mode. Non-empty class ranges no dash Unicode mode. Class atom Unicode mode. Class atom Unicode mode. Class contents Unicode mode. Unicode sets mode. Non-empty class ranges no dash. Unicode mode. Class atom Unicode mode. Class atom no dash Unicode mode. Non-empty class ranges no dash Unicode mode. Class atom no dash Unicode mode. Class atom Unicode mode. Class contents Unicode mode. Unicode sets mode. Class atom. Unicode mode. Class atom no dash Unicode mode. Class atom no dash. Unicode mode. Source character but not one of or. Class escape Unicode mode. Class escape. Unicode mode. B plus Unicode mode. Character class escape Unicode mode. Character escape Unicode mode. Class set expression. Class union. Class intersection. Class subtraction. ECMA International 2024 517. Class union. Class set range. Class union opt. Class set operand. Class union opt. Class intersection. Class set operand and. Look ahead and. class set operand, class intersection and, look ahead and, class set operand, class subtraction, class set operand, class set operand, class subtraction, class set operand, class set range, class set character, class set character, class set operand, nested class, class string disjunction, class set character, nested class, look ahead, comma class contents, plus Unicode mode, plus Unicode sets mode, class contents, plus Unicode mode, plus Unicode sets mode, character class escape, plus Unicode mode. Note 1, the first two lines here are equivalent to character class, class string disjunction, Q, class string disjunction contents, class string disjunction contents, class string, class string, class string disjunction contents, class string, empty, non-empty class string, non-empty class string, class set character, non-empty class string opt, class set character, look ahead, capital C, L, A, S, S, capital S, E, T, capital R, E, S, E, R, V, E, D, capital D, O, U, B, L, E, capital P, U, N, C, T, U, A, T, source character but not, class set syntax character, character escape, plus Unicode mode, class set reserved punctuator, B, capital C, L, A, S, S, capital S, E, T, capital R, E, S, E, R, V, E, D, capital D, O, U, B, L, E, capital P, U, N, C, T, U, A, T, one of, and $% plus equals at class set syntax character, one of class set reserved punctuator, one of and percent equals at 518 ECMA International 2024. Note 2, 1. It is a syntax error if count left capturing pair ends within pattern 232. 1. It is a syntax error if pattern contains two or more group specifiers for which capturing group name of group specifier is the same. Quantifier prefix decimal digits. It is a syntax error if the MV of the first decimal digits is strictly greater than the MV of the second decimal digits. Atom escape. K group name. It is a syntax error if group specifiers that match group name is empty. Atom escape. Decimal escape. It is a syntax error if the capturing group number of decimal escape is strictly greater than count left capturing pair ends within the pattern containing atom escape. Non-empty class ranges. Class atom, class contents. It is a syntax error if is character class of the first class atom is true or is character class of the second class atom is true. It is a syntax error if is character class of the first class atom is false, is character class of the second class atom is false, and the character value of the first class atom is strictly greater than the character value of the second class atom. Non-empty class ranges no dash, class atom no dash. Class atom class contents. It is a syntax error if is character class of class atom no dash is true or is character class of class atom is true. It is a syntax error if is character class of class atom no dash is false, is character class of class atom is false, and the character value of class atom no dash is strictly greater than the character value of class atom. regexp identifier start. regexp Unicode escape sequence. It is a syntax error if the character value of regexp Unicode escape sequence is not the numeric value of some code point matched by the identifier start char lexical grammar production. regexp identifier start. Unicode lead surrogate Unicode trail surrogate. It is a syntax error if regexp identifier code point of regexp identifier start is not matched by the Unicode ID start lexical grammar production. regexp identifier part. regexp Unicode escape sequence. It is a syntax error if the character value of regexp Unicode ESC ape sequence is not the numeric value of some code point matched by the identifier part char lexical grammar production. regexp identifier part. Unicode lead surrogate, Unicode trail surrogate. A number of productions in this section are given alternative definitions in section B. 1.2 Static semantics. Early errors. This section is amended in B. 1.2.1. Pattern. Disjunction. Note: ECMA International 2024 519. It is a syntax error if regexp identifier code point of regexp identifier part is not matched by the Unicode ID. Continue lexical grammar production. Unicode property value expression. Unicode property name equals Unicode property value. It is a syntax error if the source text matched by Unicode property name is not a Unicode property name or property alias listed in the property name and aliases column of table 67. It is a syntax error if the source text matched by Unicode property value is not a property value or property value alias for the Unicode property or property alias given by the source text matched by Unicode property name listed in property value aliases txt. https://unicode.org/public/ucd/latest/ucd/property value aliases txt. Unicode property value expression. Lone Unicode property name or value. It is a syntax error if the source text matched by lone Unicode property name or value is not a Unicode property value or property value alias for the general category GC. Property listed in property value aliases txt. https. Unicode org public ucd latest ucd property value aliases txt. Nor a binary property or binary property alias listed in the property name and aliases column of table 68. Nor a binary property of strings listed in the property name column of table 69. It is a syntax error if the enclosing pattern does not have a Unicode sets mode parameter and the source text matched by lone Unicode property name or value is a binary property of strings listed in the property name column of table 69. Character class escape. P. Unicode property value expression. It is a syntax error if may contain strings of the Unicode property value expression is true. Character class. Class contents. It is a syntax error if may contain strings of the class contents is true. Nested class. Class contents. It is a syntax error if may contain strings of the class contents is true. Class set range. Class set character. Class set character. It is a syntax error if the character value of the first class set character is strictly greater than the character value of the second class set character. 1. 2 static semantics. Count left capturing parens within node. The abstract operation count left capturing parens within takes argument node, a parse node, and returns a non-negative integer. It returns the number of left capturing parentheses in node. A left capturing parenthesis is any pattern character that is matched by the terminal of the atom, group specific disjunction, production. Note this section is amended in B. 1.2.2. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. Note is an instance of a production in the regexp pattern grammar. Return the number of atom, group specific disjunction, parse nodes contained within node. 520. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. 2.2.2.1. 3 static semantics. Count left capturing parens before node. The abstract operation count left capturing parens before takes argument node, a parse node, and returns a non-negative integer. It returns the number of left capturing parentheses within the enclosing pattern that occur to the left of node. Note this section is amended in B. 1.2.2. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. Node is an instance of a production in the regexp pattern grammar. Let pattern be the pattern containing node. Return the number of atom, group specific disjunction, parse nodes contained within pattern that either occur before node or contain node. 2.2.1. 4 static semantics. Capturing group number. The syntax-directed operation capturing group number takes no arguments and returns a positive integer. Note this section is amended in B. 1.2.1. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Decimal escape. Non-zero digit. Return the MV of non-zero digit. Decimal escape. non-zero digit decimal digits. Let n be the number of code points in decimal digits. Return the MV of non-zero digit 10n plus the MV of decimal digits. The definitions of the MV of non-zero digit and the MV of decimal digits are in 1, 2, 9, 3, 2, 2, 1. 5. Static semantics is character class. The syntax-directed operation is character class takes no arguments and returns a boolean. Note this section is amended in B 1, 2, 3. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Class atom no dash, source character but not one of or class escape. B character escape, return false, copyright sign. ECMA International 2024 521. Class escape. Character class escape 1. Return true 2, 2, 1. 6. Static semantics. Character value. The syntax-directed operation character value takes no arguments and returns a non-negative integer. Note 1. This section is amended in B 1, 2, 4. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Class atom. Return the numeric value of u plus 002d hyphen minus. Class atom no dash. Source character but not one of or let ch be the code point matched by source character. Return the numeric value of ch. Class escape. B. Return the numeric value of u plus 0008 backspace. Class escape. Return the numeric value of u plus 002d hyphen minus. Character escape. Control escape. Return the numeric value according to table 65. Table 65. Control escape code point values. Control escape. Numeric value. Code point. Unicode name. Symbol T. U plus 0009. Character tabulation. HT. N. 0. U plus 000. Line feed. LF V 1 U plus 000B line tabulation VT F 2 U plus 000C form feed FF R 3 U plus 000D carriage return CR character escape CSI letter. Let CH be the code point matched by a CI letter. Let I be the numeric value of CH. Return the remainder of dividing I by 32. Character escape. 0. Look ahead decimal digit. 1. Return the numeric value of u plus 0000. Null. Note 20 represents the null character and cannot be followed by a decimal digit 522. ECMA International 2024. Character escape. Hex escape sequence 1. Return the MV of hex escape sequence. regexp Unicode escape sequence. UHEX lead surrogate UHEX trail surrogate. Let lead be the character value of hex lead surrogate. Let trail be the character value of hex trail surrogate. Let CP be UTF-16 surrogate pair to code point. Lead. Trail. Return the numeric value of CP. regexp Unicode escape sequence. UHEX 4 digits 1. Return the MV of hex 4 digits. regexp Unicode escape sequence. U. Code point. 1. Return the MV of code point. Hex lead surrogate. Hex 4 digits hex trail surrogate. Hex 4 digits hex non-surrogate. Hex 4 digits. Return the MV of hex 4 digits. Character escape. Identity escape. Let CH be the code point matched by identity escape. Return the numeric value of CH. Class set character. Source character but not class set syntax character. Let CH be the code point matched by source character. Return the numeric value of CH. Class set character. Class set reserved punctuator. Let CH be the code point matched by class set reserved punctuator. Return the numeric value of CH. Class set character. B. Return the numeric value of u plus 0008. Backspace 2, 2, 1. 7. Static semantics. May contain strings. The syntax-directed operation may contain strings takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Character class escape. D, capital D, S, capital S, W, capital W, P. Unicode property value expression. Unicode property value expression. Unicode property name equals Unicode property value. ECMA International 2024 523. Nested class. Class contents. Class contents. empty, non-empty class ranges class set operand, class set character, return false, Unicode property value expression, lone Unicode property name or value. If the source text match by lone Unicode property name or value is a binary property of strings listed in the property.
I'm naming the new header include file, whatever. The old one, whatever, is 2017 original. And then the new file, I have to like tweak it to get it building right. I'm calling it, I mean like building correctly, not like building right. I have to change the options to turn off debugging and a bunch of other stuff until it builds the correct file or project, because it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. Okay, so, I don't know. I'm naming this file, the new one, 2025 pickle, because I'm in a pickle. I don't know. That's like my positive of the day. I've never named a file yet with pickle in it. So this file, I don't know, it's named pickle. It's Reddit.
String disjunction contents. Class string disjunction contents. If may contain strings of the class string is true, return true. Return may contain strings of the class string disjunction contents. Class string, empty. Return true. Class string, non-empty class string. Return may contain strings of the non-empty class string. 24. ECMA International 2024. Non-empty class string. Class set character non-empty class string opt. If non-empty class string is present, return true. Return false. 2, 1. 8 static semantics. Group specifiers that match. This group name. The abstract operation group specifiers that match takes argument this group name, a group name parse node, and returns a list of group specifier parse nodes. It performs the following steps when called. Let name be the capturing group name of this group name. Let pattern be the pattern containing this group name. Let result be a new empty list for each group specifier GS that pattern contains. Do, if the capturing group name of GS is name, then I append GS to result. Return result. 2, 1. 9 static semantics. Capturing group name. The syntax-directed operation capturing group name takes no arguments and returns a string. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Group name, regexp identifier name. Let id text unescape be regexp identifier code points of regexp identifier name. Return code points to string. Id text unescaped. 2, 1. 10 static semantics.
Do I put these files inside the new directory that I want to move stuff into later? Or do I put them in this project? It's a tough decision. I need to think this out. I think I'm going to put them in the new project folder that I made freaking last week or a weekend 5 days ago, way too long ago. I'll put 2017 original and 2025 pickle define guard build options, and the new directory that I have to put them all into later anyways. So like, I can't though. Cause I do Control F. It'll be harder to track things down between directories. So I'll just keep them in this directory. I don't know. Every decision, you're stuck with it, and that's what it is. like right now, I'm stuck with the state of the program, and I gotta fix it, not fix it, change the options to enable the mode that I need. And I am in a situation, and I'm getting out of it. But, that sucks. I don't even know. I hate files, I hate paths, I hate folders, I hate text files, I hate everything.
The results are the same. The abstract closure is used as the value of a regexp object's internal slot. A pattern is a BMP pattern if its associated flags contain neither a U nor a V, otherwise it is a Unicode pattern. A BMP pattern matches against a string interpreted as consisting of a sequence of 16-bit values that are Unicode code points in the range of the basic multilingual plane. A Unicode pattern matches against a string interpreted as consisting of Unicode code points encoded using UTF-16. In the context of describing the behavior of a BMP pattern, character means a single 16-bit Unicode BMP code point. In the context of describing the behavior of a Unicode pattern, character means a UTF-16 encoded code point 6, 1, 4. In either context, character value means the numeric value of the corresponding non-encoded code point. The syntax and semantics of pattern is defined as if the source text for the pattern is a list of source character values where each source character corresponds to a Unicode code point. If a BMP pattern contains a non-BMP source character, the entire pattern is encoded using UTF-16 and the individual code units of that encoding are used as the elements of the list. Note, for example, consider a pattern expressed in source text as the single non-BMP character U+1D11E, musical symbol G clef. Interpreted as a Unicode pattern, it would be a single element character list consisting of the single code point U+1D11E. However, interpreted as a BMP pattern, it is first UTF-16 encoded to produce a two-element list consisting of the code units 0xD834 and 0xDD1E. Patterns are passed to the regexp constructor as ECMAScript string values in which non-BMP characters are UTF-16 encoded.
I'm gonna have to risk rotting my teeth out. I need some pop. I hate this. I'll get pop in a minute. If I get up to get pop, I'm not gonna be back. So I'm gonna try to at least make sure this is included in building. And then I'll, I don't know, get distracted. This is frustrating. Pickle is a good name for the new file.
But the semantics of this specification requires that the result of pattern matching be as if such translations were performed. 2, 2, 2, 1 notation. The descriptions below use the following internal data structures. 26. ECMA International 2024. A char set element is one of the two following entities. If rare is false.
Not open file.
If rare is true, then a char set element.
I changed it.
Above. This includes the empty sequence, sequences of one character, and
This compiler, this video, it should take every single file, load it up into the RAM, and then build the project. It's ridiculous that it fucking loads file by file. It is the slowest fucking way to build a project. This RAM usage is like nothing. It should load up the RAM. Like, check. Do you have 32 gigs of RAM? Oh, you do. Well, we'll load the projects, the files, all 124 files, into the RAM. And it should hold them in the RAM in between being used. So, like, when I hit save, this should check for when the file has been modified and then load it up into the RAM whenever it's changed, and then stay in that state. So when I hit build, it wouldn't take 2 minutes to build. Okay.
Range representing the range of characters captured by.
And it uses like 10% CPU when it's building. It doesn't do anything. Wait 2 minutes. I have optimizations turned up where they should be. I think it adds like 40 seconds. But it still takes a whole minute at least with optimizations off. And it doesn't even optimize the whole thing. I'm done complaining.
Input, starting at the intermediate state given by its match state argument. If the match succeeds, the matcher continuation returns the final match state.
And okay, it included the file. Hooray.
A match state and a matcher continuation, and returns a match result. A matcher attempts to match a middle sub.
I can make a copy of that. Name it pickle.
The match states, starting at the intermediate state given by its match state argument. The matcher continuation argument should be a closure that matches the rest of the pattern. After matching the subpattern of a pattern to obtain a new match state, the matcher then calls matcher continuation on that new match state to test if the rest of the pattern can match as well. If it can, the matcher returns the match state returned by matcher continuation. If not, the matcher may try different.
So now I'm including the build options, whatever. So now I can set the mini mode toggle back to off, do the full mode build, and then I can go into, I want to change the zoom setting so it doesn't zoom too close. It seems a little bit too readable now and then.
Groups count, a non-negative integer, the number of left capturing parentheses in the regexp's pattern. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, 27, 22222. Runtime semantics. Compile pattern. The syntax-directed operation compile pattern takes argument rare, a regexp record, and returns an abstract closure that takes a list of characters in a non-negative integer and returns a match result. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Pattern. Subpattern of disjunction with arguments.
Okay, so now, as we can zoom, that's not readable.
There.
Or it's pixelated, whatever.
B assert. 0 index the number of elements in input. C let C be a new matcher continuation with is a match state. 2. Return Y. D let cap be. E let X be the match state. Input. Int X. Cap. F return M. X. C. Note a pattern compiles to an abstract closure value. regexp built-in exec can then apply this procedure to a list of characters in an offset within that list to determine whether the pattern would match starting at exactly that offset within the list, and, if it does match.
Okay, so the pickle file.
2. To a design so that compiling a pattern may throw.
I'm gonna put back the old mode, I think. I did stream on Twitch like 2 months ago. Twitch sucks so bad. Worse than YouTube. Like way. Twitch is just, yeah. I don't like Twitch. If you're on Twitch, they don't put you on the main page. They don't put you on the main page. And you get like nothing, whatever. And then like, what was it? There's something else in stats. When you click on them, it's like I need to stay on track, but Twitch, they're like, what was it? I don't know, they're biased. It's like, I can't remember. Yeah, I don't know, whatever. I need to just focus on this. I have a shitload of notes and stuff in between the build options. You have to oh, that was it. Okay, Twitch. They, I have to stop staying track of this. They, when you make like a new Twitch account, they'll like put you in the category, whatever, for whatever game or category you pick. And then they remove you from that category, and they put you back in, and they remove you, and they put you back in. And it seems like what they do is once you start getting views, you get people that are clicking follow, they're remove you on purpose to see if people visit you or not when they don't put you in. And they play games with it, and sometimes it says you show up or you show up on yours, but if you go to like another account and check for your account, you're not in the page at all, in the category at all. And people on the internet say like, oh, it's because every account gets different, blah blah blah. It's like, no, it's, I don't know. Twitch is biased, and they seem to like play games, and their main streamers that they have deals with, they I don't know. It makes sense to like have like if they're paying people money to stream, and that's what they do, it makes sense. But I don't know. Some of it seems like unfair to the people who like make accounts stream. YouTube, I don't even know how YouTube, the website works. It makes no sense, but it does seem more fair, or at least less biased. And it might also be the people on YouTube have to be older and more mature, because yeah, that's about it. People on TikTok too. The TikTok audience and or not audience, the people that use TikTok generally, whatever age group And not even each group. The people, whatever. Different kinds of people with different views, outlooks, and YouTube seems to be much more wholesome. I guess that's a good word. Yeah, I need to stay on track. Oh, but I tweaked some of these files when I was on Twitch, and I think I screwed stuff up. So I'm trying to like undo what I tried to tweak last time, because now I need it to be untweaked to get back to what I need. Oh, I need to focus. I need some pop. And I need to include this file in pieces because I can't just include it in one place apparently. I could try, but stuff might break. I'm gonna get some pop. I don't need teeth. I do need teeth. I don't want to lose my teeth. I'm gonna get some pop and be back. People say words or whatever. And I'll try to like not say words. that other people say. Because then they know that I heard what they said, and they might think, oh, you're saying that word because you heard me say it. And when people have a new word in their vocabulary, like the word validation or validate, and they've never said that before, and you know that, I don't know, it's hard to like not say something that could possibly trigger someone into thinking that I'm saying something that relates to them in any way. But then, like, literally have no words left to say. So, I don't know. It's a couple people I might trigger. But, I don't want to trigger. I just don't care. But I don't want to give them validation of thinking that I said a word to hint that I'm referencing them in any way. Oh, it sucks. So I'm gonna that's how you can like gossip too. You tell someone, I don't know. Okay, so you tell someone something, you use a word that you haven't heard anyone else in that group use, okay? And when they spread the gossip, even if it's like telephone, whatever, they tend to carry around those like odd words or words that they don't normally use. And when you hear someone else say something with that word, you're like, huh. And you can kind of keep track of that. Now, this doesn't always work. Like literally, it won't always work. So it takes a couple tries. But at some point, you're like, oh, I know, it's positive. And then I don't know. And you can like, whatever. I don't know. Yeah. People be saying things. And then like, I'd rather just be quiet, and it's better if I say nothing. Like 90% of people, they suck. But there's like 10% that are not sucky. I don't know. If you're a not sucky person, I don't know. Things might turn out good for you. For not being a sucky person. Like literally, I don't know, karma. Karma's not really real. But kind of like that, I guess. I don't know. I'll just play some music, try to focus. I gotta wrap this stuff in define guards and include only certain parts. But it's like Okay, after this, I'm gonna stop whatever I'm doing, talking about, not trying to trigger anyone. Like when you tell people they're making a JavaScript engine or something along those lines, or something that they don't believe, they get weird. They get fucking weird. And then kind of like tell who is being weird, and you can tell them, and they tell other people, then it's like, oh, get fucking weird. And it's like, hasta la vista. I don't know. I guess you call them snakes. But there's some people who aren't snakes, and then they ruin it. Because I'm not gonna play games in a snake pit with pigs and dirty animals and rats. I don't know. 90% of people are literally the worst. But those 10%, I don't know, they're not that bad. And you never lose sleep, whatever, over the worst. It's literally, like, it's pointless. Like low energy. Or, I hate the word vibrational. I guess miserable would be a better word. Like misery loves company, and then they're like, oh, you got a good thing going for you. And try to like grab you and pull you in. It's like, nope. I don't know. Okay, I think I'm not done with that. I'm gonna stay on track as best I can. So I have to like wrap this stuff in define guard, include only part of it, make another define guard and another define guard, and follow these defines through until I get the correct settings so it builds right. So that's what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna stop talking and blabbering. I have to stop stalling, drink some water, and try not to whisper, because that's creepy. I'm not even trying to whisper, it's because my throat's fucking dry. I'm gonna shut up. Drink some water. Water. it finally builds. Wait, what the heck? Why did it only build in? Has this been building for 6 seconds? I thought I just clicked it. Oh, it says seconds. I thought it said minutes. Okay, it's not supposed to build that fast. Okay, so it's including it here. And it's including it here. Oh, now it's working. I don't know what it was doing. I'm gonna pick this computer is so laggy. I'm going to put on the mode I think it was. Before I changed it a couple months ago. I think this was originally defined. I won't go on be sidetracked, but null. I need to not sidetrack. Good. I'll get right back on track after this. Null and C. If you, I think it's WinSock for WinSocket, I don't know. Some of the Windows headers, they make null constant. Like this, whatever. Net runes, compiling. If you have a preprocessor, check, it checks for null. because when they define null as a constant, it's no longer a compile time constant or a literal whatever. I think it's called a compile time constant, but a constant, this is like a runtime constant. The whole terminology and language is broken. And, it's dumb. I don't know. It sucks when you include a header that defines null as a constant instead of making defining null 0. Because when it's defined this way, then you can use it because it literally looks the same. It starts like it's for the preprocessor. Some of the new headers, they force this or whatever. You like undefine or push it to define the old one, so it like stays and you can pop it at the end. That's only I'm supposed to do though. I don't know. The new compilers, the new standards are trying to push and like enforce, Microsoft at least. It's really fucking annoying. Stop complaining now. But Microsoft sucks. And I don't know. We like copy, I don't know, school, whatever. You let people copy your homework. You get stupid people that copy your homework. They would copy your homework word for word. And the teacher would literally know who copied your homework. Or find out who's been copying off someone else. I don't know if people are getting dumber, but if you're gonna... Gossip is so stupid. I don't know. I gotta let it... If you gossip, you use what someone said, word by word. You're literally making a trail right back to whoever started it. It's... I don't know. It's not like one time, it's like several times. At some point there's a pattern, and it's like, I don't know, I think people are getting dumber. Like, literally getting dumber. And I think people say that. I don't really believe it. But now, I think I actually believe it. Because people don't have enough life experience to know that if you copy something or say something word for word that you've heard and you like carry it on like a carrier pigeon, I don't know. I think people are getting dumber. I think I've come to like agree with that statement because I thought that was kind of harsh, but it might be a fact actually, which would explain a lot. So I'll be back in a second. Let's see. I'm on like, did I even set the total? Because when I'm defining this enum, which pick this option, I can save it. This is really confusing. Dang it. Have a define guard where I pick the option. And then I have another define that selects the build revision. And the build revision is defined to the enum that picks the option. If the option is defined apart from the build option, it defines a couple different other defines that control other things. If it's not defined, then these things don't get defined. This is a mess to fucking read. And I did that so that it would intentionally not include parts when it's not defined. But now I think it needs to be defined. At the end of it, the option I have picked, this is the cache is partly used. This still needs to finish being set up for the load calls to be completely implemented. So I left it off in a non-fully working state. That's great. It'll run, but apparently I left something unfinished. Build it like this. Let's try this. I think the log looks different. Nope, looks the same. Oh, 2 exits is a long time. Please. Oh my god, my throat. I ate a bagel. I gulped it down too quickly. I think I scratched my throat. Toasty bagel. Okay, so. It's a freaking mouse. Oh, that's right. I think it's playing. Yeah, so last time. Maybe not. No, it's not. I was including the old file. The one that wasn't. Dang it. I'm gonna wait 2 more minutes. Now it's including the right one. Too many spilled. I think it's working. Or it's closer to the build mode it's supposed to be. even on a faster computer, whatever, it still takes like 1 minute 40 seconds to build. It's so frustrating. This compiler is so slow. I can turn off optimizations, but it's still slow. Just the slowness in general is slow. So now, when I build, see, it's the build that I'm looking for. Oh shit, I meant to hit play. I almost forgot to do it. I think this is faster. Or not. Maybe it's not. It's still pretty slow. probably gonna need all the other 100. It's probably gonna need all the other 100 something files. It's great. Oh, this is gonna take forever. I just wanted to find an entry point. Instead, I gotta change the build mode to turn off debugging. Now, include all the other files. What? Part of the other build. Oh my god. It's gonna take forever. I just want to know that it's working, and I want to put entry point, call it test function. I literally just want to build the right build. Let's get started on the file. I'm going to include that file. It's taking way too long. Hey, that was faster. That's what I expected. That whole fucking time. For fuck's sake. God, that's a waste of time. Seems fucked up. Damn it. It's not fast, like whatever the one mode is. So I'm gonna hit play. I'm gonna enter. And it's done. That was fast. The other one takes 60 seconds. It's supposed to take way less than 60 seconds. So something is fucked up. Fuck. Okay, so that one, this one's this fast, right? I play again over here, and then it's done. The other mode is this fast. Oh, cool. So I include the old header before I change the settings. The new one even has debug, but I thought the debug was slowing it down, but it's not. So the other mode, the original mode, takes this long. First it has to build. This will take 2 minutes. Oh my god. So, you saw how quick the other one was. This one should be half as slow as that. So added stuff that I need, and it makes it a little bit slower, but I need certain stuff in it for other things. supposed to be at least twice as slow as oh, it's taking forever. I don't want to restart. I don't want to get back up. I don't want to pull out the assembly. I don't want to adjust it because I did stuff a couple months ago to like get ready to open it today or whatever and run it. I had a feeling something might be screwed up. I guess it was, because this, now that it's done in the second, it's not done yet. It's still building. Now it's done. When I run this, it takes this long to build. And go. This is slower. It's like 60 times slower than what it's supposed to be. Something is missing, or fuck. So many possible things. It's so slow. No! Damn it! Oh my god. I have to include more files. Fuck. This is so annoying. Any minute, I'll have all these headers included. Really wish things were in a working state. That's great. Awesome. There was no point in tagging files to figure out which ones will be used if they're all going to end up being used. This is what it looks like. It just happened. It looks like all files will end up being used, so there's no point in me ever even freaking tagging them to figure out which ones. It's another one. Ah, dang it. I just want to call test function. I just want to call a test function, that's all I want to do. I might need to like turn things on and off and figure out. Oh my god, it's take forever. This compiler sucks. Oh, another file. Now I have to like figure out whatever the heck's getting mangled before I can even. I'm gonna have to like build a couple different nodes, figure out what's going on first before I can. I don't know. I'll get this to build. And get this to build whatever. Now I'll try to find an entry point. I'll turn on the other mode that works. And faster than this. Just like speed test it. And then I have to spend time digging through. Figure out what files and for what build. Why the build? It's so slow. Doesn't be like, I don't think it's done. I'm just gonna stop talking and wait for all these files to pop up and I'll include them. I just want the entry point so I can call the speed test. Now I think I should figure out whatever's messed up with the build before I even bother with 64-bit arithmetic for the addressing. Because something is not right. It's supposed to be faster than what it is. Like a lot faster. Something's missing, or is defined in the wrong setting by default, and I have to pick through to figure out what's messed up, whatever, how to set the right setting. Crap! I'm gonna wait another minute and 30 seconds. Dang it. I have to click play. Now I can click build, or I already did. Click run. See how fast this mode is. Well, I think this mode is broken. Something is fucked up. The build mode that I've been doing takes a minute. It's not supposed to take a minute. I ran out of this computer before. It doesn't take a minute. It's supposed to be faster than a minute. Just something, unless it's Windows 11. Maybe. Something is different. Could it be the hard drive? Maybe it's a hard drive, but it's not. It could be. I don't know. Maybe this drive uses slower. It's affecting timing. damn it. Ah, this drive sucks. Fuck. Oh, man. I don't know if the program is half as slow because the drive that I'm using. I just got some stupid drives. I didn't want to get Samsung because the last one failed. It failed on me. I'm like, oh shit, I lost all my stuff. So I didn't buy a Samsung. I got a, whatever the fuck a PNY is. They have flash drives. So I thought, oh, this will probably be a good drive. Oh, this test just completed. It just finished. That's a slow test. This looks like what the average is on this PNY drive. God damn it, just freaking... On this one. So I just got this for the hell of it. I didn't want to get a Samsung because I just said it failed. I'm like, I'll try something new. This has a 481 read and like 436 write. Okay. Dang it. Closed it. This is the speed of Samsung. Okay, the Samsung jumps up and down speed too. Let's read speeds. It says 7,000. It's bytes per second on the website. I don't know. I think the drive I'm using is slower. But then I don't even know. I think this drive sucks slow anyways. I should have used the same hard drive. 'Cause I don't know if it's affecting the speed. I like the lag right now of this computer. It has to be the hard drive. I don't even know. Maybe it's Windows. It took 6 seconds to build. No, minutes. Oh my god. What the fuck is wrong with this computer? I think I need another solid state. What's a DRAM? It says the whatever one is 30 megabytes, bits, whatever, somewhere. What's a DRAM? Is that like the little buffer before the actual memory storage? Fuck. It says being DRAM-less, it's more prone to performance drops under sustained write operations. I think it's drive. I think it's drive. Dang it. All hard drives suck ass. The new ones, they fail. Yeah, it's a buffer, whatever, before it saves it to the main memory chips. Oh, that's so stupid. Oh, it's so dumb. It's called HMB, whatever. It says it uses system RAM to store. That's why I'm running out of RAM and it's leaking. Everything sucks. It's this drive that's explains a lot of my issues. This is
DRAM-less, for example, PNYCS 900. Stores the FTL in the slower NAND itself called HMB if it borrows from system RAM via MEA, but SATA drives like this don't support that. HMB if it borrows from system RAM.
so. If chatbot's right, chatbot may not be right. But whatever chatbot's saying is that this drive, since it doesn't have DRAM on the drive itself, it's using system RAM, which means this is a Windows managed thing, where Windows is storing a little buffer to write back to this drive only when it deems worthy of writing back to this drive. And Windows sucks. I think this explains why this computer here gets so laggy when I'm make file copies, and why the RAM is at 7 up. It seems to like build up and it stays and it kind of just lingers there, and I'm like, something's leaking. It is leaking. So I don't know what to do. I don't know if the program's fine or if it has a bug, because this drive sucks and it's slow, and I don't know if it's running faster. It's definitely not faster. If it's running slower or not than it normally does, because it doesn't match the timing. Oh, fuck. I'll be back. I'm gonna think. I'm gonna have to install Windows again. Damn it. This drive is so slow. I noticed it when I started using it, but I thought maybe it'll go away. Maybe it's just because Windows is a new install. But this drive sucks. It sucks ass. I don't know what to do. Oh, I forgot to save it. Damn it. It's a mistake to buy this. Huge mistake. I should have just got a Samsung. Even though the last one failed on me. What the fuck do I buy if the drive just fails? Like after a month. This thing just failed. Just died on me. And then I had another one that failed too. That one's like 2 years old. So it's like, oh well, it's 2 years old. Of course it died. But then I got a new one. Like a month later, it died. They're not stable. Like, I've had like a solid state for like 3 or 4 years. And it didn't die by Samsung. And now the new ones, they just die. They just fucking crash. And you lose all your shit on them. So I gotta buy one of these and just freaking back stuff up, I guess, and then plan on it possibly failing at any point. I gotta install Windows again. Fuck. I think I'm at 3 days. Right? I can't install Windows and Visual Studio and everything in 3 days. Man, I'm taking a long time to write the number 3. I can't install Windows in 1 day and get all these programs running in 1 day. It's gonna take like 3 or 4 days. I'm not gonna make it in 3 days. I'm just gonna listen to really loud music and oh, this is so slow. This computer, this hard drive is so fucking slow. Like, I can't tell if there's something wrong with the program because the build time is so drastically different. Not the build time, the runtime. I'm just gonna think for a bit and toggle some of the settings. I saved the last build, log out, so I'm gonna save this one too, and I'll check whatever the time is. Maybe there's some ratio between the times and I can find out if it's close to the ratio of the timings from the other drive. That's what I'm hoping. Because it looks like this drive is twice as slow at worst. But after this test, I can compare it to the other two tests and try to see if there's any relation to the speed. But this drive is, I don't know. Windows is continuously leaking memory with this drive. It's because it doesn't have a DRAM on the drive. It's this HMB, whatever, it borrows from system RAM before it goes to the drive. So it's thrashing the RAM. Unless Chatbot's wrong. But I think Chatbot is probably right, because that's what it seems like. And then when I copy large files, this computer gets drastically laggier, and has RAM leak, and it's probably due to the hard drive. And whatever that HMB is, where it borrows from system RAM before writing to the drive. There's no point in having a hard drive or a solid state if it does writes to the RAM. That's a RAM disk. That's some bullshit. It should either be a RAM disk or a separate drive. No save it to the RAM to prepare it and then put it to the drive. This crap. If the device can't handle being written to directly, it shouldn't be sold. For fuck's sake. What the fuck? I'm so angry. It's taking so long. I think this is almost done. This drive is slower for sure. If not half that slow, at least a quarter slower. I'm waiting for this to finish so I can grab the time that it took, compare it. Oh wait, this one doesn't. It doesn't borrow from system name. Oh, that's why would they even put that in there? Chatbot put that in there if it doesn't support it anyways. Why am I trusting chatbot? I'm just gonna ignore what chatbot says. Chatbot pulls up a bunch of stuff, it's not always right. So, I'm not gonna believe whatever chatbot said. It's confusing. I know Stripe is slower though. It literally says it in the speeds on the website. It's probably not the HBM mode or whatever chatbot said because this doesn't support it. But I don't know why chatbot would say borrow some system RAM and then say but drives like this don't support that. What's the point of saying that? It's just confusing. The more I read this sentence from chatbot, I'm gonna copy this output. Because with this output, it's 6 minutes. It took about 10 minutes for this build, where it's all paging. That's full stop. And then took six minutes. This should all be taking under 1 minute. Something is off. The only mode that works is without paging. And that's this fixed. So the paging, whatever mode this program takes 10 minutes. It's all paging. And it takes under a minute, under 30 seconds. It's like, I don't want to say how long, but it's faster. I'll run it really quick again. Takes a minute and 30 seconds to build. I might have to drop paging. I was use paging for like normal text file accesses to speed them up. It took way too much work to put all back. I need to buy a new hard drive. Because when I run it without the paging, it has zero issues. It builds in a snap, or runs after it builds. So it's done. So the other mode took 10 minutes with all paging. It's supposed to take under a minute. It was supposed to take under a minute. It took 10 minutes. When I run the mode, it's no paging at all. It doesn't touch hard drive. It's this fast. And go. It's done. And it is slower. Okay, so Windows 11 is definitely running slower than Windows 10 and Windows 7. Windows 11 is like 20 seconds or 20 milliseconds slower. But that might just be the drive in general. Because it's like using the shitty drive. It's just slowing down Windows overall. I don't know if it's the program or the hard drive. Because this is still close. It's the correct timing. It's supposed to take go. It's close to the timing, but it's still off. But none of them should take 10 minutes to build. So something the program has been messed up. I gotta think. Why would chatbot say this? It says,
capital D RAM less .g PNY CS900 stores the FTL in the slower NAND itself. Called a Chemby if it borrows from system RAM vender. But SATA drives like this don't support that.
why would it put that in there?
Itself called a Chemby if it borrows from system RAM vender.
That's so misleading to read. So I guess this drive doesn't page to the RAM and then write to the disk, which is good, but it's still a shitty drive. I'm gonna go think for a minute. At least the malloc mode looks like it works. I don't want to rewrite paging and stuff. Oh, dang it. Is paging even, or like, file reads writes, is that part of the JavaScript standard? If it's not, then I don't have to support it. It's only gonna support like file calls, like caching and accessing files, because I had it set up, but something's wrong, or it's the drive and nothing's wrong, or I don't know. But if the standard doesn't specify that that's needed, I won't support it. Then maybe I'll just go with the build mode that works. I'll ask chatbot, even though chatbot's wrong. I'm gonna ask chatbot. I need some water. Yes! Yes!
No, ECMA 262, which is the official specification for JavaScript, also known as ECMAScript, does not specify or require that an implementation support file reading or writing. Oh.
So I'm going to drop all file read and write support from my engine, because it's not needed. I'm gonna go think for a minute. Everything sucks. I think I'll save a copy of the program for me, for later, whatever, my own stuff, and then I'll sell a version that has no file access support, or whatever you call it. That'll work. I'll be okay. So I still need to get a new drive, because this the drive on this computer, it's a butthole. I need to get a new drive, but I'm gonna wait a little bit because I don't want to deal with installing stuff again. I don't know. I gotta think.
Six, one, 6, 1, to number, bitwise not, x. The abstract operation number, bitwise not takes argument x, a number, and returns an integral number. It performs the following steps when called. Let old value be to int 32, x. Return the result of applying bitwise complement to old value. The mathematical value of the result is exactly representable as a 32-bit 2's complement bit string, 1, 6, 1, 3 number, exponentiate, base, exponent. The abstract operation number, exponentiate takes arguments base, a number, and exponent, a number, and returns a number. It returns an implementation approximated value representing the result of raising base to the exponent power. It performs the following steps when called. If exponent is nan, return nan. If exponent is either +0 or -0, return 1. If base is nan, return nan. If base is plus, then if exponent +0, return plus. Otherwise, return +0, 5. If base is, then if exponent +0, then if exponent is an odd integral number, return. Otherwise, return plus. B else, if exponent is an odd integral number, return -0. Otherwise, return +0. If base is +0, then if exponent +0, return +0. Otherwise, return plus. If base is -0, then if exponent +0, then if exponent is an odd integral number, return -0. Otherwise, return +0. B else, if exponent is an odd integral number, return. Otherwise, return plus. Assert, base is finite and is neither +0 nor -0. If exponent is plus, then if abs r base 1, return plus. B if abs r base equals 1, return nan. C if abs r base 1, return +0, 0. If exponent is, then if abs r base 1, return +0. B if abs r base equals 1, return nan. C if abs r base 1, return +1. Assert, exponent is finite and is neither +0 nor -0. 2. If base -0 and exponent is not an integral number, return nan. 3. Return an implementation approximated number value representing the result of raising r base to the r exponent power, the result of base exponent when base is 1 or -1 and exponent is plus or when base note is 1 and exponent is nan, differs from IEEE 754-2019. The first edition of ECMAScript specified a result of NaN for this operation, whereas later revisions of IEE 754 specified one. The historical ECMAScript behavior is preserved for compatibility reasons. 2. ECMA International 2024 6 1 6 1 for number multiply x y. The abstract operation number multiply takes arguments x, a number, and y, a number, and returns a number. It performs multiplication according to the rules of IEE 754 2019 binary double precision arithmetic, producing the product of x and y. It performs the following steps when called: ifx, ifxa, b, c, ifa, b, c, ifxa, b, ifa is NaN or y is NaN. Return NaN is either plus or. Then, if y is either plus 0 or minus 0, return NaN. If y plus 0, return x. Return x is either plus or. Then, if x is either plus 0 or minus 0, return NaN. If x plus 0, return y. Return y is minus 0. Then, if y is minus 0 or y minus 0, return plus 0. Else, return minus 0 is minus 0. Then, if x minus 0, return plus 0. Else, return minus 0. B. Return r, x, r, y. Note finite precision multiplication is commutative, but not always associative. 6 1 6 1 5 number divide x y. The abstract operation number divide takes arguments x, a number, and y, a number, and returns a number. It performs division according to the rules of IEE 754 2019 binary double precision arithmetic, producing the quotient of x and y where x is the dividend and y is the divisor. It performs the following steps when called: ifx, ifxa, b, c, ifa, ifa, a, ifxa, b, c, ifa, ifa is NaN or y is NaN. Return NaN is either plus or. Then, if y is either plus or, return NaN. If y is plus 0 or y plus 0, return x. Return x is plus. Then, if x is plus 0 or x plus 0, return plus 0. Otherwise, return minus 0 is. Then, if x is plus 0 or x plus 0, return minus 0. Otherwise, return plus 0 is either plus 0 or minus 0. Then, if y is either plus 0 or minus 0, return NaN. If y plus 0, return x. Return x is plus 0. Then, if x plus 0, return plus. Otherwise, return is minus 0. Then, if x plus 0, return. Otherwise, return plus a. Return r, x, r, y. ECMA International 2024 33 6 1 6 1 6 number remainder n d. The abstract operation number remainder takes arguments n, a number, and e, a number, and returns a number. It yields the remainder from an implied division of its operands where n is the dividend and d is the divisor. It performs the following steps when called: if n is NaN or d is NaN, return NaN. If n is either plus or, return NaN. If d is either plus or, return n. If d is either plus 0 or minus 0, return NaN. If n is either plus 0 or minus 0, return n. Assert n and d are finite and non-zero. Let quotient be r, n, r, d. Let q be truncate quotient. Let r be r, n, r, d, q. 0. If r equals 0 and n minus 0, return minus 0. 1. Return r. Note 2. The result of a floating point remainder operation as computed by the percent operator is not the same as the remainder operation defined by IEE 754 2019. The IEE 754 2019 remainder operation computes the remainder from a rounding division, not a truncating division, and so its behavior is not analogous to that of the usual integer remainder operator. Instead, the ECMAScript language defines percent on floating point operations to behave in a manner analogous to that of the Java integer remainder operator. This may be compared with the C library function fmod, 1, 6, 1, 7 number, add, x, y. The abstract operation number, add takes arguments x, a number, and y, a number, and returns a number. It performs addition according to the rules of IEEE 754-2019, binary double precision arithmetic, producing the sum of its arguments. It perfo RMS the following steps when called. If x is nan or y is nan, return nan. If x is plus and y is, return nan. If x is and y is plus, return nan. If x is either plus or, return x. If y is either plus or, return y. Assert x and y are both finite. If x is minus 0 and y is minus 0, return minus 0. Return r. X plus r. Y. Note finite precision addition is commutative, but not always associative. 6, 1, 6, 1, 8 number. Subtract x, y. The abstract operation number. Subtract takes arguments x, a number, and y, a number, and returns a number. It performs subtraction, producing the difference of its operands. X is the minuend and y is the subtrahend. It performs the following steps when called. Return number, add, x, number, unary minus, y, 34. ECMA International 2024. Note 1 in C and C++, the remainder operator accepts only integral operands. In ECMAScript, it also accepts floating point operands. Note, it is always the case that x, y produces the same result as x plus y. 6, 1, 6, 1, 9 number. Left shift, x, y. The abstract operation number. Left shift takes arguments x, a number, and y, a number, and returns an integral number. It performs the following steps when called. Little numby. Twint 32. X. Letter numby. Twint 32. Y. Let shift count br. Renum. Modulo 32. Return the result of left shifting num by shift count bits. The mathematical value of the result is exactly representable as a 32-bit 2's complement bit string, 1, 6, 1, 1, 0 number. Signed right shift, x, y. The abstract operation number. Signed right shift takes arguments x, a number, and y, a number, and returns an integral number. It performs the following steps when called. Little numby. Twint 32. X. Letter numby. Twint 32. Y. Let shift count br. Renum. Modulo 32. Return the result of performing a sign extending right shift of num by shift count bits. The most significant bit is propagated. The mathematical value of the result is exactly representable as a 32-bit 2's complement bit string, 1, 6, 1, 1, 1 number, and signed right shift, x, y. The abstract operation number, and signed right shift takes arguments x, a number, and y, a number, and returns an integral number. It performs the following steps when called. Little numby. Twint 32. X. Letter numby. Twint 32. Y. Let shift count br. Renum. Modulo 32. Return the result of performing a 0 filling right shift of num by shift count bits. Vacated bits are filled with 0. The mathematical value of the result is exactly representable as a 32-bit unsigned bit string, 1, 6, 1, 1, 2 number, less than, x, y. The abstract operation number, less than takes arguments x, a number, and y, a number, and returns a boolean or undefined. It performs the following steps when called. If x is nan, return undefined. If y is nan, return undefined. If x is y, return false. If x is plus 0 and y is minus 0, return false. If x is minus 0 and y is plus 0, return foul. So if x is plus, return false. If y is plus, return true. If y is, return false. If x is, return true. 0. Assert x and y are finite. 1. If r, x, r, y, return true. Otherwise, return false. 1, 6, 1, 1, 3 number, equal, x, y. The abstract operation number, equal takes arguments x, a number, and y, a number, and returns a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If x is nan, return false. If y is nan, return false. ECMA International 2024-35. 3. If x is y, return true. If x is plus 0 and y is minus 0, return true. If x is minus 0 and y is plus 0, return true. Return false, 1, 6, 1, 1 for number. Same value, x, y. The abstract operation number. Same value takes arguments x, a number, and y, a number, and returns a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If x is nan and y is nan, return true. If x is plus 0 and y is minus 0, return false. If x is minus 0 and y is plus 0, return false. If x is y, return true. Return false, 1, 6, 1.
I originally made this for a
X, y. The abstract
32-bit, and 4 gigs of RAM wasn't enough,
and returns a boolean. It performs
so I had to add paging,
if x is plus,
and I paged to a folder. I spent like way too long,
return false, 1.
like a year.
X number bitwise up. Y
Whole freaking year
arguments up, and
optimizing that.
a number, and returns an integral
I got it down to
b to 32 x. Let run
20 seconds.
choose complement bit string representing r num. Let rebits be the
Just build whatever.
representing r num.
I click run. This is the mailbox speed using RAM, no hard drive. This is really fast whatever. It's like starting now, it's done.
Will be the result of applying the bitwise inclusive or operate.
But that's supposed to take 20 seconds with the paging.
Result, 1.
But on this computer, it takes a minute. It
X
takes 57 seconds.
number. It performs when called. 1. Return number bitwise up.
56 seconds. That's not 20 seconds.
Bitwise.
So either the drive on this computer here, solid state, is more than twice as slow, like 4 times as slow,
6.
or something in the program is different.
6. 1. 9 number. Bitwise or X. Y.
And Windows 11 also affects the timing.
A number. And
Maybe Windows added more delay to file accesses.
return number bitwise up.
But I was going to,
String. X. Radix.
instead of page, the program, or not program, instead of page memory to a hard drive, because 64-bit has more than 4 gigs of RAM.
System with radix.
I was gonna tweak it
From the first R code units of 0, 1.
to use the RAM like normal, so it wouldn't be slow, but then use the paging for like file access,
Zeros.
because I got it really fast,
Return 0.
like caching things from a file and stuff.
To string. X.
20 seconds doesn't sound fast, but it was way slower than that. I don't have the time but I brought it down by a ton.
Visible by radix, and that the least significant digit of S is not necessarily uniquely determined. Then, if nk, then I return the string concatenation of the code units of the k digits of.
I want to keep the paging, because I spent so long setting it up. Because like, in JavaScript, if you open a file from the drive, that's what I was going to use it for. Or, if it's like a network call, it could be used to buffer things from the network, or to hold memory temporarily, like on the disk. I was gonna like make it multi-purpose, multifaceted, or whatever. But I don't know if it's broken, the program, or if it's a slow hard drive on this computer. I don't want to add it back later if I'm going to take it out. Dang it. I'll just take it out. I'll just rip out a whole year worth of work, and then that's the only solution. It's not gonna page anyways. In 64-bit, there's more than 4 gigs of RAM. I think I'm like mess with the settings. In my program, whatever. Try more build modes.
Above, it is recommended that the following version of K and S.
Okay, the malloc mode works, so I'm gonna leave it for now.
K is close.
It's the only one that's close. It's off by quite a bit. But I think it's because Windows 11 has more overhead. I don't think it's a bug. So I'll switch it from the mini build to the big build or whatever. Like I tried to earlier.
Rounded binary decimal and
Switch it to the malloc only mode. So it's just RAM, no paging.
the 30th of November, 1990.
Because I got the paging, whatever, I could access a file faster than the C++ has you open a file, you read right to file. It's actually pretty fast. I had my thing faster. It was faster than the C++ file read writes. The file structure, whatever you call when you open a file in Windows, you get a handle to read right to the file. They do some buffering and stuff. So I want to keep it because it was a little bit faster. So now I'm gonna get rid of it, I guess. And file accesses aren't part of the standard anyways, Chatbot said. I'm gonna assume Chatbot's right. If Chatbot's not right, then I'm be fucked because I'll have to put it back. So I'll leave out the paging or the file accesses basically, and I'll leave that to like an external call that passes it into the engine.
To begin.
So I turned on
The abstract
EPILOGUE mode, turned the mini mode off, off. I need to drink water.
forms the following steps when
So now it should do the bigger build, but at a reasonable speed that doesn't take freaking forever
the abstract operator
because there's no hard drive access involved. And technically, if I was in a keep the paging mode, I would have to edit the program to separate as it's running, whatever, not as it's running. I would have to add control flow to make it only use RAM, the malloc, whatever, for the program memory, and then make it use the data structures I had for file accesses. And that would have taken a lot of work, maybe. It's kind of like, so I'm going to, I think I'm just gonna take the paging off the program, I'll delete the files. I'll save a new backup in case I need it. I'll remove all the paging because it's a 64-bit. It's not limited to 4 gigabytes of RAM. I'll just rip off the paging, and I won't even bother with bothering to optimize file reads and writes, because that's not part of the standard anyways. It will take too much work to modify it when it has the paging to use RAM. So I switched to build mode to malloc, and I have it in the full build mode. So I don't know, hours ago, however long ago, this is no fun. I tried building the non-mini mode so I could find, after that, an entry point to put this test function right here, whatever. So I want to find an entry point. That's what I've been trying to do hours ago. And I got distracted. Then I had to look at all this shit. This hard drive sucks in this computer. I'm gonna have to reinstall Windows. But apart from all of that, now the malloc mode looks like it works. Raises RAM. There's no paging. Now we can use this mode. I don't have to like modify it or adjust it. If I do it this way, I can just use it as it is. I just lose some of the file access stuff I had.
10 begin. Signed right shift.
So I'm gonna run it with the mini mode toggle off. Then I'll try to find an entry point. And once I find an entry point, I'm gonna run this crap code, where it's like code that's not written in an optimal way, and then I'll speed test it to see whatever. I've been all talked about this all before. So now I can finally do that, I think. So I'm gonna build it, and this output thinking earlier, it should build faster than it does this build mode. Because it's the malloc mode and there's no hard drive involved. Maybe it's a good thing
Abstract operation begin.
that I bought this crappy hard drive.
A big int and returns a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If r x equals r y, return true. Otherwise return false, 1.
Because
X, y, the abstract operation binary and takes arguments x.
I didn't realize that all hard drives are not fast. Like how fucking slow is the Stripe? So I didn't really realize that until right now. It kind of hit me. I had like a little breakdown. Because I got a lot on the line. I can't screw this up. So, maybe it's a good thing that I ran into this problem with this hard drive. Because if I bought this hard drive and this program was running at the speeds that I have saved as it used to be, I would have gone through the process of updating the program and spent extra time supporting hard drive reads and writes, when really I should just rip it out anyways. So that's a positive, possibly. I might just deal with this crappy hard drive because it's probably a better, more realistic scenario. Because everybody probably doesn't have, I think everybody has the Samsung though, but if people actually have hard drives that aren't as fast as just a standard common run-of-the-mill Samsung drive, solid state. If people actually have drives that are this fast, it's probably good to write a program in a computer with a drive that's limited and really slow. Because it gives me like a better worst case scenario. So I'll have to like optimize accounting for that, so then people with faster computers, it'll run even faster. But at least the non-fast stuff, I gave it my best. So I'm going to run it in malloc mode, hit build. Let's do this stuff again. This output. I'm hoping it'll work.
Big int. It performs the following steps when called. 1. Return big int bitwise up, and x, y.
So everything's included in this building. I gotta wait.
Y, the abstract operation big int, bitwise or takes arguments x, a big int, and y, a big int, and returns a big int. It performs the following steps when called. 1. Return big int bitwise up, x, y, ECMA International 2024 41, 6, 1, 6, 2, 20 big int, bitwise or x, y, the abstract operation big int, bitwise or takes arguments x, a big int, and y, a big int, and returns a big int. It performs the following steps when called. 1. Return big int bitwise up, x, y, 1, 6, 2, 1 big int, to string, x, Radix. The abstract operation bigint. To string takes arguments x, a bigint, and radix, an integer in the inclusive interval from 2 to 36, and returns a string. It represents hex as a string using a positional numeral system with radix. The digits used in the representation of a big int using radix are taken from the first R code units of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, Abdefkijekmnokrestavux is in order. The representation of big ints other than 0z never includes leading zeros. It performs the following steps when called. If x, 0z, return the string concatenation of and b, int, to string, x, radix, return the string value consisting of the representation of x using radix, comma 1.
Okay, is it done? Good. Never mind, whatever. I swear to God, it better fucking work. Yes! I'll just keep the malloc mode. I like other memories. Slowly working its way up. Is it done? It's not done. That's it. Windows won't show. What's it doing? Oh, press A key, it's done.
Object and inherited properties which are provided by another associated object via a property inheritance relationship. Inherited properties may be either of the associated must each have a key value that is distinct from
Invalid combination. I think I did it on purpose.
of properties, but there are multiple forms of objects that differ in their semantics for accessing and manipulating their properties. Please see 6, 1, 7, 2 for definitions of the multiple forms of objects. In addition, some objects are callable. These are referred to as functions or function objects and are described further below. All functions in ECMAScript are members of the object type, 1 property attributes. Attributes are used in this specification to define and explain the state of object properties as described in Table 3, unless specified explicitly.
Okay, that's cool.
Negative safe integer has a corresponding integer index. Every 32-bit unsigned integer except 232.
There might be something wrong with the file access calls in general. Maybe Windows 11 is treating it differently because it's had a file access issue. I'm doing a speed test that doesn't need to access a file. Okay, now I'm annoyed.
An object.
That means the other mode might be fine, but it's something with file accesses in Windows 11 being slower. But that's way too slow, so I'm gonna screenshot this. I'm trying to figure this out tomorrow. First, I want to find the entry point or where I can put an entry point. I'll have it jump over this, wherever this error is happening. Or whatever, so it's just build like normal. I don't know, something's off with program or the file access call itself. Maybe something changed. Or a header's messed up. It's different from the other compiler builds.
Via algorithm methods. Each object in an ECMAScript engine
There's so many things that could be wrong. So I gotta figure it out.
defined by the specification purely for expository purposes. However, each object within an implementation of
Because it didn't used to do this. It used to just run. Like this is like an actual error with the C++ runtime. It shouldn't be using C++. I have a define at the top that says it should be a C build only. Is that my problem? Did I turn that off? Maybe. That might explain a lot. So I have to check that too. There's something you define
cation algorithm.
to tell the compiler to not include the C++ runtime library.
International 2000.
And I had it included because it's by default
Any ECM.
to test against the C++ file read-write access to compare against my program.
Internal slots are allocated.
And then I got my program a little bit faster than it, like I was saying earlier. So maybe I left that part on and it's still building as a C++ program. And that might be messing it up. Or not. There are so many possible things.
All objects have an internal slot name.
But the expression, whatever,
Represents the value.
it says file handle. I think that's my code. I'm pretty sure it's my code. Or not. I don't know. I name things and it ends up having the same name as what the system uses, whatever, a lot of the time. So this probably isn't my call. But I had a problem closing the file, I think. I don't know. Everything is shit.
That satisfies all of the following criteria for the internal methods listed in Table 4.
It says close, does PP.
1 or the one defined in 0, 3, 1. If the object has an internal method, it uses either the one defined.
Maybe this file doesn't exist. So I should check that. It might not. But if I couldn't open it, did it open a file that doesn't exist and then it closes the file that can't be closed because I don't know.
And other similar tables describes the invocation pattern for each internal method. The invocation pattern always includes a parenthesized list of descriptive.
Check the C drive.
Parameter name is the same as an ECMAScript type name, then the name describes the required type of the parameter value. If an internal method explicitly returns a value, its parameter list is followed by the
There's no file path. It looks like that.
features refer to the types defined in clause 6 augmented by the following.
I have to dig up an old drive, check what's on it.
Its parameters. An internal method always has access to the object that is the target of the method invocation. An internal method implicitly returns a completion record, either a normal completion that wraps a value of the return type shown in its invocation pattern, or a throw completion. Table 4. Essential internal methods. Internal method. Signature. Description. Get prototype of object null. Determine the object that provides inherited properties for this object. A null value indicates that there are no inherited properties. Set prototype of object null. Boolean, associate this object with another object that provides inherited properties. Passing null indicates that there are no inherited properties. Returns true indicating that the operation was completed successfully, or false indicating that the operation was not successful. Is extensible. Boolean, determine whether it is permitted to add additional properties to this object. 44. ECMA International 2024. Table 4. Essential internal methods. Continued. Internal method. Signature. Description. Prevent extensions. Boolean. Control whether new properties may be added to this object. Returns true if the operation was successful, or false if the operation was unsuccessful. Get own property. Property key. Undefined property descriptor. Return a property descriptor for the own property of this object whose key is property key, or undefined if no such property exists. Define own property. Property key. Property descriptor. Boolean, create or alter the own property, whose key is property key, to have the state described by property descriptor. Return true if that property created, updated, or false if the property could not be created or updated. Has property. Property key. Boolean, return a Boolean value indicating whether this object already has either an own or inherited property whose key is property key. Get property key. Receiver. Any. Return the value of the property whose key is property key from this object.
So the file doesn't exist.
Value. Receiver. Boolean, set the value of the property whose key is property key to value. If any ECMAScript code must be
The file system call is supposed to return -1 on error. The fuck? If it can't be opened, how the fuck did it return non-1 and enter? What the fuck? I don't know.
A function object is an object that supports the internal method. A constructor is an object that supports the internal method. Every object that supports
What was it then? If it wasn't -1, what did it return?
Therefore, a const rector may also be referred to as a constructor function or constructor function object. ECMA International 2024-45. Table 5. Additional essential internal methods of function objects. Internal method. Signature. Description. Call. Any. A list of any executes code associated with this object. Invoked via a function call expression. The arguments to the internal method are this value and a list whose elements are the arguments passed to the function by a call expression. Objects that implement this internal method are callable. Construct. A list of any object. Object creates an object. Invoked via the new operator or a supercall. The first argument to the internal method is a list whose elements are the arguments of the constructor invocation or the supercall. The second argument is the object to which the new operator was initially applied. Objects that implement this internal method are called constructors. A function object is not necessarily a constructor in such non-constructor function objects of the essential internal methods for ordinary objects and standard exotic objects are specified in clause 10. If any specified use of an internal method of an exotic object is not supported by an implementation, that usage must throw a type error exception when attempted. 1. 7. 3 invariants of the essential internal methods. The internal methods of objects of an ECM variants specified below. Ordinary ECMAScript objects as well as all standard exotic objects in this specification maintain these invariants. ECMAScript proxy objects maintain these invariants by means of runtime checks on the result of traps invoked on the object. Any implementation provided exotic objects must also maintain these invariants for those objects. Violation of these invariants may cause ECMAScript code to have unpredictable behavior and create security issues. However, violation of these invariants must never compromise the memory safety of an implementation. An implementation must not allow these invariants to be circumvented in any manner, such as by providing alternative interfaces that implement the functionality of the essential internal methods without enforcing their invariants. Definitions. The target of an internal method is the object upon which the internal method is called. A target is non-extensible if it has been observed to return false from its internal method, or true from its internal method. A non-existent property is a property that does not exist as an own property on a non-extensible target. All references to same value are according to the definition of the same value algorithm. Return value, the value returned by any
So
record with either 46 ECMA International 2024 bullet type equals
open the file, whatever, to read write. Hit not on the result of the file descriptor.
internal method completion
So when the result is 0, takes the else.
or null if target is non-extensible.
Program did alert.
Should return the same value as v. Set prototype of v. The normal return type is Boolean
So this file cannot be opened.
and false, unless v is the same value as the target's observed value is extensible. The normal
So it did catch it here. File cannot be opened.
equals to on the target must return false. Prevent
And I check if it's not equal -1. I'm going to start a file.
target is now considered
Otherwise it'll fall through. If not, stall resume.
property descriptor. The return value must be a fully populated property.
Falls through here.
Future calls to p.
And it closes it. So that was my fault. Because I'm closing the file descriptor of -1, which indicates error. So that's not, I don't know, I gotta find the file that was in my folder for it to be able to read, parse that now.
Desk. The normal return type is Boolean, must return false if p has previously been observed as a non-configurable own property of the target, unless either p is a writable data property, a non-configurable writable data property.
Oh, it does actually say that it was -1. That's actually kind of useful for once.
Starting from any object, recursively applying the internal method to its result should eventually lead to the value null. However, this
But it doesn't make up for all the times that the compiler is completely unuseful and unusable and abysmal. Just one time doesn't make up for all those times.
if a property is described as a data property and it may return different values over time, then either or both of the attributes must be true even if no mechanism to change the value.
Okay, I guess the build won't continue. We'll copy what it output.
2447, p, desk, must return false if
Paste it in here.
it is a non-extensible target object
I'll close it from running.
be observed as a non-configurable own data or access a property of the target. Has property must return true. The normal return type is any ECMAScript language type. If p was previously observed as a non-configurable, non-writable own data property of the target with value v, then, if p was previously observed as a non-configurable own access a property of the target whose attribute is undefined, the p, v, receiver, the normal return type is
I think I need to find the hard drive. So I'm gonna copy the folder and file over so it'll build the whole thing.
non-configurable own access a property of the target whose attribute is undefined. The P. The normal return type is Boolean if P was previously observed as a non-configurable own data or accessor property of the target. Must return false. The normal return type is list. The returned list must not contain any duplicate entries. The type of each element of the returned list is either string or symbol. The returned list must contain at least the keys of all non-configurable own properties that have previously been observed. If the target is non-extensible, the returned list must contain only the keys of all own properties of the target that are observable using call. The normal return type is any ECMAScript language type. 8. ECMA International 2024. Bullet. The normal return type is object. The target must also have internal method. 6. 1. 7. For well-known intrinsic objects. Well-known intrinsics are built in objects that are explicitly referenced by the algorithms of this specification and which usually have realm-specific identities. Unless otherwise specified, each intrinsic object actually corresponds to a set of similar objects, one per realm. Within this specification, a reference such as %name.
So all that code that I'll put from here all the way down to here.
Name % was accessed prior to any ECMAScript code being evaluated. Determining.
Oh no, it's not worth explaining. Something is wrong with the paging though. But I can, I don't know, file system calls aren't part of the JavaScript standard, I guess. But I still need to have a file system call to open a file, whatever, so you can load a script so it doesn't have to be in memory. So I'll keep this part of the program, but I'll turn off the caching and stuff they have.
From sync iterator objects 2714 async function
Whoever this call.
x 2771 async generator function %.
Okay, I think this isn't the build mode that I thought it was either. I know what it's doing. I think I do. I think it was processing stuff. And then at the very end here, it writes to a drive to a file to like output the build log, whatever. And it seems to be running at normal speed, so I think it's okay. I'm gonna try to find the other hard drive to see if I can find the files I'm missing, so I can paste it to this drive and get this to build completely. This builds completely. I'll find the bottom of it, and then I'll use that as an entry point to call the stupid test function that I want to call in the first place. And I'll get a speed test, whatever self-test is. And then I will make a backup of all the stuff, whatever, for me, just for whatever. Make a backup. So it's like, I'll save a note too, saying what does and what doesn't work, what seems funky. So I have a backup, because I can't just throw away all that paging and stuff. So I'll have a backup with all that preserved on it. And with this running and stuff, I'm gonna like prepare everything to back up in a working state. Because that's not what I did right now. I'm opening it 7 years ago. This whole thing's not in working state. So I don't want to do that again. So I'm gonna like make notes or whatever, make a backup. And then once I have a backup, whatever, I feel safe to like just strip out all the files that I don't need that relate to paging. I think half the program relates to paging. So I can strip all that out. It'll only take a minute and 30 seconds to build. I think that's how long it took. It was less than 2 minutes. So it's going to save me time in the end. 30 seconds every build. That's kind of nice. So I think that's my plan of approach. I'm gonna go try to find a drive that has this stuff on it. I don't remember seeing this folder on there. So it better be on there. I probably just didn't look last time.
The math object 21.3 num bare percent number the number constructor 2111 object percent object the object constructor 2011 parse float percent parse float the parse float function 1924 parse int percent parse int the parse int function 1925 promise percent promise the promise constructor 2723 proxy percent proxy the proxy constructor 2.
Something's wrong with OBS. It just will not. Oh, there it goes. Everything sucks. I'm gonna go find a hard drive. I have to give up in a bit. This is getting old. I'm getting tired of this. I'm so stressed. Nothing's working. And what does work, I still have to check to make sure it is working. At least I'm not screwed. That's a good thing. I still need to run a speed test. I gotta rip out freaking a year's worth of work. I don't know. That's annoying. I'll save it for me though, for other stuff.
Type of set iterator objects 2425 shared array buffer percent shared array buffer the shared array buffer constructor 2523 string percent string the string constructor 2211 string iterator prototype percent the prototype of string iterator objects 2215 symbol percent symbol the symbol constructor 2041 syntax error percent syntax error the syntax error constructor 20554 throw type error percent a function object that unconditionally throws a new instance of percent type error percent typed array percent the superclass of all typed array constructors 2321 type error percent type error the type error constructor 20555 date array percent date array the date array constructor 23.2 8 clamped array percent 8 clamped array the 8 clamped array constructor 23.2 16 array percent 16 array the 16 array constructor 23.2 32 array percent 32 array the 32 array constructor 23.2 URI error percent URI error the URI error constructor 20556 weak map percent weak map the weak map constructor 2431 weak ref percent weak ref the weak ref constructor 2611 weak set percent weak set the weak set constructor 2441 note additional entries in table 97 6.2 ECMAScript specification types. A specification type corresponds to meter values that are used within algorithms to describe the semantics of ECMAScript language constructs and ECMAScript language types. The specification types include reference, list, completion record, property descriptor, environment record, abstract closure, and data block. Specification type values are specification artifacts that do not necessarily correspond to any specific entity within an ECMAScript implementation. Specification type values may be used to describe intermediate results of ECMAScript expression evaluation, but such values cannot be stored as properties of objects or values of ECMAScript language variables. ECMA International 2024 51 6 2 1. The enum specification type. Enums are values which are internal to the specification and not directly observable from ECMAScript code. Enums are denoted using a sans serif typeface. For instance, a completion records field takes on values like normal, return, or throw. Enums have no characteristics other than their name. The name of an enum serves no purpose other than to distinguish it from other enums, and implies nothing about its usage or meaning in context. 2.2 The list and record specification types. The list type is used to explain the evaluation of argument lists, C1338, in new expressions, in function calls, and in other algorithms where a simple ordered list of values is needed. Values of the list type are simply ordered sequences of list elements containing the individual values. These sequences may be of any length. The elements of a list may be randomly accessed using zero-origin indices. For notational convenience, an array-like syntax can be used to access list elements. For example, arguments 2 is shorthand for saying the third element of the list arguments. When an algorithm iterates over the elements of a list without specifying an order, the order used is the order of the elements in the list. For notational convenience within this specification, a literal syntax can be used to express a new list value. For example, 1. 2 defines a list value that has two elements, each of which is initialized to a specific value. A new empty list can be expressed as, in this specification, the phrase the list concatenation of A, B, where each argument is a possibly empty list, denotes a new list value whose elements are the concatenation of the elements, in order, of each of the arguments. In order, the record type is used to describe data aggregations within the algorithms of this specification. A record type value consists of one or more named fields. The value of each field is an ECMAScript language value or specification value. Field names are always enclosed in double brackets. For example, for notational convenience within this specification, an object literal-like syntax can be used to express a record value. For example, 42, false, empty, defines a record value that has three fields, each of which is initialized to a specific value. Field name order is not significant. Any fields that are not explicitly listed are considered to be absent. In specification text and algorithms, dot notation may be used to refer to a specific field of a record value. For example, if R is the record shown in the previous paragraph, then R is shorthand for the field of R named. Schema for commonly used record field combinations may be named, and that name may be used as a prefix to a literal record value to identify the specific kind of aggregations that is being described. For example, property descriptor 42, false, true, 2.3 The set and relation specification types. The set type is used to explain a collection of unordered elements for use in the memory model. It is distinct from the ECMAScript collection type of the same name. To disambiguate, instances of the ECMAScript collection are consistently referred to as set objects within this specification. Values of the set type are simple collections of elements, where no element appears more than once. Elements may be added to and removed from sets. Sets may be unioned, intersected, or subtracted from each other. The relation type is used to explain constraints on sets. Values of the relation type are sets of ordered pairs of values from its value domain. For example, a relation on events is a set of ordered pairs of events. For a relation R and two values A and B in the value domain of R, RB is shorthand for saying the ordered pair, A, B, is a member of R. A relation is least with respect to some conditions when it is the smallest relation that satisfies those conditions. 2. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. A strict partial order is a relation value R that satisfies the following. For all A, B, and C in R's domain, it is not the case that R A, and if R B and B are C, then a RC. Note 1. The two properties above are called a reflexivity and transitivity, respectively. A strict total order is a relation value R that satisfies the following. For all A, B, and C in R's domain, A is B or A are B or B are A, and it is not the case that A are A, and if A are B and B are C, then A are C. Note 2. The three properties above are called totality, irreflexivity, and transitivity, respectively. 2. For the completion record specification type. The completion record specification type is used to explain the runtime propagation of values and control flows such as the behavior of statements, break, continue, return and throw, that perform non-local transfers of control. Completion records have the fields defined in Table 7. Table 7. Completion record fields. Field name, value, meaning, type, normal, break, continue, return, or throw, the type of completion that occurred, value, any value except a completion record, the value that was produced, target, a string or empty, the target label for directed control transfers. The following shorthand terms are sometimes used to refer to completion records. Normal completion refers to any completion record with a value of normal. Break completion refers to any completion record with a value of break. Continue completion refers to any completion record with a value of continue. Return completion refers to any completion record with a value of return. Throw completion refers to any completion record with a value of throw. Abrupt completion refers to any completion record with a value other than normal. A normal completion containing some type of value refers to a normal completion that has a value of that type in its field. Callable objects that are defined in this specification only return in a normal completion or a throw completion. Returning any other kind of completion record is considered an editorial error. Implementation-defined callable objects must return either a normal completion or a throw completion. ECMA International 2024 53 6 2 4 1 Normal completion value. The abstract operation normal completion takes argument value any value except a completion record and returns a normal completion. It performs the following steps when called. Return completion record, normal, value, empty, 2, 4, 2 throw completion, value. The abstract operation throw completion takes argument value, an ECMAScript language value, and returns a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Return completion record, throw, value, empty, 2, 4, 3 update empty, completion record, value. The abstract operation update empty takes arguments completion record, a completion record, and value any value except a completion record, and returns a completion record. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. If completion record is either a return completion or a throw completion, then completion record is not empty. If completion record is not empty, return completion record. Return completion record, completion record, value, completion record, 2.5 The reference record specification type. The reference record type is used to explain the behavior of such operators as delete, type off, the assignment operators, the super keyword and other language features. For example, the left-hand operand of an assignment is expected to produce a reference record. A reference record is a resolved name or property binding. Its fields are defined by Table 8. Table 8. Reference record fields. Field name, value, meaning, base, an ECMAScript language value, an environment record, or unresolvable, the value or environment record which holds the binding. Of unresolvable indicates that the binding could not be resolved. Reference name, a string, a symbol, or a private name, the name of the binding. Always a string if value is an environment record. Strict, a boolean, true if the reference record originated in strict mode code. False otherwise. This value, an ECMAScript language value or empty. If not empty, the reference record represents a property binding that was expressed using the super keyword. It is called a super reference record and its value will never be an environment record. In that case, the field holds this value at the time the reference record was created. The following abstract operations are used in this specification to operate upon reference records. 4. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. 6. 2. 5. 1 is property reference. V. The abstract operation is property reference takes argument TV. A reference record. and returns a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If v is unresolvable, return false. If v is an environment record, return false. Otherwise return true. 2, 5, 2 is unresolvable reference. V. The abstract operation is unresolvable reference takes argument v, a reference record, and returns a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If v is unresolvable, return true. Otherwise return false. 6, 2, 5, 3 is superreference. V. The abstract operation is superreference takes argument v, a reference record, and returns a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If v is not empty, return true. Otherwise return false. 6, 2, 5, 4 is private reference. V. The abstract operation is private reference takes argument v, a reference record, and returns a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If v is a private name, return true. Otherwise return false. 6, 2, 5, 5 get value. V. The abstract operation get value takes argument v, a reference record or an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or an abrupt completion. It performs the following steps when called. If v is not a reference record, return v. If is unresolvable reference, v is true. Throw a reference error exception. If is property reference, v is true. Then a let base obj be. To object, v. B if is private reference, v is true. Then I return private get base obj v. C return base obj get this value v. Else a let base be v. B assert base is an environment record. C return base get binding value v. V. C 9.1. Note the object that may be created in step 3 is not accessible outside of the above abstract operation in the ordinary object. ECMA International 2024 55. 6, 2, 5, 6 put value v. W. The abstract operation put value takes arguments v, a reference record or an ECMAScript language value, and W, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or an abrupt completion. It performs the following steps when called. If v is not a reference record, throw a reference error exception. If is unresolvable reference, v is true. Then, if v is true, throw a reference error exception. B let global obj be get global object. C perform. Set global obj v w. False. D return unused. If as property reference, v is true. Then a let base obj be. To object, v. B if as private reference, v is true. Then I return private set base obj v w. C let succeeded be base obj w. Get this value v. D if succeeded is false and v is true. Throw a type error exception. E return unused. Else a let base be v. B assert base is an environment record. C return base set mutable binding v w v. C 9.1, 2, 5, 7 get this value v. The abstract operation get this value takes argument v, a reference record, and returns an ECMAScript language value. It performs the following steps when called. Assert is property reference, v is true. If is superreference, v is true. Return v. Otherwise return v, 2, 5, 8 initialize reference binding v w. The abstract operation initialize reference binding takes arguments v, a reference record, and w, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or an abrupt completion. It performs the following steps when called. Assert is unresolvable reference, v is false. Let base be v. Assert base is an environment record. Return base initialize binding v w, 2, 9 make private reference base value private identifier. The abstract operation.
Okay, need some more water. I don't know, I think I found the drive. it should have.
Name be resolved private identifier. Privy private identifier. Return the reference record.
The folder on it that wasn't there in the failed to build. I'm gonna try to find it, copy it over, run it again. And if it builds whatever, that's it. Then I'll
A property descriptor is a record with 0 or more fields, where each field's name is an attribute name and its value is a corresponding attribute value as specified in 6.1.7.1. The schema name used within this specification to tag literal descriptions of property descriptor records is property descriptor. Existence or use of certain fields. A data property descriptor is one that includes any fields named either raw,
what even is this?
Any property descriptor may have fields named and a property descriptor value may not be both a data property descriptor and an
This isn't I code.
ly populated property descriptor is one that is
If file handle is greater than 0, greater than or equal to 0. Who the frick wrote this? This is stupid.
6.2.6.
So, if greater than or equal to 0, which means anything that's non-negative, because file handle is signed. If it's not, it's unsigned. Assuming it's signed, you're checking if it's greater than, but not 0. So if that's true, and unsigned file handle is less than unsigned underscore end handle. What the heck is underscore non-handle? Is that what underscore end handle means?
Boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If desk is undefined, return false. If is accessor descriptor, desk. Return false. Return true, 2, 6, 4 from property descriptor, desk. The abstract operation from property descriptor takes argument desk, a property descriptor or undefined, and returns an object or undefined. It performs the following steps when called. If desk
I have to stay on task. Let's check out what this means.
object create, %object prototype, assert.
I don't know why I'm asking chatbot. Chatbot, it sucks. There's confusing outputs. I don't know why I keep doing this.
ECMA
I shouldn't waste my time.
5. If desk has a field, then a perform.
They have to.
OBJ, writable, desk. If desk has a perform. Create data property or throw, OBJ.
And then chatbot says,
Desk has a perform. Create data property or throw, OBJ.
so break it down.
Then a perform. Create data property or throw, OBJ, enumerable, desk. If desk has a field, then a perform. Create data property or throw, OBJ, configurable, desk. 0. Return OBJ, 2.
File handle. Usually an integer.
The abstract operator.
End handle. The number of the, oh. Max number of. I didn't know there was a max. I just thought it was up to non-negative.
Is true, then a let enumerable beta boolean. Get, OBJ, Enumerable.
Here's what template says. File handle greater than equals 0. Make sure it's not negative. What? Okay, that's just stupid. This is dumb. This is really dumb. File handle. It can't be negative, okay? So they're checking to make sure it's non-negative. Okay. Which means that it's a signed number that's non-negative. And then unsigned file handle less than unsigned underscore n handle ensures that file handle is within the range of allocated or allowable handles by comparing it to n handle. Okay, let's say that's true. And then it says the cast to unsigned ensures that comparison is done correctly without triggering signed, unsigned comparison warnings or bugs. This first check here is file handle greater than or equal to 0.
The record. Undefined. False. Undefined. False. False. If is generic descriptor. Desk. Is true or is data descriptor.
And make sure that is non-negative.
International 2024. AB. If desk does not have a field, set desk to like. If desk does not have a field, set.
And then they check to make sure that file handle is less than n handle, which is the max number of handles. Therefore, n handle cannot be greater than a negative value. If n handle is so large that it becomes a negative, it means that it will fail file handle greater than equal to 0, which means it is impossible for n handle to be larger than a negative number, or be a negative number basically. If n handle is so large that it becomes an unsigned negative but positive when unsigned, it's impossible. It'll fail this check. It'll fail this check, and there's no point in this check. So the done correctly without triggering. It is perfectly safe to check logically the second check. Your file handle is less than n handle, because logically, if the file handle is negative in general for the first check here, it means it will never ever even pass through to the second check that says is a less than.
Type is used to describe a distinct and mutable sequence of bite-sized 8-bit numeric value.
I'll be back.
Integer in the inclusive interval from 0 to 255. A data block value is created with a fixed number of bytes that each have the initial value 0. For notational convenience within this specification, an array-like syntax can be used to access the individual bytes of a data block value. This notation presents a data block value as a 0-origined integer index sequence of bytes. For example, if db is a 5-byte data block value, then db2 can be used to access its third byte. A data block that resides in memory that can be referenced from multiple agents concurrently is designated a shared data block. A shared data block has an identity for the purposes of equality testing shared data block values. That is address-free. It is tied not to the virtual addresses the block is mapped to in any process, but to the set of locations in memory that the block represents. Two data blocks are equal only if the sets of the locations they contain are equal, otherwise, they are not equal and the intersection of the sets of locations they contain is empty. Finally, shared data blocks can be distinguished from data blocks. The semantics of shared data blocks is defined using shared data block events by the memory model. Abstract operations below introduce shared data block events and act as the interface between evaluation semantics and the event semantics of the memory model. The events form a candidate execution, on which the memory model acts as a filter. Please consult the memory model for full semantics. Shared data block events are modeled by records, defined in the memory model. ECMA International 2024-59. The following abstract operations are used in this specification to operate upon data block values. 6, 2, 9, 1 create byte data block. Size. The abstract operation create byte data block takes argument size, a non-negative integer, and returns either a normal completion containing a data block or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If size 253.1, throw a range error exception. Let db be a new data block value consisting of size bytes. If it is impossible to create such a data block, throw a range error exception. Set all of the bytes of db to 0. Return db, 2, 9, 2 create shared byte data block. Size. The abstract operation create shared byte data block takes argument size, a non-negative integer, and returns either a normal completion containing a shared data block or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let db be a new shared data block value consisting of size bytes. If it is impossible to create such a shared data block, throw a range error exception. Let execution be the field of the surrounding agent's agent record. Let events record be the agent events record of execution whose is agent signifier. Let 0 be 0 for each index I of db. Do a append write shared memory, init, true, db, I, 1, 0, to events record. Return db, 2, 9, 3 copy data block bytes, to block, to int x, from block, from int x, count. The abstract operation copy data block bytes takes arguments to block, a data block or a shared data block, to int x, a non-negative integer, from block, a data block or a shared data block, from int x, a non-negative integer, and count, a non-negative integer, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. From block into block are distinct values. Let from size be the number of bytes in from block. Assert. From index plus count from size. Let to size be the number of bytes into block. Assert. To index plus count to size. Repeat. While count, 0, 0. ECMA International 2024. A. If from block is a shared data block, then I2, 3 v, v7. Let execution be the field of the surrounding agent's agent record. Let events record be the agent events record of execution whose is agent signifier. Let bytes be a list whose sole element is a non-deterministically chosen byte value. Note: in implementations, bytes is the result of a non-atomic read instruction on the underlying hardware. The non-determinism is a semantic prescription of the memory model to describe observable behavior of hardware with weak consistency. Let read event be read shared memory, unordered, true, from block, from index. 1. Append read event to events record. Append chosen value record. Read event, bytes, to execution. 8. If to block is a shared data block, then append write shared memory, unordered, true, to block. Byte int x, to index. 1. Bytes, to events record 9. Else, set to block, to int x, to bytes, 0 be else. I assert, to block is not a shared data block. 2. Set to block, to int x, to from block, from index. C set to index to index plus 1. D set from index to from index plus 1. E set count to count 1. Return unused. 2.10 The private element specification type. The private element type is a record used in the specification of private class fields, methods, and access source. Although property descriptors are not used for private elements, private fields behave similarly to non-configurable, non-enumerable, writable data properties. Private methods behave similarly to non-configurable, non-enumerable, non-writable data properties. and private accessors behave similarly to non-configurable, non-enumerable accessor properties. Values of the private element type are record values whose fields are defined by Table 9. Such values are referred to as private elements. Table 9. Private element fields. Field name. Values of the field for which it is present. Value, meaning key, all. A private name, the name of the field, method, or accessor. Kind, all. Field, method, or accessor. The kind of the element. Value, field and method. An ECMAScript language. Value, the value of the field. Get, accessor, a function, object, or undefined. The getter for a private accessor. Set, accessor, a function, object, or undefined. The setter for a private accessor. The 6th of February 2011. The class field definition record specification type. The class field definition type is a record used in the specification of class fields. Values of the class field definition type are record values whose fields are defined by Table 10. Such values are referred to as class field definition records. Table 10. Class field definition record fields. Field name. Value, meaning name, a private name, a string, or a symbol. The name of the field. Initializer. An ECMAScript function, object, or empty. The initializer of the field, if any. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. 1. The 6th of February 2012. Private names. The private name specification type is used to describe a globally unique value, one which differs from any other private name, even if they are otherwise indistinguishable, which represents the key of a private class element field, method, or accessor. Each private name has an associated immutable which is a string value. A private name may be installed on any ECMAScript object with private field add or private method or accessor add, and then read or written using private get and private set. 2.13 The class static block definition record specification type. A class static block definition record is a record value used to encapsulate the executable code for a class static initialization block. Class static block definition records have the fields listed in Table 11. Table 11. Class static block definition record fields. Abstract operations. These operations are not a part of the ECMAScript language. They are defined here solely to aid the specification of the semantics of the ECMAScript language. Other, more specialized abstract operations are defined throughout this specification. 1. Type conversion. The ECMAScript language implicitly performs automatic type conversion as needed. To clarify the semantics of certain constructs, it is useful to define a set of conversion abstract operations. The conversion abstract operations are polymorphic. They can accept a value of any ECMAScript language type, but no other specification types are used with these operations. The big int type has no implicit conversions in the ECMAScript language. Programmers must call big int explicitly to convert values from other types. 1.1 to primitive input preferred type. The abstract operation to primitive takes argument input, an ECMAScript language value, and optional argument preferred type, string or number, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or a throw completion. It converts its input argument to a non-object type. If an object is capable of converting to more than one primitive type, it may use the optional hint preferred type to favor that type. It performs the following steps when called. Field name, value, meaning body function, an ECMAScript function object. The function object to be called during static initialization of a class. 1. If input is an object, then 2. ECMA International 2024. AB. Let exotic to prim B. Get method, input, add at to primitive. If exotic to prim is not undefined, then I have preferred type is not present, then 1. Let int be default. 2. Else if preferred type.
Okay, so basically, this is stupid. Because if n handle, it has to be unsigned. Because it has to be signed because file handle is treated as signed. Therefore, there's no reason to cast it to unsigned. I guess they still gotta check. They don't. What they could do I'm wasting time. They should do file handle +1 greater than 0. Because when file handle is -1, that means error. So -1 + 1 is 0. Even if it's unsigned or signed. -1 + 1 is 0. So -1 + 1 is 0. So anything. So when it's 0, if the file handle is 0, it'll be 1. So anything greater than 0 at that point will be an error if it's signed. So they could replace this whole check as file handle +1 greater than 0. Ask chatbot if that's correct. I should stop wasting time.
The abstract operation to numeric takes argument value. An ECMAScript.
Oh, safety check. These people are fucking idiots. Oh, they're so stupid.
Let prim value be.
If you go to college for programming and you don't know how fucking signed and unsigned numbers work, why the fuck are you programming? For fuck's sake. Stupid.
Steps when called. If argument is a number, return argument. If argument is either a symbol or a big int, throw a type error exception. If argument is undefined, return none. When a primitive is called without a hint, then it generally behaves as if the hint were number. Note, however, objects may override this behavior by defining a at to primitive.
Unless it's possible for file handle to be another non-negative value for like another error case. But in the documentation, maybe there's more documentation. It looked like it was only -1. If -2, -3, -4, if that is a possible case where it's it still tested for error. I don't know. I'll just ask chat about this and I'll stop being distracted.
Return to number, prim value, 1, 4, 1 to number applied to the string type. The abstract operation string to number specifies how to convert a string value to a number value, using the following grammar. Syntax: string numeric literal, str white spaciat, str white spaciat, str numeric literal, str white spaciat, str white space, str white space char, str white spaciat, str white space str numeric literal, str decimal literal, non-decimal integer literal, sep, str decimal literal, str unsigned decimal literal, str unsigned decimal literal, str unsigned decimal literal, str unsigned decimal literal, infinity decimal digits, sep.
Oh, let's put a not.
Exponent part, sepopt, decimal digits, sep, exponent part, sepopt. All grammar symbols not explicitly defined above have the definitions used in the lexical grammar for numeric literals. 1, 2, 9, 3. Note some differences should be noted between the syntax of a string numeric literal and a numeric literal. A string numeric literal may include leading and or trailing white space and or line terminators. A string numeric literal that is decimal may have any number of leading 0 digits. A string numeric literal that is decimal may include a plus or to indicate its sign. A string numeric literal that is empty or contains only white spaces converted to +0. Infinity and infinity are recognized. Literal. A string numeric literal cannot include a big int literal suffix. A string numeric literal cannot.
It's not a hack. Get smarter answers. Yeah, right. You're not gonna get any smarter answers paying for this.
The abstract operation string to number takes argument str.
The people that write the C++ libraries, I bet they go to college. That's how smart they are. They don't even know how signed numbers work. And then they just make things unsigned for safety reasons. Because they don't know how unsigned and signed numbers work. And if you don't know, okay.
Arguments and returns a number. It is defined piecewise over the following.
Okay, so chatbot says now. Yes, in very specific cases, but it's a hack. Let's break it down carefully. So it says,
Value of str.
all field handles are non-negative. Okay, that means that the check would work.
Str.
It says blah blah blah. Uh,
1. Return plus str and sign.
oh, I put equal. Okay, hold on.
This is present. Then, a let b be mv of the second decimal digits. B let n be the number of code points in the second decimal digits. Else, a let 0 be let.
Okay, now I think I got it. Yeah, see, chatbot says, you're on point. Okay, so it does say f n plus 1 is truthy only if fh is not equal to -1, assuming. I love the word assuming. I assume all the time. It'll get you very far to assume things. It won't get you as far as you can assume to go, but assuming that you're assuming, it's gonna get you somewhere. Assuming, so. Okay, so it says assuming file handle is a signed integer, which it has to be because it's literally a signed integer. It says above here.
Comma 1. 4.
All veiled handles are non-negative. It doesn't specify signed or unsigned, but assuming and in context, it means negative numbers, which means it's signed.
T. Here is a non-zero digit to its right. For the purposes of this abstract operation,
So assuming it's signed and -1 indicates a veiled handle. It's not undefined. Max int is -1, and max int plus 1 is 0. And 0 plus 1 is 1, which means that 0 is valid, which means that 0 is a valid file descriptor in the first place. Which means that chatbot is wrong. Because int x plus 1 is 0, right? Anything greater than 0, based off this logic, is truthy. 0 plus 1 is 1, which means it's truthy, which means that chatbot is wrong again. Chatbot is shit. I don't know why I'm trying to prove I'm smart in chatbot. I should be trying to prove that I can make less mistakes and focus rather than, but that's not provable because whatever. It's ADHD. That's my excuse. Okay, so chatbot says if someone passes max in, it could cause overflow, which means the result is 0. So chatbot is wrong. Okay, this is the best answer. If it's a -1. Okay, why the fuck? You know what? I'm not even gonna. The whole standard, all the standards, they're shit. They should not need this check in the C++ runtime. This check should not be needed in the C++ standard library for file handles. If it is impossible and an error to have a negative handle that's not -1 when it's an error, I don't know, everything's stupid and redundant and dumb. So I'm gonna ask chatbot this really quick, and then I'm done with this little side quest. Because chatbot is wrong.
32-bit. Note, given the above definition of twint32, step 5 is the only difference between twint32 and twint32. The twint32 abstract operation is idempotent.
So I'm asking chatbot, is int max +1 not 0? Great question. You're diving right into a tricky world of integer overflow. It's not that tricky. No, this is just fucking stupid. Int max +1 is not 0. It is fucking 0. Oh, when using a signed in, I guess technically. I hate undefined behavior. They use undefined behavior for everything. Like, if something doesn't work, they'll say, oh, that's undefined behavior. If they document something that's broken, they just remove it and they say undefined behavior. Files for anything. This whole overflow with signed numbers being undefined behavior is fucking stupid. Oh, that's why. I forgot there's a u int max, which is unsigned max, and an int max, and it's possible that int max might not actually be unsigned int max, so therefore it would be undefined. I'm done arguing with chatbot. I don't know. Overall, the standards are dumb.
Of interval from -1.
If signed integers are like undefined and have all these issues and whatever the fuck, why the fuck would they use a signed integer for this? Why the fuck are they using something that they're gonna have to cast to unsign? To be extra certain. Like, why? Why? Okay. That's my case. Because they don't know. Why don't they know? I don't know, can a monkey tell crap apart from brownies? I think that's why they don't know. They don't know shit. I shouldn't have had to like explain that. I just wasted however much time. Too long. Alright, I'm gonna plug this drive in and copy over this folder that's missing with the file in it. Because I think there's a couple other files that it writes to after this file. Need some water. Chatbot sucks though.
+1. If f is even.
Kind of cut out. I said chatbot sucks. In the C standard, it's retarded. Isn't slow. Because that's what that word means. I don't mean like in derogatory. I gotta stop.
Conversion operations. Tuned 8 clamp rounds rather than truncates non-integral values. It also uses round half to even tie breaking, which differs from the round half up tie breaking of math round. 8. ECMA International 2024, the 7th of January 2013 to big int, argument. The abstract operation to big int takes argument in ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a big int or a throw completion. It converts argument to a big int value, or throws if an implicit.
Some of these music videos are kind of brutal. I should like skip some of them maybe. Or not. You know what, judge me, it's just a music video.
Begin conversions. Argument type, result, undefined. Throw type error. Null. Throw type error exception. Boolean. Return 1 and if prim is true and 0.
You just can't really see it unless you're like looking at the tiny little square.
Exception. String. Let n be string to big int. Prim if n is undefined.
In slaughter to prevail. An awesome band.
7th of January 2000.
So I'm gonna plug in this hard drive and just do whatever I set out to do. This sucks. At least I'm making choices that I'm gonna have to stick to. I gotta rip out a ton of the program. But, I don't know, I'm gonna just plug in this hard drive.
1.
And copy over the folders that it expects that aren't there.
Following grammar.
And if a music video plays and it's like gory, down in the corner, that's just what it is. I have like a pen tablet screen, but it's like, I think like 9.5 inches. I don't know. Maybe 12 inches. It's a small screen. I can't see it because it's at a slant. So I'm like putting whatever they'll display up on the Mac so I can see it. So I don't know. If there's like a gory music video, whatever. It just is what it is. My neck hurts from having to like turn and look down at the pen tablet. There's like a glare. I don't know. It's more convenient, so whatever.
3.1. It performs the following steps when called. Let n be. To big int. Argument. Let int 64-bit br.
I gotta just focus. I'm done.
4-bit 263. return Z, int 64-bit 264. Otherwise return Z, int 64-bit, 1.16 to big int 64. Argument. The abstract operation to big int 64 takes argument in ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a big int or a throw completion. It converts argument to one of 264 big int values in the inclusive interval from 0z to z, 264 1. It performs the following steps when called. Let n be to big int argument. Let int 64-bit br n modulo 264 return z int 64-bit, 1.17 to string argument. The abstract operation to string takes argument in ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a string or a throw completion. It converts argument to a value of type string. It performs the following steps when called. If argument is a string, return argument. If argument is a symbol, throw a type error exception. If argument is undefined, return undefined. If argument is null, return null. If argument is true, return true. If argument is false, return false. If argument is a number, return number. To string argument 10. If argument is a big int, return big int.
I literally can't get a break. Come on. I plugged in the drive. I opened it to check if the folder directory is on there. So we copied the file, the folder, and it's not. So now I want to unplug the drive. I need a folder called _0 _test _
to object.
But now, when I go down here to remove this drive,
Description of Boolean objects. Number. Return a new number.
right here, and you click to remove it. Eject. It says, wait, did he eject it? Did it work? Never mind, it's working. I started closing Windows down for no reason. Just open it again. Define file.
And returns either a normal completion containing a property key or a throw completion. It converts the argument to a value that can be used as a property key. It performs.
Maybe instead of complain, I should stop, think about complaining, but not complain. Just wait. And then by the time that I would have been done complaining, maybe the issue would have resolved itself. I think I'm gonna try that. From now on, I'm just gonna stay silent and wait. And then however long I would have complained for, then I'll check it again, see if it works. And it might be working. That's my new. I'm gonna try that. That might work.
String argument.
Then I get to complain in my head. I don't say it out loud, and I get to wait. And then maybe whatever's happening with the computer, it might fix itself at that time.
Otherwise, it returns undefined. It performs the following steps when called. If argument is -0, return -0. Let n be to number argument. If to string n is argument, return n, return undefined. ECMA International 2024-71. A canonical numeric string is any string value for which the canonical numeric index string abstract operation does not return undefined. 1.22 to int x value. The abstract operation to index takes argument value, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a non-negative integer or a throw completion. It converts value to an integer and returns that integer if it is non-negative and corresponds with an integer index. Otherwise, it throws an exception. It performs the following steps when called. Let integer be to an integer or infinity value. If integer is not in the inclusive interval from 0 to 253 1, throw a range error exception. Return integer. Point 2 testing and comparison operations. 2.1 require object coercible argument. The abstract operation require object coercible takes
Yes! The folder is here. I will now copy it and paste to the other disk drive. I'm gonna make a backup too. Everything's the case.
return argument big int return argument object return argument 7 2 2 is array argument. The abstract operation is array takes argument an ECMAScript language value and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If argument is not an object, return false. If argument is an array exotic object, return true. If argument is a proxy exotic object, then a perform. Validate non-revoke proxy argument. B let proxy target be argument. C return.
Yeah, this drive is slow. It's not just no motherboard. It's solid state.
Abstract operation is callable takes argument an ECMAScript language value and returns a boolean. It determines if
Okay, this time that drive actually moved on the first click.
return false. If argument has an internal method, return true. Return false. Abstract operation is constructor takes argument an ECMAScript language value and returns a boolean. It determines if argument is a function object with the internal method. It performs the following steps when called. If argument is not an object, return false. If argument has an internal method, return true. Return false. 2.5 is extensible. O. The abstract operation is extensible takes argument O, an object, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It is used to determine whether additional properties can be added to O. It performs the following steps when called. Return O, 2.6 is integral number argument. The abstract operation is integral number takes argument an ECMAScript language value and returns a boolean. It determines if argument is a finite integral number value. It performs the following steps when called. If argument is not a number, return false. If argument is not finite, return false. If truncate, argument, argument, return false. Return true. 2.7 is property key argument. The abstract operation is property key takes argument an ECMAScript language value and returns a boolean. It determines if argument is a value that may be used as a property key. It performs the following steps when called. If argument is a string, return true. If argument is a symbol, return true. Return false. 2.8 is regexp argument. The abstract operation is regexp takes argument an ECMAScript language value and returns either a normal completion or completion. It performs the following steps when called. If argument is not an object, return false. Let matcher be. Get argument at match. If matcher is not undefined, return to boolean matcher. If argument has an internal slot, return true. Return false. ECMA International 2024 73 7 2.
Click run. Now the file's there, so it should build.
String, a string, and returns a boolean.
Will it build? I don't know. We'll wait to find out.
In 6.
I'm kind of tired. This is getting old. I've been on a roller coaster. Chatbot confused me with the hard drive stuff. I was like really pissed off, but then it wasn't as bad, but it's still bad. Because I was like, how did I not know that the hard drive goes to the RAM? That makes no sense. What's going on? And the chatbot said that it doesn't actually do that, but it said that it does for some stuff, so I thought it did, and I was really confused. I don't know. So I wasted time on that. And I don't know if this program runs slower because the drive is slow, or because the Windows 11 is slow, or because the system calls on Windows 11 are slower because of Windows 11, or if there's an issue in the program. But when I turn off paging, which isn't needed anyways, I wanted it because it's faster than C++ file access calls. I made my own whatever to open a file using the old Linux? The Linux system calls, whatever, I don't know what they're called. There's like a different standard that's old. It's like, I think technically it's a wrapper to work with the old stuff. But I don't know, I paged stuff and I cached it to like little areas because it's slow to just read from the disk every time with the file descriptor. So I want to keep that, but either the drive, Windows, something seems to be wrong with it. I don't really need it because chatbot said that this standard doesn't specify anything about file system calls, so I'm just gonna not bother to deal with it. So I'm gonna take it out of the program too, since I don't need it, because it's a lot of files. So I'm gonna use the mail-out mode of the program without any paging. I'll just use C++ or whoever uses it to have to access files however they do it. I won't add that feature because it's funky anyways. So I don't know. I've been through all that, which is annoying. I'm coming down to my last decisions, whatever. So I'm gonna do mail-out mode, no paging at all. I'll rip it out. I gotta save a working backup though, so I'm gonna run this. It looks like it builds and everything. I'll save like a stable backup because I have the original backup before this backup. Then I'll have this backup. I'll make notes of all things I just figured out. Like it may be an issue, maybe this. If I if I install Windows 7 on a Samsung drive that's faster than this drive, I'll be able to run the program and I'll know if the timing's closer or not. It'll be easier to tell if it's a bug in the program or if it's an operating system issue. I'll have to install Windows 10 or 7 too. So I'm not going to do any of that right now. I'm just going to rip it out. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really apply to what I actually need for the JavaScript engine. So I'm only keeping mail-out or whatever.
Recent operations must.
So I'll run this.
It performs the following.
See if it makes the right output.
True. Then.
If it doesn't, I'll have to fix it.
X.
If it does, it's okay. But
Div. Y. Number. Else. A note.
the whole point today
Needs to be reversed to preserve left to right evaluation.
was to run this,
To primitive.
to speed test it, to like guarantee so I know that my JavaScript engine
String and pipe.
is faster than the browser engine.
PX. B.
Because I haven't run crap code.
0Y.
I've just run like small tests and like multiple operations in a big program, whatever,
Code unit at
but the program doesn't do
code unit
funky things like make an object for every iteration just to destroy it, keep one out of every 20,000 objects, whatever.
return
So I want to run some crappy code like this that chatbot gave me, so I can be like, oh, okay, everyone's crappy code, faster also. And then I'll feel like, I don't know, every single scenario it will be faster. I just want a guarantee. So that's what I wanted today. I wanted to get this, find an entry point to put into the program. But I had to deal with the malloc and stuff. Or not the malloc, the file calls. So now that I'm ripping that out, I'm keeping only the malloc, the RAM calls. So if this runs, I added that file directory with the folders needed, so it should build.
NX 9.
If it builds and it looks okay,
This is a big int.
then I can try to find
9.
an entry point here. And then I can finally
9 is a big int. H
put this function in and run it.
is plus.
That's all I want to do today. I didn't want to figure out that the drive is slow. I didn't want to, I don't know.
Separately with a
I got to this point though.
note
So, assuming
them that handles the addition
everything goes okay,
3
I might just be done for now.
operation
At least this thing is running at a reasonable speed.
K if an
Because at first, I don't know, sums up.
X R not
So I'm gonna run it
otherwise
and see if it builds now.
the simple
Because the file's there. I'm stalling. I don't know. Here we go.
is no attempt to use the more complex, semantically oriented definity ons of character or string equality and collating order defined in the Unicode specification. Therefore, string values that are canonically equal according to the Unicode standard but not in the same normalization form could test as unequal. Also note that lexicographic ordering by code unit differs from ordering by code point for strings containing surrogate pairs. The abstract operation is loosely equal takes arguments x, an ECMAScript language value, and y, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It provides the semantics for the equals equals operator. It performs the following steps when called. If type x is type y, then a return is strictly equal x, y. If x is null and y is undefined, return true. If x is undefined and y is null, return true. Note: this step is replaced in section B, 3, 6, 2. IFX, ABC, IFX, 0, IFE, 1. IFX is a number and y is a string. Return is loosely equal x to number, y is a string and y is a number. Return is loosely equal to number, x, y is a big int and y is a string. Then let n be string to big int, y if n is
Okay, I think it's gonna open the file now.
x, n is a string and y is a big int. Return is loosely equal y, x is a boolean
Oh, it was opened. Hooray.
to number, x, y is a boolean. Return is loosely equal x to number, y is either a string, a number, a
Was that it? Did I just write shit to a file? Was that it?
2. If x is an object and y is either a string, a number, a big int, or a symbol, return is
I think it's done.
3. If x is a big int and y is a number, or if x is a number and y is a big int, then if x is not finite or y is not finite, return false, BFR.
Save a copy of the logout.
Y, return true, otherwise return false. 4. return false, comma 2.15 is strictly equal x, y. The abstract operation is
Let's check what's in the file.
ECMAScript language value, and y, an ECMAScript language value, and returns a boolean. It provides the semantics for the equals operator. It steps when
Open Notepad.
is not type, y, return false. If x is a number, then a return number equal x, y, return same value non-number x, y. Note this algorithm differs from the same value algorithm in its treatment of sign zeros and nonds. 76. ECMA International.
Okay, I didn't register the file. I put HTML with head, body, div out. That wasn't very exciting. Okay, I think I just like parsed some HTML on this test. That was it. But HTML parsing isn't part of the JavaScript engine, so I won't put this in either. It's almost a browser, but it doesn't have a window. I'm only selling the JavaScript part, and I think I'm done for today. I'm done working on this JavaScript engine, so tomorrow maybe I'll be able to find the entry point that's really tiny. It'll take too long to zoom in. Who knows? I have no clue. So, peace. I'm gonna let the stream run on for 10 more minutes because the stream doesn't always end. So, if I let it run on for 10 more minutes, maybe that 10 minutes will be enough time for the stream to send whatever will probably not send. If it doesn't send the whole last 10 minutes, whatever wasn't going to send will most likely be sent, if that makes any sense. So, I'm not going to be back. I gotta think. Peace.
O, 3.4 set. O, P, V, throw. The abstract operation set takes arguments O, an object, P, a property key, V, an ECMAScript language value, and throw, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It is used to set the value of a specific property of an object. V is the new value for the property. It performs the following steps when called. Let success be O. If success is false and throw is true, throw a type error exception. Return unused. Note within this specification, exotic objects are created in abstract operations such as array create and bound function create by first calling make basic object to obtain a basic, foundational object, and then overriding some or all of that object's internal methods. In order to encapsulate exotic object creation, the object's essential internal methods are never modified outside those operations. ECMA International 2024 77. 7, 3, 5. Create data property. O, P, V. The abstract operation create data property takes arguments O, an object, P, a property key, and V, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It is used to create a new own property of an object. It performs the following steps when called. Let new desk be the property descriptor. V, true, true, true. Return O, P, new desk, 3.6. Create data property or throw O, P, V. The abstract operation create data property or throw takes arguments O, an object, P, a property key, and V, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It is used to create a new own property of an object. It throws a type error exception if the requested property update cannot be performed. It performs the following steps when called. Let success be: create data property O, P, V. If success is false, throw a type error exception. Return unused, 3.7, capital C, R, E, A, T, E, capital N, O, N, capital E, N, U, M, E, R, A, B, L, E, capital D, A, T, A, capital P, R, O, P, E, R, T, O, P, V. The abstract operation, capital C, R, E, A, T, E, capital N, O, N, capital E, N, U, M, E, R, A, B, L, E, capital D, A, T, A, capital P, R, O, P, E, R, T, takes arguments O, an object, P, a property key, and V, an ECMAScript language value, and returns unused. It is used to create a new non-enumerable own property of an ordinary object. It performs the following steps when called. Assert O as an ordinary, extensible object with no non-configurable properties. Let new desk be the property descriptor. V, true, false, configurable, true, perform. Define property or throw O, P, new desk, return unused. Note this abstract operation creates a property whose attributes are set to the same defaults used for properties created by the ECMAScript language assignment operator. Normally, the property will not already exist. If it does exist and is not configurable, or if O is not extensible, will return false. Note this abstract operation creates a property whose attributes are set to the same defaults used for properties created by the ECMAScript language assignment operator. Normally, the property will not already exist. If it does exist and is not configurable, or if O is not extensible, will return false, causing this operation to throw a type error exception. Note this abstract operation creates a property whose attributes are set to the same defaults used for properties created by the ECMAScript language assignment operator, except it is not enumerable. Normally, the property will not already exist. If it does exist, define property or throw is guaranteed to complete normally. 8. ECMA International 2024. 7. 3. 8. Define property or throw O, P, desk. The abstract operation define property or throw takes arguments O, an object, P, a property key, and desk, a property descriptor, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It is used to call the internal method of an object in a manner that will throw a type error exception if the requested property update cannot be performed. It performs the following steps when called. Let success be O, P, desk. If success is false, throw a type error exception. Return unused, 3.9. Delete property or throw O, P. The abstract operation delete property or throw takes arguments O, an object, and P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It is used to remove a specific own property of an object. It throws an exception if the property is not configurable. It performs the following steps when called. Let success be O, P. If success is false, throw a type error exception. Return unused, 3.10. Get method V, P. The abstract operation get method takes arguments V, an ECMAScript language value, and P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing either a function object or undefined, or a throw completion. It is used to get the value of a specific property of an ECMAScript language value when the value of the property is expected to be a function. It performs the following steps when called. Let func be jet v p. If func is either undefined or null, return undefined. If is callable, func is false. Throw a type error exception. Return func, 3.11 has property O, P. The abstract operation has property takes arguments O, an object, and P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing a Boolean or a throw completion. It is used to determine whether an object has a property with the specified property key. The property may be either owned or inherited. It performs the following steps when called. Return. O, P. The 7th of March 2012 has own property. O, P. The abstract operation has own property takes argument so, an object, and P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing a Boolean or a throw completion. It is used to determine whether an object has an own property with the specified property key. It performs the following steps when called. Let desk be. O, P. If desk is undefined, return false. Return true, 3.13 call F, V. Arguments list. The abstract operation call takes arguments F, an ECMAScript language value, and V, an ECMAScript language value, and optional arguments list, a list of ECMAScript language values, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or a throw completion. It is used to call the internal ECMA International 2024-79 method of a function object. F is the function object, V is an ECMAScript language value that is this value of the, and arguments list is the value passed to the corresponding argument of the internal method. If arguments list is not present, a new empty list is used as its value. It performs the following steps when called. If arguments list is not present, set arguments list to a new empty list. If is callable, F is false. Throw a type error exception. Return F, V, arguments list, 3.14 construct, F, arguments list,